It's fine. Hi, everyone.
Oh.
Welcome to Bread of Life channel. Nathan joined a few minutes early, so he's already here, but other people are welcome to join. Really, the topic for today is whatever you guys want to talk about. I just wanted to open it up and let people talk. And, of course, I love to talk about God and religion. Some of you like to talk about philosophy. I'm not huge into that, but I do like letting this be a platform where people can talk about that. So, also, I made a particular invitation to Seawolf, and that is because Seawolf, you asked me a question in the last time that you came on the stream, and I didn't really have an answer for it at the time. So I thought about it, and I did come up with an answer for you. And so I just, thought it would be good to invite you on, and if you have any thoughts to share. So welcome to Roya, welcome Christian Carpenter, welcome Caustic Hymn Productions. So glad you guys are here. Nathan, what's on your mind to talk about?
Which question was it, Rebekah? Well, what was the question that you've thought of an answer to?
Yeah, well, his question was, would God punish people for unbelief? And is there,
right.
So I would say I said, I cannot judge people, but I do think that there's some situations where God would not judge people for unbelief. And he said, well, what kind of situation do you think God would not judge people for unbelief? And I was just like, I don't know. But I thought about it, and I think I have one kind of scenario where I feel like I can safely say that God would not judge someone for unbelief. And so that scenario would be like people who have experienced a lot of abuse. And this is just one, there may be more, but, just people who have experienced physical or sexual abuse, and especially as a child. Because then you're kind of processing something that's very difficult, and the options might seem to be God didn't love me enough to protect me from this, or God isn't real. And God isn't real is probably a less painful thing than to try to process why God, being powerful and loving, wouldn't protect you from something like that. And so I just want anyone to know, if you have a hard time believing in God because of something that happened to you like that, I think that's a good reason for unbelief. And you have not sinned, but someone sinned against you. Maybe many people sinned against you. And so Jesus is not out to punish you, but he is going to punish those who harmed you. And so I'll just read from Matthew 18, verse 6. Jesus is talking about children and how he loves children, and that the kingdom of God belongs to children. And he says, if anyone causes one of these little ones, those who believe in me, to stumble, it would be better for them to have a large millstone hung around their neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea. Woe to the world because of the things that cause people to stumble. Such things must come, but woe to the person through whom they come. And so Jesus is giving a strong warning that, that people who have done horrible things to children, if you are one of those people that harm was done to you, Jesus is not against you for your unbelief. He is against the person who harmed you. And it's not that those people cannot be forgiven. So anyone who's hearing me and you have abused someone, you know what? God will forgive you, but you need to do whatever it takes to make it as right as possible. And if you've ever committed a crime against a child, you need to turn yourself in. You need to repent. You need to make restitution. And some things cannot really be repaired, but you can do the best. You can do something to show that you have, that you are seeking to be a better person and that you want God's forgiveness. And God is faithful to forgive. But You know, this was just my answer. One reason that I think many people don't believe, and how, you know, I don't think God holds that unbelief against someone who has been harmed in that way. What do you think, Nathan?
Yeah. So, like, you talked then about, you know, God punishing people who perpetuate this kind of abuse, right? And I think
Mm-hmm.
that is more plausible. But I do think, you know, I'd want to question, well, in what cases do you think God is justified in punishing people for unbelief, right? Not for, you know, the cases like abuse or whatever, right? Where we I mean, it could go either way in my mind as to whether punishment even is the right thing. Because, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
there's a part of me that obviously is, like, you know, repulsed by those sorts of actions and wants to kind of hurt that person. But there's also a part of me that appreciates that often, particularly sexual abuse, is performed by people who themselves were abused and haven't been
Right.
able to process it or have grown up in contact. And so it's kind of like, you know, that a large part of me thinks that those people kind of need therapy and help, or kind of setting things right, more, perhaps more than they just need to be outright punished. But then, you know, there's also it's a complicated question. So I set that to one side anyway. You know, plausibly that's a case where God punishing people would make sense. But when it comes to unbelief, right? I mean, when do you think it would be okay for God to punish people for not believing that he exists? Or, like, what, I mean, what even would the content of that belief be that God? So would it be not believing that God exists? Would it be not believing that Jesus is God? Would it be not believing that there are three persons? Just believing that there's God the Father and Jesus, but this Holy Spirit, I don't know about that. Like, you know, what is
Right.
it that someone does or doesn't believe in as well that is punishment worthy?
Yeah. Well, I would say people who put God out of their minds because they want to do wicked things and get away with it, right? You know, a person who thinks that they will not be that, you know, for example, I mean, you know, somebody who, you know, runs a child molestation ring or child prostitution or something like that, and they know God exists. And I'm not talking about people that you mentioned a good thing. I mean, a very, um, good point, that many people who end up becoming abusers were abused themselves. So that's not the kind of thing I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who have power, use their power to do evil things. You know, there's a recent case of that. But so, and of course we can't always know exactly what is the stems from that. But I would say there's a lot of wickedness being done on earth, and some people are intentionally putting God out of their minds in order to achieve what they want to achieve and think that they're going to get away with it. So,
because your answer to Seawolf's question, right, was that plausibly the only circumstances in which God wouldn't punish people for unbelief would be if they were abused. But it sounds like in answering who would be. Well, yeah, that's what I'm wondering. So do you think that that's most people? Do you think most people who don't believe in God don't believe to repress this kind of like belief in order to do like really bad things? Or do you think that most people who don't believe in God, it's something else?
I would say most people, it's something else. And so, like, it is a really complicated topic. I think, there's a lot of factors that go into why people don't believe. And, some of them are walls that we erect, and some of them have been erected around us in various circumstances. So just walls that keep people from knowing and experiencing God's love.
So it, like, in the case of I don't know, someone like James Fodor, for example, right, who is very well read on these issues, and it just doesn't seem clear to him intellectually that a God exists. Putting aside any story about potentially, like, was he harmed by Mormonism or whatever, and would that give him? Let's just pretend that isn't a part of his story, and he's concluded God doesn't exist just purely based off of, not thinking the arguments work and stuff. Do you think that would be worthy of punishment, just not believing, so disconnected from all of these, like, who is repressing what facts to harm people, or like worthy of punishment for those things, just purely on the basis of not believing in God or some theological commitment? Would that be worthy of punishment?
Hi there. How are you?
Hello. Good. How are you?
Good. Good to see you. Glad you joined. Is it Deepak?
Deepak?
Are you Deepak?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I am not qualified to judge anyone's heart, but I will say this about James.
I'm not saying is a person.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it is a person going to be punished, but
Right.
I'm asking you, I'm asking you what the relevant connection is between believing and not just believing and not believing and being worthy of being punished, right? Like what's the connection there?
Well, it's hard for me to say that since I'm not God and I don't get a lot of details on this when I read the Bible. So most of what I'm learning about God is from the Bible and from my experience. And so I don't know if I'm qualified to make that, to make a statement about that. But, with regard to James,
but
I
you
will
do
say
believe
that,
though, Rebekah, that you finish about James.
No, I was just going to say the longer that I've gotten to know James, the more he's become a hero to me. So, I would say the first couple of times that I heard him, I was like, ooh, what's up with that? But then, as I've listened to him and just started to get to know him as a person, I have just come to appreciate more and more who he is and how he lives. And so, like I said, I don't know if I'm qualified to make that judgment about what the connection is. But what did you want to say?
Well, I think there might be an inconsistency here between, you're unable to provide a reason, right, as to why believing or not believing in God is a morally relevant criteria for punishment. But then the question would be, why then is it that you believe that people are punished by God on the basis of belief/unbelief, if you don't think that there is any good reason, morally relevant reason for people to be punished for belief/unbelief?
Well, I mean, I'm going because I'm using the Bible as my basis. And so the Bible treats unbelief as something negative. And so, that's where I'm getting that idea.
So I mean, maybe this is a bit of a tangent, right? And perhaps not the best avenue to go down. But I'm thinking then, if it seems like believing or not believing in God isn't a morally relevant criteria for punishment, then does it look like that belief? So there's two hypotheses, right? One hypothesis is that God has revealed this to us, that people are going to be punished on the basis of belief/unbelief, and the other hypothesis is that people have created this theology and put things like, well, God's going to punish you if you don't believe the same things we do, in order to create strong in-group out-group mentality and stuff like that, right? And it's like, under which of these hypotheses does stuff like that seem to fit more nicely? In my view, it fits a lot more nicely under the kind of natural one, right?
Right. Like, okay, how can we get these, humans to accept all this? We're going to say you're going to be punished if you don't. Okay.
I don't think it works like that. I don't think that people sit down in a room and think like, well, what would, hypothetically, what would be the best way to get people to be in the English? If you watch, so with all the tension that's going on in Ukraine right at the minute and Russia, if you watch interviews with Ukrainian troops, for example, I doubt any of these guys have sat down and thought, what is a story I can tell myself which is likely to convince myself to participate in a war? But if you listen to the kinds of things that they're saying, they're talking about the birth of a nation, them, the Russians, they have this separate ideology. They're the bad guys. We're the good guys. It's just something that's naturally happened. It's arisen out of the context that they're in. where they're training for war, they're fighting. There's all sorts of things. And there's this nationalistic story about the birth of Ukraine as a country in opposition to its like Soviet past and so forth. And it's not like they've just sat down and thought, well, how can we best convince ourselves of this thing? It's just like human psychology and our biases and so forth have all just kicked in the appropriate context for them to form the correct story that happens to be like that. And I think it's going to be similar for the biblical authors, right? I don't think I don't think Paul or whatever like sat down in a room and thought about it. I just think it probably arose out. It's the same with Mormonism, right, and Islam and other religions who have strong in-group out-group tendencies.
Yeah, so I mean, so there's a selection effect also, I think, right? Like, for example, like compared to Hinduism and Buddhism, right? Like neither religion actually requires belief, right? Like Hindus don't think that your salvation depends on belief in any particular principle of Hinduism. And therefore, there was never any evangelism. Like Hindus didn't go out of India much. Like there was a bit, right? Like a little bit in Thailand and so on. But like, there's just, so yeah, the religions that spread are the ones where it's really important that everyone believes, right? Like, so,
yeah. Hi, Ethan.
And the ones that are really true as well.
Well, I'm on my phone, so it doesn't like work super well. As soon as I tried to unmute, I like went to a different tab on accident. But I think maybe.
Cameron's mad that I didn't give him. Cameron, hi, glad to see you. Hello to everyone. Dave, Cameron, the gym tanker. Cool. I don't know if I've seen the gym tanker before. The Christian Carpenter, Omer, Heaven Bound. Zhang's pretending to be a Christian today. Bob is here. Gur is here. Awesome. CJ, glad you guys are all here. So
I can see you moving off the topic, Rebekah.
No. I'm not going to move off the topic. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm hearing what you're saying, and I have to acknowledge that as a possibility, right? So I don't know where to go except to acknowledge that it could be what you're talking about. Mm-hmm.
Well, but how about then? So just to move, to maybe keep the discourse like slightly simpler and more focused, maybe is like So do you think, even though you believe on the basis of special revelation that God is going to punish people for not believing, and he'll be justified in that because he's God, do you actually think that using your human reason, that God is justified in punishing people on the basis of unbelief? Or like yes or no, basically, to that one, I guess.
I do. But I also want to say, I think God is a lot nicer than we are, right? So, whatever I would do for someone, God would do better for them.
Do you think that if we're setting the Bible, do you think that because of what's written in the Bible, like, can you imagine a situation where the Bible had said something different, or just was silent on the repercussions of belief or unbelief? Like, what would your intuitions tell you?
Wait, there's kind of like, you brought up like three topics. Like, which question do you want me to address?
Oh, okay. Maybe I wasn't being clear. So my question is, like, suppose the Bible, all it said was, the story of Jesus Christ, rose from the dead, died for your sins and all that. But it never said anything like, you have to believe this to be saved. Jesus died for everybody. And some Christians believe that, right? A universalist sort of philosophy. Right. Now, like, I think it's fair to say that the Bible, more likely than not, excludes a universalist interpretation from what I know, right? It's pretty clear that everyone, you have to believe, right? Like faith by justification by faith. But what if it didn't say that? Like, what would you have believed?
Okay, well, first, let me address the universalism thing, because I have not done like due diligence with investigating universalism. In fact, I said, Nathan, we should have a conversation about that, because I think Nathan's done a little more work on that than I have. So I can't fully say that there couldn't be a case made for universalism. But the way that I tend to think is that Jesus's salvation is much broader than just those who have this narrow faith. And Nathan brought this up earlier, like, what do you have to believe? Do you have to believe that Jesus is the Son of God? Do you have to believe in the Trinity? Do you have to believe? So I don't think the Bible is that narrow. I believe what it says in 1 Timothy, I think it's 4:11, it says, Jesus Christ is the Savior of all men, especially those who believe. So I would say he is the Savior, especially of those who believe. And if you want to know for sure that you are saved, then believe in Jesus Christ. But I am definitely an inclusivist. So and then I'm trying to see, did I actually answer your question, which was
I think the important question is if it didn't say in the Bible that people would be punished
right.
for not believing in God, would you believe that God would punish people for not believing in him? Like just from reason, without
probably not. Well, I wouldn't have a belief
answer.
either way. I probably wouldn't have a belief either way unless God revealed it to me personally, right? So I would either have, if much of what I'm getting about my beliefs in God is coming from the Bible. So without that, I probably wouldn't have a belief in either direction unless God specially revealed it to me and told me personally, I'm going to punish those who don't believe. Hi, Leo.
Are there
Hi,
any
Chris.
other beliefs? Are there any other beliefs that you think someone should be punished for not having? So say, for example, like, if someone doesn't believe the Pythagorean theorem, do you think that they should be punished for that? Or if someone doesn't believe, that P equals NP, right? Yeah, then they should be punished, right?
Well, probably not for the Pythagorean theorem unless they need that for some engineering project or something they're doing. But
should they be punished for not believing it?
No.
This is the question. Are there any other other than this particular belief that you have because God's revealed it specially, right? Is there any other belief? Just the belief. So we're not talking about someone necessarily acting it out or anything like that. It's purely what they think in their own thought world. Is there anything you think people should be punished for believing other than this?
Like Unitarianism, for example.
Well, that's a good question. And I have to really think about the spectrum of beliefs, because there are probably some things that people can believe that would harm other people and, maybe, be harmful to the world in general. So there might be beliefs that might be worthy of punishment.
This is why in the question, though, I made sure it was just the belief, so that they're not acting on it, right? That's not, so you can't say, because obviously you could connect it in a way by saying, okay, well, ISIS, for example, right? They should be punished for their beliefs. But the thing that makes what ISIS do wrong is that they act on those beliefs. No one, this is perhaps revealing what I think about the question, but I don't think we should scan people's brains, for example. And if they show that they haven't done anything wrong, but if they have the wrong beliefs about Allah, we should put them in prison anyway, or send them to Guantanamo Bay and waterboard them or whatever.
So you're basically you're implying that we should use the 1984 metaphor on all this. Essentially, that's where you're getting at.
That's not. It's not explicitly where I'm going. What I'm trying to draw out is I don't actually think that Rebekah believes that people should be punished on the basis of believing something, right? And I'm trying to introduce her to this tension in her own belief system between believing that God is justified in punishing people on the basis of whether or not they believe he exists or something else, right? And the fact that just doesn't seem like a morally relevant criteria for any of our beliefs, right? I'm trying to introduce Rebekah to the idea that there's this tension here between what she thinks is the morally right thing to do by reason and what her religious commitments tell her is the right thing to do.
Yeah.
If I could add something real quick, I'm like pretty much on the same page as Nathan. I think like when in this part of the conversation, like I don't think God would punish someone specifically like for their belief. I don't think, like, say you just believe something, but you don't do anything. It's just that your belief is always going to lead to your actions. So, like, belief in God is, if you truly believe, you're really going to, follow the good and do good things and love people. If you really do believe that, it's impossible not to. And if you don't believe it, you're going to do bad things. So it really has nothing, like, it's not that it has nothing to do, but I don't think God's going to ever punish someone just for, just a holding to a proposition. That's like why the whole like Pythagorean theorem thing is so different.
Would God punish somebody for not holding to some particular proposition?
No,
Like that he
no, I don't.
that he exists and that he saved you through the person of Jesus Christ?
No, I just think like if you hold to that position, that's going to lead to how you act.
What I'm getting at. Well, yeah,
But
you
Yeah,
Ethan,
exactly.
you acknowledge that's the minority position among. Well, actually, I don't know. Like, I guess there's a lot of.
Oh, I mean, I'm definitely in the minority. I'm a universalist. Like, I'm a heretic according to most people, so I'm fine with being in the minority.
Ethan, maybe we should do a thing on universalism because I want to hear out that perspective, and so I would like to hear why you believe that.
No,
should do a
yeah, I'd
whole
be
talk
open to
on
that for sure.
Can I actually make a comment? Like, I'll have to leave soon anyway. So I've had this thought experiment, right, where I imagine that if I were to suddenly receive like special revelation that every line of the Bible is true, right, like the direct interpretation, so then I'd have to believe, like, that whatever justification by faith, that you need to believe to be saved. But then I would then conclude that the most likely scenario is that the moment someone dies, like the microsecond or whatever before they die, like God just gives them that special revelation. They realize, like, their eyes are open, they realize the truth of Christianity, and then they die, and therefore like hell is empty and everyone is in heaven. Like, that's what I'd be led to believe. That's how strong my intuition is about how just amoral it is to like hold someone to the propositions they believe, like, punish someone for belief in a proposition.
Nathan, you're making a good point here, and I also like Ethan's point, about we don't punish someone for what they believe. So I'm getting your point, and thank you for making it. And then I do like Ethan's point that, hey, our beliefs do lead to action. So,
but do you think in answer to like what Seawolf had to say, then do you think you would still probably answer it the same way as the upshot of like some of those considerations, or do you think do you think the question in some sense becomes kind of easier now, right? Where it's like, well, when would God punish someone for not believing or whatever? When would God when would God not punish someone for not believing? Well, then the answer is just, well, that's not why he punishes people, because that would be absurd, right? Like, is that kind of fairly obvious as the result of some of the things we've talked about, or is it not?
Well, yes and no, because if you're, going through this logical process, and thinking in the human terms, then what you're saying makes sense. But since I do have in the Bible where, there are some, places where it seems that people are judged for unbelief, then I would conclude that, hey, there may be something that we're not understanding about reality, something that we don't have access to as we're, thinking through these things.
I'm sure we can harmonize that away. I'm sure we can find a way to harmonize that.
Do you think it's fair to judge people? Do you think it's fair to judge humans based on revelation that doesn't make sense in human terms? I mean, like, can humans make sense of things that don't make sense in human terms?
Well, like I said, there may be something that we're not understanding and that we don't need to understand. So I don't think it's the kind of thing where God is like, okay, well, you read this thing and it didn't make sense to you and you couldn't logic it out. Therefore, I'm going to punish you for it not being reasonable to you. That's not the way I'm thinking at all.
Is it not the way you're thinking at all, though? Because it seems at the start, the caution that, the only possible cases where God wouldn't punish people for not believing were cases where people had been abused, right? But now it seems like that set is expanded.
No, you keep saying that. Okay. Wait. But at the beginning, I was clear. I said I thought of at least one. There may be many more. Okay. So I said I thought of at least one
who just doesn't believe.
What's that?
Like what Like, why wouldn't the obvious case then, rather than it being that, just be, well, yeah, just someone who doesn't believe, right? Like someone who just doesn't believe, because that's not a morally right. Like, why was that not just like really obvious? Why did it have to be like with all these extra kind of like caveats and stuff? It seems like that encompasses like the majority of the set, right? Rather than this particular tiny subset of people who don't believe.
Well, because I just don't believe is, I don't know that that's a sufficient answer, right? I mean, shouldn't you have reasons for or against believing? Like, so, I mean, I don't know if anyone's in that situation of just, there's no reason at all. I just don't believe.
I am.
Well,
Really?
Well, what if I said to you, Rebekah, do you think that P equals NP, right? What do you think? Does P equal NP? And if you get it wrong, right? If you get it wrong, I'm going to really hurt you. Does that seem, are you even in a position to evaluate that?
The answer is no. No.
Well,
it doesn't seem. It seems a little bit absurd, right? It seems like, I mean, you're like, what are you even talking about? P equals MP? Like, what do these words mean? What discourse are they a part of? And I mean, imagine people in Japan, for example, right? When the Christians first start, when the Christians bless their way in with the guns to break the Japanese decision to not want to have to trade or talk or communicate with the West. So when the Western Christians decide to do that with their big gunships, then they start Christianizing them, and all of a sudden they're saying, well, do you believe in God or not? Because if you don't, you're going to go to hell, right? Isn't that just like me saying, well, do you believe P equals NP or not? Otherwise, I'm going to really hurt you. That like God's going to really hurt you if
so
you
God the mob
aren't they in that position? Would you doesn't it just seem like the fair thing is that them not being able to really assess that claim properly, right? Makes them innocent. It doesn't make them culpable or guilty.
Absolutely.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. I have to hop off for meeting, but I just really want to tell Rebekah, like, I really admire like your that you can take on, like, I don't know, is it 4 atheists and 1 universalist at the same time, and you keep doing this on your channel, and it takes a lot of guts. And
yeah, I love doing this, and I'm thankful that you watch and are willing to jump on and do this. So thank you. Good to see you.
Well, for me, I kind of have this question for you, Rebekah.
Sure.
If God basically exists and all that stuff, and with all the high and might, and actually I'm going through the Lovecraftian analogy, God of the unknown, and basically just being apathetic and having self-centered and also not exactly have the best interest, is if God is sentient, at the very least is sentient, what makes you guarantee that this entity will act accordingly for your best interest? That's one of the questions that I basically came to when just going through the annals of atheism and all. So yeah, sorry, I'm not really good at communicating that, but it's just what makes you think that this entity would act for your best interest and everybody else's interest.
Well, okay, first let me just go back to Nathan's point, and then I will address that, because I think Nathan made a good point about the Japanese and the Christians coming in. So I just want to acknowledge that point and say, sure, Nathan, I think those people would definitely be justified and innocent in unbelief if that was their experience, right? But Chris, okay, what would make me believe that this, and what you're saying, I would say that's a matter of faith. That is a matter of trust. I am trusting this being to do what's in my best interest. And sometimes that's not easy, because sometimes I think he should do something else for me and he doesn't. And so it is a matter of faith. I am trusting this being. And what am I trusting him on? I'm trusting him on the basis of his revelation in the Bible and his revelation of being incarnate and being willing to suffer and be tortured by evil humans. And then, that his death and resurrection, I'm trusting him on the basis of his promises about what his death and resurrection means. So that's my basis. I'm trusting.
So basically going from it's basically you have faith or to just willing to accept that.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't exactly know how to go from that, but it's just, for me, it's difference of opinion, I guess. But yeah. And sorry for interrupting you, Nathan. So yeah.
It was a good question, Chris. Thank you.
So I'm gonna wrap out, and you guys have the great day.
Okay, thank you so much.
I think there's a few things I kind of wanted to kind of go back and hit on. Like one thing is like when we're talking about punishment, first off, like what does that necessarily mean? I think we're kind of like some parts of this conversation are kind of assuming that the punishment we're talking about is like eternal hell or annihilation or something along those lines. But I think there's a lot more ways we can think about punishment. And then just to touch a little bit on like that point you made about like the Japanese, and then you talked about like the people who were abused. And in my mind, it seems like at almost every point you can figure out a way like, well, this person wasn't like fully responsible. There's always going to be outside influences that lead to anything. No person is like fully autonomous. So like we all are influenced somewhat to a point where that's like one of the big reasons, like philosophically, I don't think any sort of eternal punishment makes sense, because at some point we were all influenced by something that was out of our control. So, like I think you're always going to like be able to, you're saying like, okay, well, the Japanese people, they didn't know. And then like this person was abused, and then this person was lied to. And like, so where is like anybody that's, fully responsible? And that's why like that's kind of where I'm at.
That's a beautiful point, Ethan. Let's hi, Luca, and I want to give Leo a chance to talk.
Look,
I guess I only really had one question.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not one question, because there's more questions to follow. Do you think God has desires?
Yes.
Do you think God can fail?
Seems like he can. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Do you think God is omnipotent?
Yes, but I think he has intentionally limited his power in order to give other beings power.
Okay.
So
that's
I think
fair answer.
He could yank it back at any time, but he has like given us power and he doesn't yank it back.
So it's sort of, he's kind of, I don't want to use the term restricting himself. I can't remember the phrase that I was sort of like he's like standing on the sidelines and just not using the power that he has for ulterior reasons. Okay, yeah, that's a fair answer.
Right.
I would say
and
that makes
actually,
God
Leo,
evil,
what's that?
I would say that makes God kind of evil.
So you disagree with that, Ethan?
Yeah, very much.
Okay, why would that make God evil?
I mean, that's like in my mind, like I'm holding my kid right now, and like if he started crawling over and like grabbed a knife, I'd be like, well, it's your free will. I'll just, sorry.
Okay. Well, how do you explain then that God is letting things happen to people? Because,
I don't
people
have,
are getting harmed.
I agree, and I don't really have an answer. I don't know exactly why these things happen. I mean, I think in the end, it will all be made right, and that's part of universalism, and I think that's important. Without that, I don't think it can make any sense. And I fully admit, like, I just don't know why these terrible things happen, and it definitely bothers me.
Yeah. Hey, Seawolf.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. So what was the topic? What were you guys talking about?
Well,
I just kind of tuned in.
We've gone through some topics. We started with the question that you asked me, and I had to think about, and I kind of gave an answer earlier, but and that kind of sprung us to some different questions. I want to give Luca a chance to comment if he has. Do you have a comment on any of these things that we've been talking about?
Yes, it's nice to be here. So hi.
Thank you.
And yeah, I think similar things to the people here. So I left religion, and I will talk about that in a later video, of course. But for a reason tied to my reasoning, I was not agreeing with God. So after a certain point, I was not longer believing in God, but it was all about my understanding of the Bible, and I had a lot of questions, and when asked, those questions did not have good answer. And I was with the Catholic Church, of course, so it's not on your set of belief, of course. But when you start to be an atheist, to not longer believe in a God, you will be a skeptic no matter what. It's not like I am a believer and then I'm not, of course. I was trying different things back then. So I did interact with the Kabbalah, so people from Israel, and it was quite interesting. Wiccan and other religions, New Age religions. So yeah, I can relate with much of the points of my colleagues, I think.
Cool. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, and Luca's going to be coming on for a full interview on the 19th, so I'm looking forward to hearing the full story. Seawolf, I'm glad you're here.
How come?
Thanks for responding to my invitation.
Yeah, no problem.
I kind of responded to your question that you asked me earlier, so I don't know if you saw it. Wow, somebody's really loud.
Sounds like somebody's boiling some water for some tea or some coffee, and your pot is whistling. I think your water's done.
Yep, that was 10 seconds ago now, so we're good.
Yeah. So you asked me if I thought there were any reasons that people might have for unbelief, that like God wouldn't hold against them.
I did?
Yeah, you asked me that, but maybe you don't remember. So
when we were talking, when we were speaking?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wait, can I ask you a quick question, Rebekah? Do you think
Sure.
that our cognitive faculties, our ability to be rational and reasonable and logical, do you think that comes from God? Do you think God gifted us with those abilities?
Absolutely.
So do you think that he would hold it against somebody who properly utilized those faculties and arrived at the conclusion that he doesn't exist? Do you think he would hold that against them?
Well, that's making an assumption that, you know, by your logic and reason, you can like come to the conclusion that he doesn't.
Yeah, that's saying in the instance that one properly employs those faculties and arrives at the conclusion God does not exist, would he hold that against them in such an instance?
Well, like I was trying to express to Seawolf, I think there are instances where God would not hold it against someone.
See, this is why I like Rebekah. She doesn't dance around questions. She just answers honestly. You don't see that a lot with Christians on YouTube.
Really? Thank you.
Really, you really don't see that with a lot of, at least a lot of the evangelical Christians that are out there on YouTube, or that are a little bit more prominent. They don't really like answering certain questions.
Okay. Well, do you think that these are good responses?
Yes,
I
would consider your responses satisfactory. Other people might not, but I do consider them satisfactory.
Cool. Hi,
Yeah, I
Orge.
agree. I think you answered pretty
how's it going?
pretty honestly. So that's good.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
You say I don't think a lot of it makes sense, as you know.
Yeah. You know, I might not necessarily agree.
But we
with one of your
respect you,
answers.
Rebekah. We respect you for having the bravery to show up and say the things you say with a straight face.
Thank you.
I might not agree with some of the responses, but the fact that it is your honest and genuine response is, for me, what makes it satisfactory. That it's not like you're not dancing around the question. You're not, trying to obfuscate with your response or be vague. You're just answering in an honest and as directly as you can. And to me, that I might disagree with the answer, but to me, the answer is still satisfactory because there's honesty and genuity behind it.
You gonna be able to sleep well tonight, knowing all these atheists like you so much?
Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Orge.
I asked if you could be able to sleep okay tonight, knowing all these atheists like you so much.
Oh, I love it. Come on, I'm loving the situation that is happening right now. I mean, this is like, I couldn't imagine a better scenario than being able to sit and talk with you guys and to have atheist fans is awesome. Danish debater has this question. I wonder, do you think believing is a willing act that one can decide to believe or not believe? You know, people have asked me this question a lot because some people are like, look, I want to believe, but I can't believe. So I can't force myself to believe something that I just don't believe. So I mean,
point, man.
I would just I guess my best answer is that it seems that sometimes believing is not a willing act, right? Like you can't will yourself to do it. But I mean, I would say there's quite a few things in my faith that I will myself to believe, even though I have strong doubts about it, right? So
I think Danish debater's question, I think it's a really good question. It opens up, I don't know if he was doing it intentionally or not. Not that if he was, that it's bad, because bringing it up intentionally, I think, is good. But it's a question that's fairly settled in epistemology, but there's still somewhat of a debate. It's a concept called doxastic voluntarism versus doxastic involuntarism. The idea, essentially, it's when we believe or accept something is true, is that a result of our volition, or is that a result of outside factors that don't stand in relations with our volition? In other words, do we truly choose to believe the things that we believe, or do we just believe things when we're convinced of them and we don't really have much of a choice in that? As I understand, I am a doxastic involuntarist, which would be that we don't have at least much volition in our beliefs. And as I understand it, most philosophers studying epistemology would also be doxastic involuntarists. We believe what we are convinced of, and we are convinced of what appeals to our priors, our experiences, our seemings, and the frameworks that we build from those for understanding the world. And that maybe there might be a small amount of volition involved in that, maybe like in the deliberative processes, but that ultimately we don't choose what we believe in.
And not to cut you off, I just have to go. But I appreciate you having me on.
Oh, yeah.
I hope I could add a little bit to the conversation.
You did, Ethan. Thank you so much.
Take her easy, Ethan.
To my experience, it's a switch. When you no longer believe, you no longer believe. To me, there is a very specific point where I was no longer a believer, of course, in Catholic faith. It's not like I do not longer believe in the God of the Bible, the Catholic God, and I do not believe in anything. It's not like that. But you can point to a very specific event where I was no longer a believer in that particular God. So yeah, it was not a choice. You can choose to ignore some things, to go on with your faith, but if you do get to that point, you will have no longer a choice. You can lie about it, but
so I got a question on that note. I don't quite fathom how you can sometimes have the choice to believe and like partially not. Like it seems like a binary choice. Either you 100% choose or you 100% are chosen for. Like, right? I mean, God can't make you do something because then he takes away your free will. And if he takes away your free will, wouldn't you have no free will?
Is this kind of on a different topic though, of like God choosing you versus you choosing God? I believe that God chooses everyone. Well, and it's up to us to choose him back.
I was referencing to the do you choose to believe thing you guys were talking about earlier. Convenient. Right? I mean, if you don't choose to believe, if the belief is chosen for you, then that negates free will, right? Or
okay, I see.
Mm-hmm. Well, doesn't God know exactly what it would take to convince me that he exists?
I mean, I would say so personally.
I would say
I'm
so
atheist,
too.
So my opinion probably doesn't mean
everything.
much.
Right, but like if God exists, obviously, Leo, we're on the same page.
I think an important question would be, regardless of whether that we could grant that God knows what it would take to convince everyone. I think that a question there would be: is God obligated to reveal that to convince you? And I don't really have a comment on that because I believe that God doesn't exist. So right. But so I would be interested what Rebekah's how she would answer that. Is God obligated to give you that information that would cause you to come to believe in him? I think some would say he's not obligated to do that. And then I think that some people might say that, well, he is obligated to do that.
Right. And even if he is obligated to do it, doesn't he have an arch enemy that foists his ideas and will? Because, right, Satan's powerful, right?
Apparently so.
So, I mean, either way, how would we even ever know what we're dealing with, really? If all this is real, right? How could you ever know anything that anyone says about any of it is actually accurate?
Yeah, because how do you know whether it's God or Satan that's talking to you? And then if you want to test God to figure out if it's actually God, you got to remember, thou shalt not tempt the Lord.
Right, don't tempt
him. So how do you?
He's not a parlor trick guy,
Yeah. Well, hi, Bob. Who am I responding to? Because there's a lot of ideas being thrown around here. So,
is he obligated to convince us that he exists?
I don't think he's obligated, but I think he desires you to know him.
Because if he was obligated, that would imply an outside force that's more powerful than him that dictates what he does, right?
You did raise an interesting question there, Rebekah, because. And I have my own thoughts about this. I'm not necessarily trying to like catch you in something, just throwing questions out there to get people thinking. If God desired X, why would he not engage in the actions that would result in outcomes that would at least be more likely to accord with that desire? So if he desires for everyone to believe in him, why would he not do what he can to truly convince everyone? Why would he not do something that results in outcomes that would more closely accord with that desire?
Yeah, well, I think he is engaging in those things, Leo. I think he's just a lot more patient than people are. right? We want instant revelation. We want God to just give it here and now. But I don't think he's interested in, responding to our demands. I don't think, I think
not?
he has.
So he doesn't listen to prayer?
He does listen to prayer, but he doesn't always.
So he's interested in listening to those demands, but there's certain.
Well, do you think of prayer as demand, or is it prayer
I think it's telling God what to do. Yeah, I think it's telling God that something needs to be different than he is already doing.
What about Calvinism and the doctrine of the elect?
Well, I don't believe in Calvinism, and in fact, I think Calvinism is an atheist maker. So I really
disagree
with you. There's scriptural support for it. It just depends on which.
Depends on
I
who's
take
reading
it,
the
Bob.
scripture, I guess.
There's a bunch of things.
I take it Bob is a Calvinist, or is he just playing?
No, he's an atheist.
Oh, okay.
He's a much hailed atheist on this channel. In fact, I would say there's been some Bob worship on this channel.
I remember him now. Yeah, that sounds familiar.
So
I'm a character, is all it is.
Yeah. I want to say hi to Dharma Defender. Dharma Defender is here, and Dharma Defender is the atheist of the month. You can see the certificate on my wall. So thanks for being here, Dharma. Yeah, but so go ahead. What do you want to say about that, Bob? About the scriptural?
Well, I'm just saying, if you watch The Simpsons, right? There's one scene where Marge says, well, doesn't the Bible say, and then Reverend Lovejoy says, Marge, have you ever read this book? It says a lot of things. And I'm sorry, but it's true. You can go in and say, yes, I believe this. Oh, look, this agrees with me. That one's not important. Here, this agrees with me. This thing doesn't. That's not what it means.
Yes.
Come on.
And this is why I enjoyed being a Catholic, because I talked to a few Catholic priests at my church when I was a Catholic about the Bible. And I do see this mentality, the sentiment, I should say, more in Catholics than in evangelicals, where the Bible is not meant to be taken literally. It's written by people that may have been divinely inspired, but they were writing in an allegorical fashion. It's sort of like, the tall tales almost, that there's the story is fictional, but there's a greater message contained in the story. And it's not that whether the story is true or false that's important, like, the Genesis creation. So like Genesis creation is false, but the point in Genesis that you're supposed to take away is that God created and sustains everything that exists. It's not that he did it in literally 6 days and all this stuff. So that was something I always admired about a lot of the Catholic priests, that at least that I talked to, is this idea that the Bible ought be taken literally. It's just, and that they would say even scripture itself seems to talk in a way that it's like, yeah, you shouldn't be taking these stories literally, but you should be walking away with the messages contained within them.
But if the stories aren't true, what evidence do we have that these guys aren't just giving you their opinion of what they think God is?
That's a very good question.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah.
It's like any other scripture. Well, here's what we think God is and does and wants, and they don't even agree with each other, because they're, you can find
Leo
diametrically opposite opinions about
Leo. I guess there should be a question. There should be a question to Rebekah, but I'm going to address it to Leo. So when the Bible talks about itself, like Jesus referring to Genesis, for example, is that, in what you just said, someone making a story about someone believing in a story that's a story? Like, why would Jesus talk about Genesis if Genesis is not supposed to be literal?
Because there are important concepts contained in the story that you should walk away accepting, and he would have wanted you to understand what those are and to walk away with them.
So Jesus talking about those, you're supposed to realize that Jesus isn't referring to them as actual events from the reading of the Bible?
I would say no.
Interesting. Yeah. I guess it all just depends on who's reading what, right? Because
exactly.
as we discussed last time, Rebekah, remember I asked you, I said, look, I don't think I'm awesome at interpreting divine literature, and I asked you, aren't you pretty darn good at it? Wouldn't you give yourself like an 8 or a 9 at least in the divine literature interpretation department? And you said, no, I'm not that good at it. So it makes me wonder, well, how good are you at this stuff then? If you're not really good at interpreting divine literature, then I guess kind of what you say is not really that potent, huh?
I want to.
Because I mean, if I was all into this and I claim myself to be a Christian and I thought I knew what God's wanted and what biblical words meant to say, I'd probably be pretty confident in my prowess in that domain and say so. I'd say, yeah, I'm about a 9.
Well, let's put it this way. Look, before I went to seminary, I thought I knew the Bible really well. Okay. And for a person, I would say I knew the Bible very well.
But I know when I was in seminary, I thought, no, I'm just kidding.
Okay. So
didn't we all go to seminary? Oh, no.
I went to catechism. Okay. That's what the Catholics call it.
I went to CCD as well. I was in catechism as well.
But the longer that I've studied the Bible, the more I realize I don't know, and how much it would actually take to really be an expert on everything in the Bible. It's a gigantic book, and you've got, the ancient languages, you've got, so I'm that's why I'm saying I'm not an expert. No, because it would take a lot. I mean, there's experts on one book of the Bible.
Aren't you pretty good at it though? Like you got
really quickly. Good. I'm going to take off because Gary Habermas and Pinecreek are having a discussion. They are live, and I do want to see that.
Foiled again. I hate when Pinecreek streams at the same time as me. It's so frustrating. It's
actually on Canadian Catholics channel. So.
Oh, really? You know what? I always go and try to. Pinecreek doesn't post when he's gonna. I would never try to cross with Pinecreek. But anyway. Okay.
All right. Thanks for having me on. Take it easy, everybody.
Thanks. Okay.
Canadian. Can I say something about Canadian Catholic? When I first deconverted, I was watching anything and everything on YouTube, and I found old episodes of the atheist experience. And Canadian Catholic could call in, he would say, yeah, well, I was an atheist. I was an inner circle atheist. It was like, what's an inner circle atheist?
Yeah, he's buddies with Sam Harris and Richard Dawkins. Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It just cracked me up.
The inner circle of atheists.
There's an inner circle?
Yeah, you know that inner circle. It's kind of like those guys that know what the Bible says. It's like the same kind of level of.
It's whenever he talks, I just hear, I was an inner circle atheist. Like whenever Matt Powell talks, he goes, they used to shoot pterodactyls during the Civil War. It's like, yeah, okay.
Okay, I had some experience because I live. I don't know if you know. I live near Milan, and I've been in Rome, other places, very interesting places, and I've seen with my eyes first the first Christianity. Can I say that? I'm telling you about a couple of centuries later than. After Christ, okay. So yeah, it was quite different back then from now. So Rebekah, what do you think about it? The first one, they were quite different from Christians now. I've been in places where I don't know if you knew about the Edict of Milan when Christianity was still a religion in the empire, Roman Empire. So it was only one religion in a multitude. So it was living together with pagan practice, and it was quite different back then. Different symbols, different beliefs, and it was completely different. I don't know if you know the first symbols of Christianity, like the fish, when it was still an underground religion. So what do you think about that? We should go back then and find out what those people were believing, because they were the first one. So when the message was very, very fresh, it's not an interesting topic to you, because it's quite interesting to me, for sure. And I love to talk about these things. I love history, and I feel very lucky to be in a place where history was made. Milan was very important in Christianity in general, and Rome, of course. And I've been even in Rome. So yeah, I want to know your thoughts about that.
Yeah, I mean, I find Christian history very fascinating, and about like they believed differently than what we believe on a bunch of things, probably so. And I think there are cultural factors that go in, and you know, we do have even today many cultural differences. You know, I would have cultural differences with Christians who lived in different parts of the world. You know, so there's different like features and different beliefs within Christianity, but I think that the core important beliefs of Christianity have really been maintained for 2,000 years. Now, it took you know, some hundreds of years to kind of hammer out some theological points like the nature of Jesus and the Trinity and stuff like that. It's something that is so difficult. It, you know, Christians were arguing about it for hundreds of years, and in some cases they still are today. So some things, you know, took a long time to be settled. But I would say our core beliefs have been the same throughout Christian history.
So does all of this lend itself toward like possibly the Bible's confusing, and that if you like even right now, it seems like in this discussion in the last 10 minutes, you said that you're not that awesome at divine literature interpretation, that there's no way you could become an expert at this. You dug into it in seminary and therefore realized that you don't have a strong grasp on this material, and then here we are being expected to read it, understand it, and know what God's want. It just seems like the whole effort is futile based on everything that's been said.
During that period when they're hammering out, you know, some of the fine points of what they believe, they were also hammering out which books are in the Bible and which are out. So how do you determine a divinely inspired truth from God with something that a bunch of people eventually agreed on after conflict and calling other people heretics and all this stuff, and finally they arrived on orthodoxy in its final form?
Right.
It doesn't help your case.
Yeah, none of it helps any of it. As a matter of fact, none of it makes any sense. And it seems like it's just a big, confusing enterprise that's been foisted upon society with a huge guilt trip behind it. The end.
Well,
right?
Seawolf,
right. It's a wrap, right?
Well,
just like we did
let me
last
acknowledge
time.
some of your. Right? Well, no, let me acknowledge.
No, there's more to it. There's
let
more
me
than
acknowledge some of your points. I will say that there are some confusing things in the Bible. That is true. And it's not easy to sort out everything in the Bible. There is a lot in the Bible that is quite clear.
Such as?
What I would say, well, about
like the best one. What's the most clear thing in the Bible that you can name right now that we should all of us would agree if we read it? Even if we're not as good at reading it as you are.
Yeah. Well, Jesus died for your sins. And
that's not clear.
Really?
It's not clear at all. No one here is going to agree with you. That's just what you think.
Okay. Well, the words say it over and over again. Like the text of the Bible.
But did he really die? Like, what do you mean die? Like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you say he died for our sins. Well, that's not very clear because we don't even have a concept of what that means biblically. What's die? Isn't it life eternal? Doesn't God live forever in the sky and he is Jesus? So what did he really give up? Like, that's not even clear, but that's the first thing you said. So right there, we just determined that it's actually not clear, and that's the most clear thing that you could come up with.
What if
right?
it
is
went
that right,
down
Rebecca,
this way?
or am I wrong?
Well, I think you're overcomplicating it. I mean, it depends how. If you want to make it complicated, you can. But in general, we know what it means when someone dies, right?
Is.
Well, I mean, what does it mean? You know, if I told you my grandma died, what does that mean?
That means that her breath stopped, her heart stopped working, and she's probably no longer living and talking with you. But
there
when we
you
talk
go.
about Jesus lives in your heart, right?
Well, Jesus died, though. He died
he
that
lives in your heart, right?
death.
But he lives in your heart.
And he lives in more than my heart.
Right.
Because he was resurrected and ascended. And now he sits at the right hand of the Father. So he is actually bodily alive again. But he
no
he
confusion
did die.
there. That is extremely simple and straightforward. Very well. Okay. So Jesus died for your sins, yet you converse with him in your head. Okay, Rebecca, no one else says this about anything else in the real world. Like, if I said this about my dead grandma or your dead grandma, you'd think I was crazy. But you say it about Jesus, and all of a sudden it's supposed to be crystal clear, like turquoise, water in Mexico. It's just not clear, Rebecca, and you know that.
I think again, no, I do think it's clear. I think you're overcomplicating. What it is it's not that it's not clear, it's that you don't believe it. Right?
No, I don't understand it. It makes no sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. You said Jesus died, and then what came after that? That should be the end of it, right? But it's not. Therefore, in real terms, that is not crystal clear by any means. That's just facts.
Bob is anxious to say something. Go ahead, Bob.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me approach it from another angle. Let's concede. Yep, the Bible says Jesus died for your sins. Why does it say that? Suppose there was a preacher in Israel, in Palestine in the 1st century, and he had followers, and he taught them things. He was quite impressive, and they thought, maybe because he thought he was the Messiah and he was going to bring about the kingdom, but he died. How do they make sense of this? This was going to be it. He was the Messiah. He was going to kick the Romans out and save in terms of liberate us from this oppression, but he died. What does that mean? Oh, maybe he died for our sins. The Gospels were written years after the fact, so all this stuff had been mulling around and brewing and discussed, and then people came to sort of a consensus, or different groups came to different consensuses, and this is the view that won out, and then the Gospels were written. He said this. Well, the Paul was written first, and Paul said he died for our sins. But I'm not convinced that just because the Bible says a thing, it shows me no reason to believe that it's inspired. It's special. It's stuff taken from different sources. It quotes contemporary philosophers, and the Old Testament quotes other source material, or you can see how they've adapted other source material. I talked about that the last time I was on. Yeah, you can go along and say, oh, look, it says this and this, but I don't care. I don't know who wrote it. I don't know what exactly was going on in their mind. It's a doctrine this is the word of God. Okay, well, if you go with that, then you find ways to justify it.
Mm.
Yeah,
You know,
I agree with everything you said.
You
yeah,
can't, if you.
I agree. And the thing is too, and here's the part that I have a hard time understanding why Christians don't understand this. They start from this point where they're using their brains, they're using their eyeballs, right? A lot of people in school, like if you think back into elementary school, junior high, high school, what have you, I don't know your education level. There's some people that are good at reading. There's some people that aren't. There's some people that are good at reading comprehension and testing on that. And there's some people that aren't. All of a sudden, all these Christians expect us to just believe that they're really good at reading comprehension all of a sudden when it comes to the Bible. And so what I do is I go, well, how did we all start? We started by reading this story. I personally felt that it was uncompelling, uninspiring, unrealistic, not to be believed, confusing, and kind of empty. Whereas some people read what they see in the Bible and they think, oh, wow, this is so compelling. It's such a beautiful story. And I'm like, this isn't even compelling to begin with. So you're just presupposing it's real and then going from there. Whereas we're all using the same intellect and the same kind of approach to determine whether or not it's even believable and compelling to begin with. I say nay, you guys say yay, and here we are. And then when you really flesh it out, nothing lines up. It's confusing. It's contradictory. It's actually very immoral and kind of a sad story, really. It's not a happy story. It's kind of weird and spooky. So I don't know. What do we got now?
Yeah, I want to add something about that. It was not a belief of all Christian that Jesus died for our sins, or he died at all. Let's just think about Islam. Islam came from some sects of Christianity, and they do not believe that Jesus died on a cross. So it was not a core belief because it was not accepted by everyone. And what we call now Christianity, for the most part, came from a council from Nicaea. A Roman emperor basically grabbed a lot of people, throw them in a building, and he asked for a doctrine, like, give me a doctrine or I will do something about it. So it's not like we can tell, yeah, it was from the beginning. No, it was not.
It was like a constitutional convention. Okay, you guys, everybody agree how we're going to do this. And then that
we agree or else, because it was quite brutal. That thing, like, we need a doctrine. I need a doctrine. The emperor was not even a Christian, so it was like, yeah, you guys are really powerful in my empire, so I need a religion, but I need this religion to be at least one religion and not a multitude of religions. So let's get along together or else. So he created the religion that we know now through that council of Nicaea. There were a lot of books that we don't read. They were thrown out in that process made by men. So yeah.
Enoch.
Well, go ahead, Dave. I mean, Bob.
I've heard that Enoch is referred to and quoted more than 100 times in the New Testament. They were reading it. They were getting truth from that. But when it came down to the canon a couple hundred years later, they said, oh, that's got a lot of goofy angel and demon stuff, and they were not quite comfortable with that. So they threw it out. Well, did it contain the truth that is foundational to New Testament doctrine, or was it not worthy of inclusion? You know, if you really look into the history of things, it just all falls apart. It's very sketchy.
Well, there are quite a lot of, other books that were written, like other writings that were not accepted into the canon. But with regard to the Council of Nicaea, that was nothing was decided about books of the Bible at the Council of Nicaea.
It was after that.
The way that the books were accepted, the books that eventually became part of the New Testament, is that they were organically enjoyed and considered important by churches, early Christian churches. They were copied, they were passed around before they were considered scripture, right? They were just, important writings by the apostles that people thought were useful and beneficial. And so these were the organically accepted texts that, eventually became part of the canon of scripture. But it wasn't like one council sat down and said, okay, these are the books that we're going to accept.
Yeah, I understand. So it was people liked them. The opinion was this. Well, why do they get to have an opinion and now we're locked into that? Why can't we have an opinion about how valid they are, especially in the light of things that we know now that they didn't know?
Well, who's telling you can't have an opinion?
Well, because I was raised with the doctrine of inerrancy. That was my background. That's a pretty core Christian belief. The way I was raised. I mean,
Christians have a lot of different views of inerrancy. So, to even pin down what Christians mean when they say inerrant it's hard to do. So, I mean, there's definitely some views out there of like, every word in this book is straight from God. And I think that is a very, that's a difficult position of inerrancy to defend, right? It is, some Christians hold to that, but I think that's quite...
That sets you apart from, I would say, still most evangelical Christians, fundamentalists. I don't want to use my terms inaccurately, but I'd say the mainstream of believing Christians. So that's fine, but it doesn't.
I would,
I don't know,
Bob, I don't think the majority of Christians who have studied the Bible scholars, I don't think they would hold to that view. I don't actually think most Christians even think about this too much, but I agree that there are some loud fundamentalist voices that tend to get heard that would, hold to that view of inerrancy. But I think that people who are being more thoughtful, I wouldn't say that's the majority view at all.
On the spectrum of just really intolerable Christians, and hey, they're not so bad up here. You're way up on the tolerable end. I'll give you that.
Thank you.
Bob says I'm tolerable. Isn't that great?
Woo!
Yeah, it's nice to talk with you.
Yeah, but it doesn't. It's like, that's your opinion, dude. It doesn't draw me in. It's like, well,
yeah. Well, I think there's room for a lot of opinions.
Yeah, well, sure.
We haven't heard from Orge in a while. Are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Your guys' topic is not something I'm super fluent in, nor super caring much about, to be honest.
Okay, that's fine.
So, it's a lot of what do you think Christians believe? Well, I think Christians believe this. Well, you can't know what Christians believe. Well, okay. I mean, Rebekah, you can definitely have your opinions, and I think they're very valid, and I'm glad you come on here and announce them and argue for them. But trying to say Christians believe this, as you just said, is a stupid statement. Like, there's how many denominations, right? So you can't say Christians believe anything, really. Well, you can. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah, I do think there's some core things that make you a Christian, like
Yes.
that we could say this is Orthodox Christianity, and outside of those bounds is, if it's not within what we would call Christian orthodoxy. So, but those core beliefs, I would say, are, belief that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. He died on the cross for sins. He rose from the dead. There's life to come in the kingdom of God. So very basic.
Exactly. I've had conversations with Christians about topics that they've gotten very angry at each other about. And I feel weird having to say, is this a salvific issue? I mean, if this doesn't revolve around salvation, then why do you get so upset at each other about it? This young earth versus old earth and stuff like that. I mean, at some point, is it really worth arguing so vehemently about?
Yeah, probably not.
But what do I know? I'm just a heathen.
What is your view? Where do you stand right now, for clarity?
On what?
Well, no, the
Orge?
Me?
Orge, yeah. Everything's tiny. It's just my phone, so I can't read names.
Oh, okay.
I can barely see expressions.
Stand on what? What are you referencing to?
Huh?
What do you mean? Where do I stand?
Well, are you a believer or agnostic or whatever?
Oh, no. I'm a dirty, filthy heathen.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm one of the geology guys in this circle. I have a background in geosciences, so.
Oh, cool!
Wow.
I'm one of the few and far between people likes to talk about rocks.
I'm an ignoramus.
Nice. Very cool.
Chemist here.
Okay, guys, you're a chemist? Wow.
Yes. Yeah, chemist. I do have a degree in chemistry, BA in chemistry. So yeah.
Nice.
Not a chemist. Like, I work as a chemist. I work as a teacher right now, but I'm a chemist.
Nice.
Very cool. And Orge, do you work in your field?
Not currently. I did spend time. I got a master's degree, so I've done like research and stuff like that. But at this moment, then I went into public school teaching. Actually, I was a high school science teacher for a while, but now I'm not working in geology though. But I do teach college classes, so.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Have we exhausted the topic, guys? Is there something else you want to talk about, or something more you want to say on this?
I do have a question. What do you think about all the people you are spoken? Hearing all about us, our ideas, is giving you new perspective on your faith, is giving you trouble, because I don't want to, but it's possible to have doubts after seeing what other people think. So I'm curious about that.
Yeah, well, I will say I have some guests on that cause me to think more deeply about things and kind of say, like, wow, like last weekend I had David Neff on, and he was just so incredibly thoughtful about the Bible and about, he was, one of his reasons for leaving Christianity was unfulfilled messianic prophecies. And some of the points he was making were very good and very thoughtful. And so I would say for people like that, and for Dr. Josh, they're causing me to realize, wow, I need to look more into these things. Like I need more information. I would like to have a better answer for them. And definitely, you know, kind of rethinking, you know, some of these things, like, and so I'd say there's some challenges, but does it ever cause me to doubt God? No. Does it ever cause me to doubt who Jesus is? No. But it, you know, it is stimulating for kind of side issues within the faith. So, you know, I enjoy talking to people. I enjoy hearing other people's perspectives. In general, I don't feel threatened by the conversations that I have.
You know, when you mentioned Dr. Josh, I thought of him earlier in the conversation when the question was, well, how well do you know the Bible? And what I wanted to say at the time was, well, Dr. Josh thought he knew the Bible pretty well. I mean, he was teaching classes in Hebrew Bible when he went to get his PhD. He went to Princeton to get his PhD in Assyriology, and then found out about the literature of the surrounding cultures and realized that the Bible fit. It was nothing special in the context of everything else that was being written by the different cultures in that area. And because he was raised so fundamentalist, really hardcore, inerrancy, old earth creationism, all that, the shock just knocked him out. He was an atheist for a hot second, and then he went to, well, we don't really know. But he talks about his friend Caleb, who came along like a year after Josh did, and he was a Christian too, and they would study together. They became very close friends. But because Caleb was from a more liberal background, he wasn't this hardcore inerrancy, you know, just background that Josh came from. He just could kind of absorb these shocks and just and
Yeah.
he didn't lose his faith just because of the difference in their background.
Right.
You should. There's a Josh has a video where he tells his story, and it is just,
Yeah. I watched
I
it.
don't know if you've seen it, but it's so
Yeah.
amazing. Talks about he wanted to date this girl, but the father would put him through the grill. Do you know that story?
Yeah, I watched
was
that
so-
video, and I mean, I have
Oh
to
my
say,
God, I love
Dr.
that.
Josh's deconversion testimony. Yeah.
He's grilling him. He's asking him all these questions. Josh goes, "What are we doing here? Can I date your daughter?" "Oh yeah, that's no problem. I'm trying to decide if you're the one she'll marry."
Oh,
But he just
Yeah.
And how he got through Liberty University, he never looked at the videotapes. He would just get out the test and fill it out. You know that part?
yeah. I
Oh
mean,
my God. It's
I
amazing.
It's funny, Bob, listening to that story, because my personal deconversion is the same thing, but replace like biblical scripture with earth sciences. You know, I grew up very fundamentalist. Kent Hovind.
Oh, okay.
I had all of Kent Hovind's videotape collection, you know.
Oh my
And then I
God.
would go to
Oh, no.
college, and I actually talk to people that know what they're talking about, and all these statements Kent Hovind would make, like, no one can answer this. And then they go and they just give me straight answers, and they show me this lab where they did the work, you know, and they offer to have me do the work alongside them. You know, my faith fell apart when dealing with the reality of the situation. Kent Hovind and Ken Ham ground into my brain that young earth creationism is akin to Christianity. Well, when you show young earth creationism to be wrong, the Christianity went right along with it.
Yeah, so if you were a theistic evolutionist, they would have said, "Yeah, okay." It wouldn't have bothered you as much.
You possibly, right? I mean,
Danish Debater asks, do I feel that I've found answers to them? I don't have the answers to everything. And especially, I would say the conversation I had with David Neff, I'm like, now I want to go and kind of look more into some of the prophecies that he talked about. And so there's a lot of work that I should probably do to try to find answers to these things. So no, I don't have the answers to everything, but I've kind of, you know, what you were saying, Bob, about Dr. Josh's story and, you know, like kind of my own background, you know, you talked about his friend that didn't have that kind of, you know, strict interpretation of the Bible. And I would say I was raised in a family where they took the Bible very seriously, but my dad was a pastor and he was very honest about some of the difficulties. And so, you know, he would always say, look, it's the word of God. You're going to have to deal with it. Like, but he didn't, you know, what he meant by that was there are some things that are hard to understand in the Bible. And, you know, I'm not going to have the answer to everything, you know, it's just, I deal with it, you know? So maybe I came from a background that wasn't setting me up for that kind of, you know, strict interpretation that would lead to a downfall. But I did have many years where I was wrestling with the Bible. There was 6 years at least of my life where I wasn't sure if I believed the Bible. You know, between the ages of like 17 and 23, I was not sure what I believed about the Bible. And I had a lot of issues with the Bible. And I'd say I haven't even resolved all of those yet. So, you know.
That's great. That's very honest. You know, it's a process.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think any of us can say, well, this is where I'm at. I'm not going anywhere else. You know, I don't think we should say that. I can't foresee it right now, but I still.
I mean, I'll tell you guys honestly, there's some parts of the Bible that when I give someone a Bible, I am hoping they won't read it. I'm hoping they won't open up to Leviticus. I don't want them to read the last half of Exodus, the book of Leviticus. I don't want them to read Deuteronomy chapter 28. I'm hoping they won't open to that because I think it will confuse them. It will give them a misleading picture of who God is. And so those are some parts of the Bible that I still kind of deal with. And I'm like, you know, Lord, you know, what I read of you and hear doesn't quite match up with what I know of you through experience. So yeah.
I was commenting on Facebook and somebody did something about Noah's Ark and then somebody said, yeah, and then Noah got drunk and impregnated his 2 daughters. And I go, oh my God. And so I came back and said, no, that was Lot's 2 daughters. I said, but here's the interesting thing. In both cases, the baby that was born, in Noah's case, Ham had Canaan, and Noah curses Canaan. And in Lot's daughters, one daughter had Moab, and the other one had Ben-Ami, and that was the Moabites and the Ammonites. And the point of both stories is these are people that were Israel's enemies, and they were told to destroy the Canaanites. Well, here's a story of like, oh, well, these people were cursed way back, you know, they're, you know, go ahead and kill them because they came from this cursed line. And the Moabites and the Ammonites, well, these people, look where they came from. Incest between a father and his daughters. They're garbage people. You know, it made it okay. It is so transparent to me. This never happened. It's a story they went back to slander the nations that they were enemies with. You know, what spiritual insight am I supposed to get from that kind of stuff?
Well, you know, I don't think everything in the Bible is for spiritual insight. Some of it's just telling the story of what happened. Clearly, God didn't approve.
But it didn't happen. They made that garbage up to slander their enemies. It's so human. It's so, what do these people now, these same people who pull this kind of garbage say, oh, no, let me tell you about God. You know, you're just you're just a jerk like me. What can you, what are you going to tell? You know,
Hey,
it
Rebekah, in your opinion, so the people Bob's talking about there, these cultures that were the enemies of the Israelites and all that jazz. I can't think of any of them off the top of my head. Canaanites, I think, is one of them, right?
Canaanites, the
Were there
Moabites,
saved people in those
Ammonites.
societies that God slaughtered?
What about them?
Were there saved people? Because there are countless civilizations in the Bible that God like hated and slaughtered. Were all of those people destined for hell in the lake of fire, or any of them saved, do you think?
Well, you know, first of all, I don't think God hated them. Actually, I see God showing them love and compassion, because when Abraham passed through that land, God was like, look, later on, I'm going to give this land to your descendants. But the sins of these people have not been filled up. And so God waited hundreds of years, and I think allowing those people, you know, time they could repent. But so they were not at the level. Bob's getting mad. God, like, there was time when they could have repented, and where, you know, so there was a level of wickedness that God was waiting for them to get to before he was willing to destroy them. So but the answer about their eternal destiny, you know, I can't answer specific about anybody's eternal destiny unless I know that they're a believer in Christ. But I believe,
well, I'm asking an opinion here, right?
Yeah,
like,
my opinion is
think?
that I believe that there are many people historically and presently who will be saved, who maybe weren't alive when Christ came and died for sins, but who have had the gospel preached to them.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Luca.
No, I have a question. You said that the Lot story for you it's real. It's literally history. So when I read it, I cannot understand how can someone think about this story as an historic event, because it's quite strange, that story. Abraham and God chatting under a tree. God basically, how can I say that? It was trying to get an accord with Abraham, and I cannot understand why Abraham was trying to save his relative Lot. So if God know everything, why just not save Lot? And if God can know everything, why save the only people that will generate such enemies of his people? Because Moabites were quite how can I say, they were enemies of God, and in the Bible they were described as vile people, burning and killing children for their God. Their God is also named, and he has the same title of the God of the Bible. So it's quite a strange story. I cannot get how someone can think about these stories as real. So can you explain me? Because it makes no sense. God, if he knows everything, why let you can let Lot survive if, and it was the only person Abraham was caring about. Of course, he was not caring about the daughters or his wife. His wife is turned to salt, and no one cares, literally. So why not save only Lot? And why save also the daughters and create such enemies for his people? It made no sense.
Yeah, well, there's a lot in what you've said there, so I'll try to respond to all of it. Okay, first of all, when we get into thinking of why did God do this and that and this and that, things can just go crazy, because like right now, you know, for example, okay, in modern times, there are people I know who have such terrible marriages that I think, I wish they never got married, right? But they also have children, right? And so, you know, maybe this terrible marriage existed because this wonderful person could come about. There's people that so what I'm saying is, when we try to get into sorting out, why did God let this person live, and this, you know, why did he save Lot? Why did he do all this? There's so many factors involved that we just cannot comprehend, right? Like what the purposes might have been.
Can I comment on that real quick, please?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Paul, I think Bob was getting at this as well. My view is that the Bible is a book written by a culture that has no external or godly component to it, right? It's that book and their thoughts and their culture. So when I go to the Bible and I ask these sort of questions, my thinking is I'm looking for some grander narrative than just the plain text as it's read. If you're going to have verses about you need to wait 6 months before you start having sex with the slaves, with the concubines from the dead soldiers, you need to at least wait 6 months before you rape them. What is that coming from? Why is that in God's holy word? And if I can't figure out a reason, then my fallback is, well, it was written by a bunch of people who that's what they did anyways. Why wouldn't they write it that way? So,
yeah.
And that's, I think that's what this is all coming back to me about is, yeah, I do need to see something more for me to believe it's Holy Scripture. Otherwise, why should I think this is Holy Scripture?
It's because God's a nice guy. A jerk God would have said, go ahead and rape him right away. But God's so nice. Well, they'll wait 6 months.
I think that's in Deuteronomy too. That's the stuff you don't want people reading, Rebekah.
Yeah, I would say if you're pointing to things that I have the most trouble with in the Bible, there you go. You hit it there, Orge. So, but I do think it's kind of it is difficult also because of we are reading the Bible through our own cultural lens, and so I grant that there are times, places, peoples that are very different than our own, and that God works with people where they're at quite often. So
okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead. You were talking.
That's my best answer. And it's not going to satisfy a lot of people. And in fact, it does not fully satisfy me. Okay. But it's the best thing I can do right now.
So I think you just answered this, but my two responses is, one, you're right that what your response kind of bolsters my own opinion on that. And two, do you think I'm justified? Do you think my opinion there is justified? Or do you think I'm kind of reaching for straws to hate Jesus for some reason?
No, I would say somebody who is having a struggle with that part of the Bible, I understand that. I identify with that. For me, it is not justification for ditching Jesus. Not at all. So, but I can't tell you what you should do. But let me go back to the thing about Lot's wife, because Luca brought up that point about Lot's wife, and Jamie Russell put in a thing here. So it teaches the nature of a person in wait, no, not that one. Okay. Well, anyway, Jamie Russell had a comment about Lot's wife that kind of went along with what Luca was asking. But basically, I think God was trying to save Lot's wife. And in fact, the angels warned her not to look back, right? So in one sense, you could say God did everything he could to save her, but she did not, she chose to look back. And so she, chose her own death, basically. And for some would say, well, but God, God could have not, had her turn into salt. Well, that's true. But I'm sorry, if my city is about to get destroyed and two angels show up and guide me out of the city and tell me not to look back, and the angels have shown their power in blinding everyone in the city, I think I could manage not to look back, right? Like, I think I might be able to manage that. So, I mean, I don't really have a problem with Lot's wife dying. I do think God showed concern for her and that he tried to save her. He tried to lead her out of the city. But
If
Bob
you
is
go
laughing
down-
at me. So go ahead, Bob.
If you go
Yeah.
down to that area,
Yeah.
you know, out in that part of the desert, there's these pillars of salt everywhere.
Yes, it is
So here's the
true.
story. You know,
It-
one of these
you know what?
might be lots of.
That's absolutely
It's a
true. I've been
meteorological
there.
myth.
Yeah,
It's-
I've been
oh
there.
my
The
God,
Dead Sea
there's
area.
No reason, there's no reason to believe that Lot, Abraham, any of these people existed. Those stories are written much later, maybe based on stories that have grown up. We have no way of knowing, and that is not a reason to believe they existed. If you can draw some lesson from it about how to behave or how to treat other people or how to get through life, that's fine. But does this, well, this happened because of this. In the story, yeah, this, Voldemort couldn't kill Harry Potter because his mother's love protected him. So, see how important love is. Well, that helps me just as much as something in the Bible. It's.
I think that my problem with that story are not with Lot's wife. Lot's wife was quite insignificant in the story. After all, I think that there are other things that leave me a little bit speechless, like God being there and chatting with Abram under a tree, eating a snack. That's quite strange. Angels in physical form entering a city, and they were in physical form, so much that the people of the city were about to how can I say that in a nice way? I cannot. They were
wanted to have
very
sexy
pleased
time.
Gang
with
rape.
the angels. Yes, exactly. And
I say
it
sexy
was
time.
quite funny, like Lot telling the crowd, no, don't touch the angels. Go with my daughters. I give you my daughters. In the crowd, like, we don't care about your daughters.
Right.
It's completely insane. I don't think that the Lot wife is the problem. Everything else is. Like God, you said that God was willing to save the woman, but if you are a God with angels there, I think you can save a person if you really want to. Even if she wants to look back, you can just poke a finger to her and prevent that from happening. If you want to save someone, you can. It's not like, she turned, so yeah, she died. I think that in the story, it's trying to telling something that has no real meaning to us, but it's completely a strange story. What do you make from God being there? Because in the story, God is there and it's talking to Abram, and there is also a scene after with Abram's wife that's mocking God. So when I read something like that, I cannot think about this scene as something really happening, because God is someone real, a person that can literally can talk to you, came from to your place, have a nice tea, and talk with you. I don't think so. So what do you get from that story? Because in that story, God is a real person. It's there with Abram eating some fruits, under a tree with Adam. With
Yeah.
Abram. So with angels. That they blamed a city and then nuke that city because they tried to rape them.
Yeah.
Like, it's something that if you read it like a non-believer, you will giggle at it. It's like, yeah, that place is awful. Let's burn it to the ground. Awful. Like 1 star on TripAdvisor.
Well,
No.
Luca, this is interesting because do you know, I know someone who read the Bible, and when they got to that story, that's when they believed that story. Because they said, and the part of it that they that was like compelling for them, for him, I'll just say him, it was a one person that I know. So he read that story where God says, should I, and God, of course, like you said, he was chatting with Abraham, and I have no problem with God appearing in the form of a person to Abraham and talking with him and eating with him. I just don't have a problem with that. But the part that was compelling for my friend who was raised Muslim is he said, God let Abraham change it. Like, God considered Abraham's point of view. God said, should I reveal to Abraham what I'm about to do to Sodom and Gomorrah? And Abraham said, God, if there's 50 righteous people in the city, would you really destroy it? If there's 40, would you destroy it? And what was compelling for my friend is that, wow, God lets human beings influence him. And so that was the point that was that's where he started to believe that the Bible was true. And so I would say I don't have any problems with that story except for one. The one thing about that story that makes me go, what is going on here, is the part where God says, the outcry that has come to me, that has reached me from Sodom and Gomorrah is so great that I want to go down and see if things are as bad as the cry that has reached me. And so that part of it is really interesting to me because, God has to go and see if it's as bad. Now that for me is perplexing, but the rest of it I have no problem with.
I have some details on it. To go and see was to go and look at some. How can I say it? It was to see if people were. It was like an alliance, and if you do that alliance, you need to be circumcised. So it was literally, I will go to look at the people there to see if they did it or not.
To see if they circumcised?
Because it was a sign that they were allied with God. So in that story, there is, in the story of the Bible, they were other gods. So that people, they were allied or not with Elohim. Yahweh was the one telling you to do that. So how can the angels will know if you were allied or not? If you were circumcised, you were allied with Yahweh. If not, you were allied with another
Luca,
Elohim.
You're saying God had to go down and check the wangs of people.
Yeah, but yes, it was like that.
By the way, goodbye to Danish Debater. Thank you for being here, and thanks for everybody who's still hanging out. Titan Uranus, glad you're here. Thanks for being here.
If you think about it, all about that story is like that, because God does not know how many right people are in that city. It does not make any sense if God knows everything. that discussion
He
with
didn't at that
Abraham
point.
is useless.
Mm.
So yeah, all the story is like that. If he
God
knows that,
evolved.
yeah. So that story for me make no sense. If you are God, you already know how many right people are there, and you can save Lot, not no matter what. If you really care about Abram and Lot, you can save Lot and tell Abram, okay, I destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, and here's Lot. Take
Well,
care. And
Luca, that's 100% what I was saying earlier. If I can't, if this is just written by people who are still developing their religion and didn't quite know God's powers, sure, the story makes sense. If God has been the same thing his entire time, and the book is either supposed to be historical lessons and or biblical teaching, where are either those things in the story? Otherwise, it's just fluff, you know? I mean, is it like the illustrations in the book that don't add anything to the story? Because otherwise, why is that in there? If not that they're developing their religion, and this is chronicling the development of what God is capable of doing.
But I do think that the powers of God are inconsistent throughout the story, because if you start reading like we do now, like God is making the universe as powerful as possible, is making an entire universe like that. Whoa, it's incredible. Then you get to the flood. It's not remaking a planet. What's a planet when you have made an entire universe? It's nothing. Why not take Noah and his people and just bring them to another planet? There are plenty. Why do not do that? More simple. And then you destroy the planet. Simple.
Yeah.
Why not? And then you get to Exodus, where you got the Magi from Egypt challenging God's miracles, and you have all those miracles, the plagues on Egypt, but it's not destroying Egypt. Egypt is fine still to this day, in fact. It's still there. And then you have less powerful miracles. I want you to take the Holy Land, and how much time that will make with the God of the Bible? A couple of seconds, a couple of weeks, month. It's still there. No one gave those people the Holy Land. It's not complete right now. So for me, and those were not my there was not a problem there for me, because I was a Catholic, so it was not like that's literal history. So I did not have a problem with that. But if you think about it, it makes no sense to me right now. But now I'm non-believer, so my perspective is that I read the Bible and I see just a book, and I do love to read books, fantasy book in particular. So I can say that the power level is not consistent. Please.
Yeah, there was a lot that you said there. And I understand your perspective. So I kind of wanted to jump and respond to Penny Carley here, because she's someone who's been communicating with me via email. She said, I want to ask about God's character. Studying Catholic and Christian and atheist arguments have made me develop a somewhat questionable view on God's character. I believe God is biased and chooses people to his liking and hates others unjustly for being born in a certain way. If we were all made in God's image, then why does God hate others for being born a certain way that isn't up to the norms. I don't believe that God hates people for being born a certain way. God loves all people. God desires that all people be saved. And I'm sorry if what you have discovered in looking into these causes you to question God's love or leads you to the place that you would think that, hate is what God is about, or that, hating certain types of people is what God is about. I think the Bible is clear that God is love, and that Jesus Christ loves everyone and desires that all of us be saved, and that he laid down his life for you and for everyone else. So, and Penny also says, I am a former Christian, quite like yourself, dear Mr. Luca.
Yeah. A lot of people are, not a lot where I live, because it's also a funny thing, because a lot of people say, yeah, you became an atheist because, yeah, it's fun, you can do whatever you want because there is no God anymore. But when you do became an atheist in the 90s Italy, it's not like you can do anything you want. You can do anything. If people knows that you are an atheist, you are an outsider. Everyone is a Catholic. Yeah, so it was not fun. My life, it was not really fun until recently. So yeah, I cannot see that. And I do not think that people became atheists to have fun or to follow their lust, as some people say. I don't think it's real, because let's face it, I'm not having the life of my... Yeah, I'm living a good life right now. I cannot say anything about it, but it's not like it's all fun and parties. I'm an atheist, so I gain a lot of money. No. I do well, but I'm not rich. I can do whatever I want, technically, but if you want to follow your lust, you need to be at least 2. So I'm not a ladies' man, so nothing there, and so on and so forth. It's not so fun.
Yeah, that I don't know if that's like a no true Scotsman fallacy or what exactly you'd call that when you're an atheist because you want to sin. Well, plenty of Christians sin. Oh, they're not real Christians anymore. It's just it's a conversation point that goes nowhere and seems to be just I guess jerk off by how awesome we are, sort of thing. It's just, I don't know. There's a word for it. I just don't know it. You hear it all the time. I know you've heard Christians say that, Rebekah. Don't lie.
And I mean, I would say I believe that's true in some cases. I do believe that is true in some cases.
Atheists choose to be atheists because we want to sin.
Some people are, yeah. But I'm not saying that's true of any of you guys. I mean, I don't know what all the reasons are, but I do think sin is powerful. It's it's deceptive, and people are often pulled into it, and so yeah.
I sin less and less the older I get, due to energy, hormone levels. I'm not into it anymore. So occasionally.
Penny says, I agree. My reason for sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to get back to the thing of God changing and him having to come down to earth and see how many people were wicked and all this. If you go back and you read old X-Men comics, Wolverine was really short, like 3.5, 4 feet tall, and he was very hairy. and he was like angry all the time. He was almost like a half man, half animal. Then later on, he gets taller and he's a little less hairy and more communicative and nuanced. Now he's Hugh Jackman. Different people wrote and drew him and drew the comics over a period of years. This is why he appears differently here and on all these intermediate stages and here. To try to figure it out and say, well, now what could have caused him? Maybe there was some radiation that made him grow taller and calmed him down and he lost some. Different people wrote differently at different times. There's no insight into the true nature of God. Okay, that's all. It's Occam's razor. It's Occam's razor.
Yeah.
Why is this? Well, what's the simplest explanation? And if there was anything to counter it, then you say, well, no, because we know this over here. God comes down and he reads off the names of everybody he's mad at, and then he raises somebody from the dead, and okay, yeah, well then we have to figure it out. But all we have is this book with all this weird stuff going on and all these insults and these people are wicked and these people are wicked and men who do this are wicked and it's the opinion of some men who wrote the book, and then later if some other men came along with a different opinion, they went back and they changed what the first guys said, and that was that homosexuality videos I sent you. Those Dr. Josh videos. It's the more I participate in this, the less I wasn't tempted to go back and start believing, but it just clarifies the whole thing, listening to it being defended. No, they just let it go. There's nothing to it. Sorry.
Rebekah, if you know some atheists that did became atheists to sin, please send them to my way, because I want to get into the cool parties and the secret lobbies with a lot of money. So
the inner circle. The first rule of the inner circle is you don't talk about the inner circle.
Inner circle, yes.
Yeah,
right. Now that puts you off a month.
And Penny wanted to offer her thoughts on this too. My reason for becoming an atheist is not to live an immoral life, as most Christians seem to depict atheists as. People become atheists because of the comparisons of facts and by logic. I do think that there are people who are being very thoughtful about this. And like you guys have clearly thought through a lot of issues and come to your conclusions, like with logic and reason and if Penny also says that's the way that she came to this conclusion. So, who am I to argue with that?
Yeah, but I would love to see an actual person being an atheist on that basis. Like, I want to sin. Of course, when you are an atheist, sin has no longer any meaning, because sin, it's only relative to God. So
right.
If you don't believe in God, sin, it's not a thing anymore.
Right.
It's not even a part of it. To my case, to be an outsider in 19th Italy, where I live in the north, but it's a small place, and people in small places are quite, how can I say that? Not very nice to different people. So it was like to risk a knife to the gut to became an outsider. It's not like you can say, yeah, I will become an atheist. No big deal. I was quite lucky. I need to say that in Italy, religion is not such a big thing. So if you no longer believe, it's fine, because a lot of people go to the church just to do so. So it's not like you will risk much, but it's still an outsider, someone that does not go to the church, and so on and so forth. And you, in a place where I live, not now. I'm glad that things are changed here, but back then in the 90s, you were different. You will risk your life, basically. And it was a part in my deconversion, because someone tried to put a knife in my throat. So yeah, it's not like you will not think about it.
Can I comment on wanting to sin?
Sure.
Sin is definitionally doing something that is offensive to God.
Right.
It doesn't. So you say, well, I don't believe there's a God, so there's no sin. That doesn't mean people can still do horrible things to each other. And my values haven't changed. We talked about Matthew 25. I'm here to help. This is how we evolve in small groups. If we didn't help with each other, if we weren't kind to each other, we wouldn't survive. And somebody that was too much of a problem was either killed or kicked out of the group because he was affecting everyone and being selfish and irresponsible. Forrest Valkai, do you know Forrest Valkai? He does these TikToks and he does YouTube. It's called Renegade Science. He's a really neat guy, and he's a biologist and a science teacher. And he does a lot of TikToks, and then he does these compilations where he does 8 or 10 of his TikToks on YouTube. He did this one, I just saw it the other day. He has the replica, I assume it's a replica of a skull of a Homo erectus, which was like before, between the Australopithecines, after Homo habilis, but before Homo sapiens or Denisovans or something like that. So it's a skull of an old man. He has no teeth, and when you lose a tooth, the bone closes up, so the socket where the tooth was isn't there anymore. This guy has no teeth, and his sockets are all closed up. He was an old man with no teeth, but he survived long enough for that to happen. So he was cared for by his community, and this is two or three species back from us. The Bible was long, hundreds of thousands of years in the future before it was written. The concept of God maybe didn't exist, maybe at that time. There was kindness and care and concern, one person for another. That's morality. That's the basis of morality. And part of it, it's innate to us. And the fact that some people don't have it. There are people that just don't have, and that's the way they're born. That's their brain is not normal compared to the majority of the population. That should tell you something. It was selected for as we evolve. The more empathetic you were, the more successful your group was, and then you survived and produced more offspring, and then those traits were reinforced. So yeah, no, there's no sin, but there's a lot of bad things people can do, but we know not to. And unless something's going wrong, people should act right.
Penny says, not to be offensive, but I believe most religious sects' methods in bringing people into religion is by scaring them into it. Unfortunately, that it does happen a lot. And I am very against scaring people into believing through, like, especially with hell and eternal conscious torment in hell. And I mean, there's some really terrible stories of, I have friends that have been very scarred from that. So, yeah. Titan Uranus says, how about if we become secular humanists, start behaving and taking personal responsibility instead of doing horrible things and saying, God forgives my sins? Maybe the world would be a better place. Well, this is how I want to respond to that. We shouldn't do horrible things. We should do all the things that Bob is saying. We should care for each other. We should care for the poor. We should, treat each other with honor and respect and love. But if we look around at the world, we can see that that is not what is happening, right? And we tend to think, oh, it's the other bad people. They're the ones with the problem. I'm a good person. I do this. And it's those people over there. They're the ones that are bad. They're the ones that are making the world a horrible place, right? But guess what? Those people over there, they also think that they are pretty good people and that it's other people making the world a horrible place. And so the truth is we are all part of the problem, and we are all part of making the world a terrible place. Right now, I'm not saying we don't do good. I believe you, Bob, when you say you're doing good things for people. You know what? I'm doing good things for people too, but I'm also doing things that are not good, even despite my best efforts to try to do good. And so this is the state that God has come to save us from. And so it isn't a, hey, you can't just wash it all away with God forgives my sins. But actually, we were all so desperately needing to have that corruption cleansed from us that God did make a solution through Jesus Christ. And yes, Jesus Christ cleanses us from our sins. And yes, you can always be forgiven of your sins, no matter how far you have fallen. And so there's somebody in the chat that's talking about, hey, I want to stop sinning. I'm right now in the process of, I've fallen off the wagon. I'm doing things that I shouldn't be doing. And so, I just want to assure you that there's always forgiveness for sins. And, of course, we want to try to make things right. So if you're doing something that's harming other people, especially, then, do what you can to make that right and stop sinning. But always know that God's forgiveness, God's power, God's love, it will never fail you. And Jesus's blood will never fail to cleanse you from your sins.
Can I say something?
Sure.
But, when you say that, I cannot understand the thing. When you think about God and His plan, to me, right now, of course, I'm not longer a believer from quite some time. And God's plan make no sense to me, because if you think about it, it starts from the creation, perfect creation, and Adam and Eve messed up. So God, if is perfect, He was permitting that. Okay, and you say that was all part of the plan. Then you have the flood. The people were wicked. We don't know why. We don't know what they did. We don't know anything about them, but they were wicked. Just think about it as from an outside perspective. If someone tells to you, yeah, those people were wicked, so I killed them all. Why they're wicked? Don't care. Don't think about it. I killed them all. Okay, second time, they killed them all. Only 8 people yes, remaining 8 people selected from God. And from that, you get to a disaster. The world, some century after, a disaster. Other gods, people killing each other, a mess.
Luca,
then,
I got to butt in real quick. I'm going to head out. Thanks for letting me in, Rebecca. Take care, guys.
Hey, thank you so much, Jorge.
Yeah, and then you get to Jesus. You send your son, you kill your son, that's yourself, because Jesus is God. So you kill yourself to pardon a crime that you can just pardon. I don't know why you need to kill yourself to do it, but fine. And then we are now in a fallen world, with people telling us that the world is about to end because it's fallen and it's wrong, and so on and so forth. So I cannot get the big idea, because I just see someone screwing up times and times over. If you want to do something, you can do it because you are God. So why do that times and times over? Why destroy the world in the flood if what came after it's a complete chaos? Because Bronze Age, it was quite a chaos. Why send your son, that's also you, and let people kill it to remove sin? We all are saved, but we are still sinning right now. The world is fallen, everything is falling out, it's horrible. So I cannot get it from an outside perspective, of course.
Yeah, I understand that. And so there's the concept that actually Jesus introduced about his kingdom. You know, he said the kingdom of God would be like yeast, a small amount of yeast that spreads through a big amount of dough. Okay. And so this is how God is bringing in his kingdom. Is, you know, Jesus died on the cross, Jesus rose again. He invites us to participate in his kingdom, to become members of his kingdom. And as we do, and as we're following Jesus, his kingdom, the things that are of his kingdom, are coming into this world. So in God's kingdom, there's no hate. In God's kingdom, there's no sickness. In God's kingdom, there's no death. So the things of God's kingdom, as we are members of God's kingdom, we're bringing the things of God's kingdom into this world, and God's kingdom is spreading. So right now we don't see the fullness of it. Actually, we see, like you said, the world is quite a mess. And sometimes I think the reason, you know, people have an unrealistic expectation, they feel like this present world should be like Disneyland. But God has never promised that this world system would be like Disneyland. It's a corrupt world system, and it's passing away, and it's being replaced by God's kingdom, which is slowly spreading throughout the earth, person by person, choice by choice. We are choosing every day whether we're bringing the things of God's kingdom to manifest in this world, or if we're choosing the ways of the world, and, you know, choosing to bring the corrupt things of God's system, of the world system. So, you know, even today as a child of God, I still have to choose today, what am I manifesting here in this world? Am I going to be a vessel of God's love and of destroying you know, the things that are not, you know, that are making the world corrupt, or am I going to participate in making the world a corrupt place? And so, you know, God's kingdom is slowly advancing, and that's how Jesus said it would be. And I think, I mean, the Bible says eventually this, you know, world system is going to be fully replaced by God's kingdom. And for all who belong to him, we will all be part of that kingdom eternally.
My question is, if we are talking about God and religion, so I can understand that you have a bias, and it's normal to do so, but just think about a different person that say to you, okay, I will do that and it will be fine. I don't know, I will kill this bunch of people because it was happening in the Bible, and I will regrow their society from very small numbers, and it will be fine. And then it's not fine. And then it does another thing, and it will be fine in due time. And 10 years, 20 years, a century, 10 centuries, 20 centuries. How much time before you say, yeah, maybe there is something wrong with it? Because if you read the Bible, just think about it. From 8 people, you are God. You have all the power you want. You have all the knowledge you want. You are starting from 8 people, selected from yourself. And what's the result from that? You can influence them. You can talk with them. There are only 8 people. You can give them a religion. You can give them a culture. You can give them instruction. And you are God. You do know everything. You are perfect. And what you get from that? The Bronze Age.
I guess I'm not sure, like, is there a question there, or are you just sharing your perspective?
Someone so powerful and with so many things known, his knowledge is infinite. How can he start from 8 people and get to the Bronze Age?
Yeah. Well,
there wasn't enough people alive to build the step pyramid. If you
that's another different topic. My topic is from someone that believes in it. I don't think that's real, of course, but if you think that's real, you have God with 8 people, perfect conditions. You can influence them. You can. It's not like you will remove their
you would think that things would have been better sooner.
Yeah, they will be almost perfect, even if you can let them choose to do bad things. But if you can influence them, you can give them instruction. Only 8 people.
Yeah.
And you did press the reset button. You have only 8 people. You can do whatever you want. It's not like you need to remove their free will. You do not need to. Just think the culture now. It's much better, even if we are still humans, but we do things much better than the Bronze Age. And you have God, the perfect being. He knows everything. He has everything under control. Only 8 people, and you can do everything you want with it. Instruct them, tell them what to do, give them a perfect religion, the perfect book, whatever you want, and you get to the Bronze Age. That was a mess.
Well, you know, Luca, when I read the Bible, I see God telling people to do a lot of things. But
yeah. Okay,
I see them not doing what God told them to do, right? So you're right. God could control everyone if he wanted to, but he hasn't chosen to operate that way. I want to respond to Titan Uranus before Bob goes off on me for whatever he's upset about right now. Okay, so Titan Uranus says, it's a funny name, by the way. Do you realize that a secular humanist gets to that exact same place without the extra step of a deity? So what he's talking about, he's responding to me saying, hey, we're making like the choice about making the world a better place, you know, one choice at a time, one person at a time, right? And you're right that a secular humanist can get pretty far with making choices that will be good for the world. And I'm thankful for people who are making choices that, are helping the world, even if they don't believe in God. There's lots of people who are doing very good things for the world without believing in God. But they're actually not doing it without God, because God he is the source of our existence. He's the source of our reality. So nothing that we're doing is truly apart from God. You can do a lot of good things without believing in God, but everything stems from God. Life itself comes from God. And there's only so far that human ability can take us. And the solution to death comes from God. The solution to the ultimate problems that we have, it does come from God. And I don't see a path where humans are going to overcome, things like death without God. Although it's possible, who knows, we could come up with some technology, right, to keep people alive a lot longer. But the ultimate point I'm making is that, yes, you can do a lot of great things without believing in God, but God is the source of your existence. So nothing is truly done without God.
Yes.
I thought I was going to get a turn.
Yeah, I think Bob needs a turn.
Okay. First, I'll make a smart remark, and then I'll.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good thing a lot of people didn't do some of the things the Bible tells them to do. Okay, there's that.
Okay, like what, Bob?
Well, he said you're saying, oh, we're not going to solve the problem of death without God. Why do we think it's a problem? Because our brains are huge, and we can conceive. We're really upset at death. When someone we love dies, or we see someone die, it's very upsetting to us because we identify with that. When, like out in the chicken coop, every so often a chicken will get sick and die. The other chickens aren't upset. They don't, oh, he's gone. So if we recognize that it's our perspective, no other animal is worried about that. When they're at their point of their being killed by another animal to be eaten because that's the way things are set up, it's upsetting to them. But they don't go through life wondering, oh, am I going to die today? Or Larry died yesterday. If we think in terms of, well, we're part of the natural world, and everything in the natural world dies. So let's make the most of it while we're here. Be nice to each other, help each other, do things for ourselves sometimes. Don't make up this other complication of, oh, there's somebody who's watching you and cares about what you do and wants you to think this. It's once I switched from that worldview, somebody's out there cares about what I'm doing and watches what I'm doing and wants me to believe certain things, or maybe he doesn't. I don't know. It's very confusing book. Worrying about that all the time. And he's in your head. That's where God lives. He's in your head. I'm watching you. What are you sure you want to, are you sure that's what I want? Once you realize he's not really there, I mean, that's the difference. That's the thing I talked about, how happy I was, how much more relaxed I was. I'm gonna die. Boo-hoo. I'm gonna try to live my best life until then. And I probably got a lot less time than everyone here, unless you're very unlucky.
Yes.
Welcome
so don't
back,
worry
Nathan.
about death isn't a problem. If we say, well, death isn't a problem, it's a thing.
Yes.
It's a thing. We got to live.
Yeah. Well, now I was just thinking we should probably end the stream because I really need a drink of water. But now I've been told Pinecreek is over, or Pinecreek's off the other channel or whatever. So maybe people will come back here. So
I need to do something fluid related too. I won't go into detail.
Really? Okay. So who's gonna hold it down while I go get a drink of water? Somebody take over.
You're gonna keep going? Okay.
The chickens, I say. I want to hear what the chickens have to say.
Well, they're being nice. They're being quiet. Why don't I run and come back while you're coming back in YouTube?
Okay.
All right, Luca and Nathan.
We all do that. Let's all go to the toilet.
I don't know him.
We can all go to the toilet and just leave that out.
Nice to see you, Nathan. What's up?
Yeah. Okay. So Dargan Dorp, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but he wants to be entertained. So what are we talking about?
No.
I'm leaving you guys with the chickens. I really need some water. I'll be right back.
See you later.
See you in a bit.
Okay. So, what's up? Why you are here?
Yeah,
I don't know anything about you. So, I'm an atheist.
Why I'm here?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm probably leaning towards atheism at the minute. So yeah.
Yes.
What about yourself?
Really?
Where do you sit in these discussions?
It's really interesting. Tell me about that, because I became an atheist from quite some time ago. I say 20 years ago, more or less. So yes, I'm really interested.
From my point of view, it's not so much that it's not so much like atheism as a standalone belief. It's more the way that I think that reality is metaphysical naturalism, right? So all of spatiotemporal reality is comprised of natural entities. There are all of causal reality is natural. There are no supernatural things. I mean, these are quite difficult terms to define, right? But I think something as vague as that is going to have to do. And being interrupted by the chickens.
It's not like
and then that just kind of entails that there are no supernatural beings, right? If that's the way the world is, that it's exhausted by natural stuff, then there isn't any room for supernatural stuff or disembodied minds or anything like that. And so it just entails atheism, right? If that's the way the world is.
To be an atheist is just to not believe in a God. It's not like it's a belief.
Well, I positively would say, look, I think that's a fine definition of it, but I would actually say that what I'm proposing, the answer would be, if someone asked, do you believe in God? The answer would be no, right? It would positively be the assertion that there is no God, because what I'm telling is a metaphysical story about the way reality is that just doesn't include any gods, right? I'm saying,
I don't believe in a God. I can say maybe there is God, but I'm still an atheist, because if I don't
that's
believe
one
in it,
use that some communities
yes,
use, right?
But I think it's the correct
I'm saying that's a legitimate use.
Yes.
Well, there isn't a correct use. There are just many uses, right?
Of course, it's a convention, but for me,
because it's not going to be fruitful.
Mm-hmm.
In like a discussion about God's existence, right? If you're just going to go, well, I just don't have any beliefs about that. That's the end of the conversation, right? There isn't anything more to be said. But if you come to the table for a discussion about God's existence in that's a philosophical context, and then like the position is the negative, right? That God doesn't exist. But if it's just I don't have any beliefs about that, I'm kind of innocent or something, then okay, you just don't kind of participate in the discussion, or perhaps you adopt theism. You go, I don't know, but I'm not going to say anything about the way the world is, right? I'm not going to like say there are no gods or anything like that, because that would be that would be to describe a belief commitment to the case. I'm not saying that people can't use that definition, but I think that use of atheism is more a political term, because then it encapsulates what secular atheist ideologies are trying to get across, which is that people who are innocent, of the kind of ideology of theism, still should be encapsulated under atheist ideologies, in the sense that they shouldn't have like political laws and things made about them that would only follow from a theistic worldview. So I think that the other term belongs more in like a political space than it does in like a philosophical and religious discussion space.
I just think that you can have both. Like, I can say that I don't know if a God exists or not, but I can talk about a specific God, because maybe I can say, yeah, there is a God, but first of all, what's a God? It's something eternal, so energy will qualify, or it's a specific God, like the God of the Bible, so I can talk about it. Because if we say, yeah, there is or there is not a God, yeah, you must define a God. And a God, it's not like the God of the Bible, because there are different kind of gods. Like, I love Japan and their culture, and their gods are not ours gods. They are very less powerful beings. There are a lot of them. Or if you go to Hinduism, they have millions of gods. What's a god?
I agree. But
Yeah,
I think if someone in a philosophical context, though, of talking about the way that the world is, if someone asks you the question, well, how do you think the world is? Do you think that it's true of the world that gods exist? How would you answer?
I don't think so. I think that's only nature is real, but to be sure of it, it's another different thing. But I don't think that there is a God. To God, I say, for me, a God, it's a supernatural being with a knowledge, a personality, and it not in our reality, because God is outside reality, in some way. So yeah.
And do you see how, in answering the question in that way, that there is actually content to a belief, right? And the content is that there isn't a God, right? That like, so even though you could say, well, it's not like the word atheism just has one use, and that singular use means that there is no God. But in this context of like a philosophical discussion, when you identify as an atheist, you are like taking a positive position with content to it, right? That it's not just like I'm just innocent of the questions. Like
no,
I'm just
I
secular,
don't believe
right?
there is a God, of course. But to have a belief, it's not to assert that that's the only thing that can be real. I believe something, but it's not like I can prove that God does not exist. It's impossible to do so. Also depends on the God, of course. I can do much more on the Christian God. I think that the Susanoo God from Shintoism, because I do know a lot less about that.
I think it is possible in so it depends what you mean by proof, right? But like using proof in like a colloquial sense, of you can put arguments together which conclude that God doesn't exist. I think it is possible to play the philosophy of religion game and like produce those arguments, right? And I think that some of them are successful, or at least as successful as the arguments for God's existence are purported to be as well. But,
yeah, but I don't think you can get to a level of certainty as something like chemistry, or like if I put some kind of compound in a beaker and I will do something, I can know the results because I'm a chemist, so I can know that and I can show it to you. When we talk about God, we cannot do the same. And it will be very, very nice to do so. Like, there is a God, so we can test that, and that would be cool, but it's not possible. So I cannot say to you there is no God, because what's a God in the first place? And then how can I test that hypothesis? How can I test the not existence of a God? And
Well,
when
I'd say we consider it like a hypothesis, like the theist sort of. So in the vast majority of theistic arguments, and I mean, I think that religious people should actually push back against this use of God in philosophy of religion. But God's put forward as a hypothesis, as an explanation that explains certain features of the world. So, for example, the fine tuning that we see is something like that, the fine tuning of the cosmological constants for the universe, or perhaps the fact that the universe began to exist, or something like that. God's proposed as an explanation for various phenomena that is proposed as features of the universe. And I think that atheists, it's basically open to atheists to do the exact same thing, right? To conditionalize on everything that we know about the world and arbitrarily invent numbers, just like the theists do, for what their credence levels are and prior probabilities and so forth, and then just assign some wacky high number to the proposition that God does not exist, and say, look, I've got a really, if one wants to constrain themselves to playing the philosophy of religion game, I think that's that if it's available to the theist to do that, it's also open to the atheist to do that in principle, right? Now,
yes,
you might say, well, given someone who is aware of everything that a modern person should know about the natural world and the sciences and stuff like that, we shouldn't be as confident in the kinds of claims about, like, so this would be just a general kind of like epistemic claim, right? So someone who knows the maximum amount of facts that you can reasonably expect someone to know shouldn't be as confident in their claims about theistic belief or not non-belief as they are in claims about the natural world or something like that. But I think that's I think still, in principle, even if that is true, in principle, someone maybe with more limited knowledge could be like more confident in atheism than they are that this pen's going to fall or something. They just might not know very much about physics or how gravity works. So they might have like weird beliefs about gravity, but actually they've got very strong beliefs about the amount and distribution of evil in the world, and that really isn't expected under the hypothesis that an all-living God created the world or something. So it's like, well, yeah, I'm really confident that theism isn't true, but I'm not. I mean, this is just an impossible point, though, so it's kind of a little bit pointless. I don't know.
I don't discuss philosophy because it's not my forte, and let's face it, I do not know anything about it. I'm very pragmatic as person. I'm a very pragmatic person. So if you want to convince me of something, show it to me. Let's do some experiment and let's put some data, raw data in it. I think that's fascinating to discuss about these things from a philosophy perspective, but it's not really my thing because I'm a really down to earth person. So you want to show me that God is real? Okay, let's set some sort of experiment and let's prove it.
So, well, I agree with you, right? But so I'm gonna play devil's advocate. But the argument that I'm gonna play devil's advocate with, I'm gonna caveat by saying I hate this argument. I think it's ridiculously stupid, and I hate when people use it. It makes me think that they're stupid. But here goes the argument anyway. Okay, so the cosmos that we find ourselves in is fine-tuned for life like ours to exist. Okay, so what do I mean by that it's fine-tuned? There's a set of cosmological constants. I think it's 32 constants, like the value of the weak nuclear force, the strong nuclear force, etc. And if they varied by just a little bit, then life wouldn't be able to exist at all in the format that we know it to exist. So life like ours, embodied life, is very morally valuable. It's just the kind of life that God would want to produce, is embodied agents like us who can be incredibly who are morally worthwhile, because we live lives where we make decisions that have impact on other people's lives. It kind of like builds our character throughout a lifespan because of the nature of physical interaction and so forth. So God has just the desire to produce creatures like us. So on the hypothesis that God exists, the idea that the cosmological constants would be the values that they are, right? These very specific life-permitting values is highly expected, okay? But on naturalism, on God not exist, so let's say it's something really low. Let's say it's just like 1% expected, right? On theism, that the fine-tuning constants would be what they are. So that's still pretty low. Now on atheism, or the hypothesis that God does not exist, the expectation of the fine-tuning constants being what they are is 1 in 10 to the 55. So we don't have like good intuitions about just how small 1 in 10 to the 55 is, but it's something like if you took all the atoms in the universe or something, that still wouldn't be enough to make up that number. That's just how small of a number it is. So you can see how even if we only grant 1% chance on theism that God would do this, it's still way more expected on theism. So rational people should believe that the fine-tuning of the universe is actually evidence for God's existence, right? Like that's physical data. Physicists agree that the constants are fine-tuned in this way to allow life like ours to exist. So does that like kind of move the dial for you at all? Is that the kind of data that you want? Or?
No, because when I think about that, I just think that if we are alive, it's because the conditions are good for life. If you have anything different, first of all, we don't know if it's even possible to have another set of conditions. So it's even possible to have that, we don't know. And even if that's possible, we will not be alive in those conditions. So we are there because there are those conditions. It's not like that those conditions were created for us. It's just that we find ourselves in a universe that can support us. And if you don't have those kind of conditions, you are not even a being. So we don't know even if it's possible to create stable universe from anything else. So if this is the only condition possible, the probability is 1. Even if there are others, if they are not stable, they will collapse sooner or later, and we will get to the universe we observe today in a way or another. And even if it was a probability on any number, if we are here, it's because those probability were met. It does not matter.
But isn't that question begging though? I think so. I think that misunderstands what that objection misunderstands the probabilistic nature of the argument though. So don't you think that we ought to believe the more probabilistically likely explanation for something rather than the less probabilistically likely explanation for something?
Hold up. I gotta understand where we're coming from here, because it sounds like, Nathan, you're arguing against your position right now. Is that what you're doing?
Oh yeah, I am. Yeah.
But
yeah, I'm saying I don't think this argument works, but not for these reasons, right?
Okay, I see. Okay.
My point is, if you have a very low probability to win the lottery, how much probability to win the lottery you have after you win the lottery?
Well, I think that this is a great point, right? So say you win the lottery 5 times in a row, okay?
No, just one.
There's 2 explanations.
You need to win the
let's
lottery
make it 5.
one
We want to
time.
make it... But let's make it five times in a row, just because it's even less likely that you win it 5 in a row if they're independent events, right? Than just the one time in a row. So you win it 5 times in a row, and there's 2 explanations. One explanation is that it was rigged in your favor, and the other explanation is that it's not rigged in your favor. Would you say that winning it 5 times in a row actually would be evidence in favor of the hypothesis that it's rigged in your favor? Say if you've won it 5 times in a row and you're about to go on to win it a 6th, that winning it that 6th time would actually constitute evidence that it is rigged in your favor, rather than in favor of the hypothesis that it isn't rigged in your favor.
The problem here is you don't know in this case, because we don't know about any other kind of universe. So yes, you won the lottery 5 times, but you don't know how many people were participating to that lottery. You got the only 5 tickets available, so you would have won, rigged or not. Because we don't know if even it's possible to get to other condition. So if they cannot be feasible, you cannot have a universe different from ours. So we are here after the fact, because the universe is a thing, it's there. So we do know that happened. And we are saying a lot of things about probability, fine-tuning, but we don't really know how we got there. So we are talking about things we don't know. You won the lottery 5 times over, but you were the only one doing that. You were the only one picking up those numbers. You will get to win eventually if you are the only one, right?
But I'm not really sure how this addresses the comparison of explanations, right? Because there's the two explanations, and one of them seems to be preferred by the evidence that we have, because on the likelihood, which is the probability of the evidence given the hypothesis, so that the likelihood of me winning a lottery ticket, given that it's rigged in my favor, is really high, right? But the likelihood of me winning the lottery, given that it isn't rigged in my favor, is really low. So the reason that if I win a lottery ticket, that say I win a lottery ticket 1 time, right, I don't instantly think that it's rigged, is because that the hypothesis that it's rigged has a really, really low prior probability. So what we do is we take into account the prior probability and the likelihood in order to work out what our posterior probability should be. But in this case, what I'm saying is when the likelihood is such a massive number, like in the case of when we compare the likelihoods of the expectedness of fine-tuning given atheism to the expectedness of fine-tuning given theism, that the difference is so big that even if we have really, really low prior probabilities, that the fine-tuning is going to be really, really good evidence. So that's why I'm trying to say, even if we have a really low prior probability that the lottery would be rigged in our favor, right? Then, and by the way, Leo, I'm playing devil's advocate before you come in and start. But even if we have a really, really low prior probability that the lottery is rigged in our favor, then the more and more evidence that we get, as in the more and more times we win the lottery on independent events, well, those all get multiplied out, and they begin at a certain point to actually overcome our low prior probability that that the lottery is rigged in our favor. And there's a certain point at which, after having won it so many times, that we should actually rationally ought to believe that it has been rigged in our favor, because the credence would go above 0.5 at a certain point, even if it was 0.00001 at some low point. And what the theist is saying is it's basically the same as we look at, the kind of order and physical evidence of the universe. That as we layer these things in, at a certain point, it just has to bring us above 0.5. And physicists agree on these fine-tuning constants being what they are, and that if they were different, you couldn't have life like ours.
But what I'm telling you, it's how can you measure a probability of something like that if you don't know even how you got there? That's my problem. Because let's take our planet as an example. they say that's perfect for us, and it's not even true. But okay, but if you look to the universe, there are plenty of planets void of life. So we are for now at least, the only one planet with life. We are the lucky ones. So
what's the different that's but still the fact that we exist is evidence that we have to conditionalize on, right? That life like ours exists, and that the universe is fine-tuned to permit life like ours to exist at all, because in all these other ways the world could have been, right, a massive number of possible combinations of these different cosmological constants, the cosmological constants, one of them, sorry, of these different fine-tuning variables, it doesn't permit for any life at all. In most of these worlds, there's not even like any interactions whatsoever. Stuff just like, boom, doesn't even interact or anything.
But you have billions of planets, and if you have enough planets, you will get to the point where something will happen. Like we are here, and so it was possible. And if you like the lottery, you have a very low probability to win, but someone will win always. So yeah,
I feel like we're
but the
kind of
point is
going
that
in
we're
circles.
comparing.
Yeah.
Well,
I feel like we're going in
I think
circles.
it's just not been understood. But yeah, sorry.
So, Nathan, I'm curious about what is, you're making the argument for fine tuning. So why is that not a compelling argument for you? Is you're presenting it as a compelling argument? So why doesn't it cause you
because
to
I don't think
more heavily weight theism? Sorry.
Well, I mean, one of the things I would critique in general is like the Bayesian. Like, I don't think we can give priors for these things. So I don't think we can give a prior probability for God exists, like sans any of our like things that we know about the world and stuff like that. So that's going to just destroy the form altogether. Another thing is going to be, well, the expectedness of fine tuning given theism, right? Like, do we really know what God desires? Like, does God desire beings like us over universes that contain nothing? I mean, you're going to specify your evidence in the hypothesis, right? And then that just becomes really ad hoc. Another issue that I have with fine-tuning is that I don't actually think that fine-tuning is evidence that we have to conditionalize on. So the idea of fine-tuning is basically that God has to create a world with psychophysical laws, right, like ours, but it assumes a kind of physicalism about the mind, where mental properties are realized by physical properties. So you have to have the kind of physical arrangements that we have in order to have mental properties. And now I'm going to say that actually, from God's point of view, right, he could instantiate any world with different psychophysical laws. He could instantiate worlds where just souls exist on their own, or where there are more friendly psychophysical laws, so such as like electrons and things like that have the kind of mental states that we do. So given that God could do any of these things, it's not true that our universe then is like fine-tuned for life, and then we don't have to actually conditionalize on that to get the, just reject the fine-tuning altogether at that point. So I think those are more plausible objections. I also think, I mean, even if you grant the argument, right, it's not clear what it does. Like, even if you go all the way through with the argument, okay, I've modified my posterior based on fine-tuning. Now what? Like, I've got to take into account everything else that I know about the world. I mean, does that push me over the edge to theism? It's not clear that it does, especially if I'm going to take something like the problem of evil seriously, or any of the other things about the world, like the meager moral fruits of Christian believers, things like that.
Okay. So, Leo, did you want to respond?
I would just say that the universe isn't finely tuned.
It's not?
No.
Your mic is a little low. Let me see if I can raise it.
Oh no, that's because my arm, my actual mic arm wasn't down. Yeah, the universe,
Okay.
it isn't finely tuned for anything, and certainly not life. That presupposes that life has some privileged frame of reference in the universe. Which, what's the argument for that?
Well, I think Nathan already kind of went through those things, like, and I couldn't like present this argument myself because I don't really make arguments like that. But Nathan, if you want to rehash,
well, I mean, when I look at the constants and parameters of the universe, I don't see something that like would tell me, oh, this is all centered around life. And this is why. So when we look at the total mass energy density of the universe, 4%, a whopping 4% of it is baryonic mass, which is what we're made of. Now, of that 4%, 99.99999999999% of it is in the form of plasma, which can't sustain life. We are constructed of such an infinitesimally small amount of the universe. The idea that this is all here and designed and structured for us, I think, is just ridiculous. Not to mention, any form of life as we understand it would die quite quickly in 99.99999999999% of the universe. How is life privileged in any way, shape, or form? We would die on, humans would die on at least 71% of the earth because we can't live in water. To say that even the earth is finely tuned, it just doesn't make sense.
Nathan, do you agree with that?
Well, I think that
I have to use Nathan. I can't make this argument.
Channeling my inner Luke Barnes, right? Okay. So you're not denying that life like ours does exist. And I agree, the rest of the universe is really hostile. And that's in a universe where the constants do permit life because we exist, right? So just think of all those other universes that could have been with different fine-tuning constants, just how hostile they're going to be to life if the one that does permit life, it only exists on our planet. I think the thing that you have to deny, so the evidence that is being put forward to conditionalize on is that both the cosmological, I keep saying the fine-tuning constants are such that they permit any life at all to exist whatsoever like ours, right? And so long as you're committed to both of those things, by saying that most of the rest of the universe doesn't allow life to exist, it doesn't actually object to the things that the fine tuner is saying that you've got to conditionalize on for the argument to succeed.
I don't think that because life can be in the universe, that the way the universe is structured was to that. And this is the problem. When the term fine-tuned is used, despite the fact that apologists may disagree up and down, it doesn't matter. You can't separate that term from the concept of intention. To tune something finely presupposes that there's an intention doing the tuning to some intended outcome, which is why I just claim that the fine-tuning argument is one big ass affirming the consequent.
Okay. Should we leave it at that and go on to a next subject?
I mean, we can do, yeah.
I wrote a joke for Luca.
Okay, let's hear it.
Good.
I hope I run into an evolutionary biologist over the next couple of days, because what I'm going to do is I'll say, "Are you still looking for Luca? Because I was just online with him the other day." Did it? No. You like it?
It's all right. It's not bad. It's not bad. Not enough to like generate an out loud laugh, but it's kind of covered.
No, I'm not the one to laugh so much, so it was good. It was.
I have.
It was not the first one.
Has somebody said that to you before? I mean, like, is this something you've heard before? Okay.
I got some people from Young Earth's creationism channels like, yeah, you are doing that, you are using that name because you believe in the last common universal ancestor. No, it's my name. It's my real name. Yeah, my name is Luca Medugno, and that's my name. But a lot of people thought differently back then. Yeah,
I didn't really.
Can I say one more thing with regard to the
Sure.
fine-tuning argument with respect to an analogy? To me, the fine-tuning argument would be like a fish observing that the ocean seems to be perfectly designed for it to live in it, and thereby concluding that therefore the ocean is perfect. It was designed for it to live within it because it's very agile in water. It breathes the water. All of the food and the shelter that it needs is in the water. Therefore, the ocean must have been designed for fish. But that doesn't make sense. Fish
I think
evolved.
that's a great assumption
I
for
agree
a
as
fish
well.
to
Fish-
make.
Yeah.
Fish evolved
I
to
agree as
survive
well.
in the ocean. The ocean wasn't designed around fish. Life evolved to survive in the universe. The universe wasn't built around life.
It's
Well,
Douglas
I think
Adams'
that this
puddle
misunderstands
analogy.
the form of the argument. But I do think that this misunderstands the form of the argument, because the theist is going to say, like, yeah, that's right. A fish ought to rationally conclude, right, given the probability on other hypotheses, on non-theistic hypotheses, that there would be a universe on which there are, like rocky planets with water such that contains the mineral content and so forth, that would even permit for the evolution to take place for them to exist in the form that they're in, right? The probability of that is far more expected on theism than it is on not theism. On not theism, like through random chance or whatever, it's like it's minuscule. And so when you multiply out those likelihoods by the prior probability, so even if the prior probability is really, really low, you end up with theism, right? I do think that doesn't actually engage with the point that the theist wants to make in putting forward this argument.
Then I guess I'm not understanding the point that the theist is trying to make. Because if they're not saying that the universe is designed such that we can exist in it, then I don't know what the point
they
of
are
fine-tuning
saying
argument
that.
is. But that just
They are
wouldn't
saying
be
that.
true, though. Like, we can look at the universe and tell, obviously,
that's
this is
begging the
not
question,
because
isn't
of life. I don't think so. I think it's just a result of us looking at the universe. Obviously, life is not the goal. Assuming that there's a goal to the design of the universe seems to be presupposing that it is designed for something, by something with an intention. That hasn't been established yet.
I don't think people who put forward the fine-tuning argument are assuming it. I think saying that it isn't, right, would be to just assume the conclusion. But what the theist is proposing that people do who engage with the fine-tuning argument is that they basically compare the likelihoods, which is the expectedness of the evidence given different hypotheses, multiply that out by whatever their prior is, and see if it actually comes out with theism on top. So they're saying, well, let's compare those different hypotheses, right? One that it isn't theism and one that it is theism, and we'll see what they come out as. And likelihoods, likelihoods are different from priors, right? We take into account the priors, and the prior might be really low that God exists. So but the likelihood that there are noises in my closet, given that there are gremlins right in my closet, the likelihood is really high. But the hypothesis that there are gremlins in my closet, given that there are noises in my closet, which is a different thing, that's the probability. The probability of the hypothesis given the evidence, that's still really low. And that's because the prior of gremlins existing is like so low that when we multiply it out by the likelihood, it still comes out low. And that could be like a legitimate response, right, to the fine-tuning argument. But to say my prior is just so low that even this massive number doesn't make a dent in it. But that's like our response to the argument, right? Rather than just saying, well, it just isn't that way.
Yeah, I don't think that there's an expectation value for what the universe would look like given either naturalism or theism. I don't think one can establish that.
Yeah, I think that's a good response as well.
And another response I think is good to the fine-tuning is, if God wanted a universe where life was the outcome, why did he restrict the probability space such that the odds of life developing are so improbable?
Yeah, I think that's another good response, because one way to respond to because often the Bayesianism thing is used in order to kind of like lend credibility to the argument and kind of dress it up in a mathsy suit and make it kind of seem all official, right? But if you're going to do proper Bayesianism, then it's like, well, let's conditionalize on everything, like every piece of evidence that we have. And a different piece of evidence is that, life and minds are late and local to the universe, and they only exist in this one. So then, you take into account the rest of that evidence as a different piece of evidence to the fine-tuning evidence. But that's going to then, however much fine-tuning might raise, your credence, then stuff like that is surely going to bring it down as you compare hypotheses. Because then you can compare what's the likelihood on theism that there would be massive amounts of empty dead space with nothing in, and just this one random rocky planet with life on. It's well, that's probably pretty low given theism, but it's pretty high given not theism, and then those likelihoods might cancel out the other things. So I think that is a good way of engaging with it.
I have a question for Leo. How we can get, in your opinion, to have probabilities on something like that? Because it's not like we can know how many kinds of universe we can get from what? From energy, from something.
So is the question, how do we establish the probability of a universe being fine-tuned anyway?
Are telling us that there are very low probabilities to get there, but how can you say that?
I don't know how we establish a probability for fine-tuning.
Okay,
well, the big problem with me is I don't know what is meant by fine-tuning. There's two ways to understand that term. There's what physicists mean, which isn't really fine-tuning. When a physicist says a fine-tuning problem, like the strong CP problem in quantum chromodynamics, they don't actually mean fine-tuning. What they mean is that we have parameters. Those parameters are constrained. We don't know why they're constrained. But I don't think that's what apologists want to say when they say fine-tuning. I think they want to say there's parameters that are constrained, and that's because God is constraining them, which again seems to presuppose a lot of things that they haven't yet been capable of rationally concluding.
Of course, when I've studied chemistry, so when we talk about laws and things like that, we are just describing reality, but we cannot know why something is a constant. So how can someone say, yeah, it's not very probable to have that? How can you know that? Maybe it's the only result possible for what we can know.
I agree with that.
That is one response. One response is to say that the constants couldn't have been otherwise, right? But then
physical necessity.
Exactly. The point that theoretical physicists are going to play on when they talk about it being fine-tuned in that way is they're going to say, well, actually in theoretical physics, we actually all the time, I mean, this is something like Luke Barn will say, oh, I can't do my job if I listen to your response. He's going to say, well, all the time we play with these constants to sort of think about different ways that things might have been or whatever. So actually, you're not right because of my authority in the field. But that doesn't mean he is right, because it's just a different metaphysical hypothesis that he's putting forward, that it could have been otherwise, right? And it's something more than simply imagination.
I also think that because I think Luke Barnes just goes, when he says fine-tuning, he just goes with what that means in physics. We've got these parameters, they're very highly constrained, and we don't know why, and then he's going to run his argument and then conclude that the most likely reason for their constraint is that God constrained them, God put them into their values. So if we work with that definition of fine-tuning, then I don't think you can rule out physical necessity, nor can you rule out chance, because there could be some more underlying physical laws or parameters that make higher order laws and parameters what they are. They're physically necessitated by something more fundamental. It could also be the case that the values just fell into the values that they have. And at the end of the day, whether you're a theist or not, you're going to have to agree that reality bottoms out somewhere. Now, whether you can go further down and just there would be God, or whether you're a naturalist and you say that's just where reality bottoms out. As a naturalist, I would just say, yeah, there's going to be an absolute most fundamental set of constants and parameters, and there is no explanation for why they have the values that they do, because I reject the principle of sufficient reason. But one could also say, yeah, well, they're just by chance. The values for the parameters and constants of our universe could have fallen into any number from -infinity to infinity. the reason that they have the values they do is that's what was taken. If a theist wants to try to argue, well, no, the values that they currently have may have had a higher probability, then I would say, well, in virtue of what? And if they try to say, well, in virtue of God, then they're sort of begging the question. So I don't think that if we used a physics definition of fine-tuning, that either physical necessity or chance could actually be ruled out. And thus to find the conclusion of the fine-tuning argument, therefore the fine-tuning is due to design, does not actually follow.
I'm still not sure that that objection does engage with the argument, right? Because I think it's got to, the objection that you gave that we epistemically just don't have access to these likelihoods, like, does engage with the argument, right? But saying, so on that basis, you could say the theist can't know what the likelihoods are in order to put the argument through. But you can't say that in coming up with a likelihood like that, they're just sort of like begging the question because they're ruling out chance, because they're not ruling out chance. They're just saying that on the chance hypothesis, right? We just have, it's like here's actually an objective probability, and then there's going to be this Bayesian thing about the principal, so we ought to bring our subjective credences in line with objective probabilities whenever we can, so rolling an even die or whatever, like I should have a subjective credence that it's like a 1/6 chance of it landing on any given face or whatever. And so they're going to say, well, we've got this objective probability basically about the number of ways that the cosmos, the universe, could have been, and we have one of them. And so that's like an objective probability, right? And so I should bring my subjective probabilities about on not God, because on the not God hypothesis, it could have been any of these ways. And obviously you could say, well, no, that's not right. We need to compare it to a more specific what you should do is, rather than comparing it just to not like the sum of everything that is not theism, what you should do is should compare it to a hypothesis like this specific physical hypothesis or this specific or whatever, and then it comes out a bit higher. But I don't think you can say they're just not comparing it or they're just ruling it out, because they're not ruling it out.
I
was going to say, was that just me?
I thought
he looks really excited there.
Hey, let's greet Gur's here. The party can begin. Bob's on his way out. So if anyone wants to do any final hail Bobs, now's the time to do it. Thanks for being here, Bob.
Thanks for the joke. Yeah. It was awesome.
I'll jump in again. Oh, it was nothing. I'll jump in again sometime. All right. Yeah, I was really excited to see that you were doing this. Yeah, I have thoughts about. I was reading a thing about Bill Gothard today, and I have thoughts about the significance of that. But I'll just leave that as a teaser. I'd like to talk about that sometime. All right.
Okay.
Bye, everyone. Thanks for having me again,
Rebecca.
Thank you. It was a lot of fun. I love this.
Me too, Bob. Thanks.
Just to respond to that, when I think of the fine-tuning argument, I think of the actual syllogism. Premise 1, the fine-tuning of the universe is due to either physical necessity, chance, or design. Premise 2, it is due to neither physical necessity nor chance, therefore it is due to design. I would say I think that the argument at least attempts to rule out both physical necessity and chance as explanations for the fine-tuning in favor of design. And my objection is, if you can't rationally rule out either physical necessity or chance, then the conclusion of the argument simply doesn't follow.
Yeah, this is Craig's formulation of the argument, and
yes.
I don't think that. Craig's obviously put it in that form, and he's got it off Robin Collins, and I think that Collins is a stronger version of the argument. That's the one that, like, someone like Luke Barnes would go with, for example. And Luke Barnes also likes to reference Richard Swinburne, and so I think what we should do is engage with those versions, because if we engage with Craig's and we just say, well, Craig's syllogism is like stupid, right? And I agree it's stupid, but then someone's going to convince themselves that Craig's syllogism is stupid, and then they're going to see Luke Barnes go, well, I need to get my Australian accent together today. Well, I just let Richard Swinburne and the theologians tell me what to think about my subjective credences using Bayes' theorem. You're not an anti-intellectual, are you? You're not going to reject Bayes' theorem. And so I think people should know we need to give atheists answers so they can answer with confidence when Luke Barnes asks them about what it is that they think about fine-tuning. I'm just saying, I think that those are the stronger versions of the arguments, and there are good objections to them, and that's probably what we should engage with, rather than like Craig's random, like, if anything, then God exists, anything, God exists sort of syllogisms pulled out of nowhere.
I guess I didn't know that Luke Barnes, I suppose I've never actually seen him present the specific syllogism, in his arguments, though. At least in his debate with James, his debate with Sean Carroll, and his debate with Sabina, which, was there one more that I watched? Maybe so. In those ones, yeah, he doesn't think he really presents a syllogism at all. Not that that's a problem. You don't have to present a syllogism when you make an argument. So
yeah, it's because he presents it in the Bayesian form, like the same way as someone like Robin Collins was. But I actually think even Luke's philosophical assumptions on this are confused. I think Swinburne's philosophical assumptions are confused. Swinburne talks about how he's going to give a C-inductive argument for God's existence. A C-inductive argument is an argument that's like, like all observed instances of ravens in the past have been black, therefore all ravens are black. Swinburne then takes likelihoodist view of probabilities. So he's not going to consider priors at all. He takes like 10 different things and says like, well, here's why this is more expected on theism than it's contrary. And then he sort of combine, and then he makes a bunch of assumptions. Then he does bring priors in for some reason. And he says, well, like simpler theories have higher prior probabilities, which isn't a working assumption in any of the sciences or anything else, and then he combines it. So I think his assumptions are confused. I don't think he's doing normal Bayesianism in the sense that anyone else kind of would.
Is it kind of like a Richard Carrier version of Bayesianism?
I don't know specifically how Richard Carrier puts it together, but it definitely is like confused. Yeah, it's not what's standardly talked about, and I think he can be critiqued on that basis because he's just offering his own. He's not like engaging with the methodology that he claims to be using. It's like an invalid form of argumentation, right? If someone just gives you a bunch of likelihoods, then it just tells you, okay, well, something is more likely. Okay, there's a deeper discussion here about in the philosophy of science, because like what's the prior probability of Newtonian mechanics, right, versus the prior probability of the theory of special relativity. So if Bayesianism is right, then we have to have some priors to be able to plug in to use Bayes to bring our observation to update based on observations, right? So then you're going to say, well, what are we actually doing? Like, how do we move from one theory to the other one? There's a deeper conversation to be had here. Is my only point. But Swinburne, yeah. I think that Luke Barnes saying Swinburne is doing Bayesianism isn't actually what Swinburne is doing, and there's a bunch of really contentious assumptions that Swinburne makes about his argument form that he puts forward, about priors, how those work, simplicity. And all of these things are questionable, right? I think there's better answers.
Yeah, I think I would agree with you, though, that, well, I guess I can't say that because I don't know if you actually made this claim, but I would say that I do think that the idea that we can't really establish probabilities with what the universe would look like given either theism or naturalism is a really good objection. Like, how do we go about even establishing these probabilities to begin with?
Definitely. And one thing I always see is hindsight bias creeping in here, because what people do on the theistic hypothesis then is that they stipulate a grab bag of the phenomena that they need to explain into the hypothesis. So they say, well, God just has this specific desire, like my hypothesis that I'm conditionalizing on just includes a God with a psychology such that he would do X, things like that. And I think that the theory becomes really ad hoc if we conditionalize just on bare theism, which is the hypothesis an omni. Well, it depends on perfect being theism or something like that. An omni being exists, right? Then it doesn't include any particular aspects of divine psychology about God has a preference for the weak nuclear force or whatever to be this value rather than this value, which is the type of thing that someone, when pressed, will actually stipulate into the hypothesis to say, well, because God has a desire to do it, of course it's really likely that it would be this rather than that. And it's like you can't do that. You can say, because the poltergeist had that desire, they just really like it in their community, right? Why can't we do that?
Yeah.
Let's give
you can invent poltergeist
a chance to chime in here.
Oh, no, this is way out of my field.
It's not your topic?
Okay.
No,
I like science, but I am not scientifically savvy at all.
By the way, Nathan, have you heard of Joshua Sijuwade by chance?
Yeah, I have, because I sent him a message on Facebook telling him about the things that Canadian Catholic has done, saying, do you want to endorse this guy's channel? Like,
so the only reason I asked is I don't know if how much you know about his argument. I think he published it in a paper last year on
the grounding,
metaphysical grounding. Yeah. I was just going to say, just because you might be interested, tomorrow it's either 11 or 11:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which +5 would be 5 or 5:30 your time,
6,
I believe.
11? Did you say 11?
Yeah, I think it's 11:30 Eastern. Yeah. But he will be debating Jim Majors on I believe the metaphysical grounding argument.
Interesting.
It's going to be an interesting.
I
think it's going to be an interesting debate.
Wow.
Why do you say that?
Jim's not a philosopher, right? Well, because Jim's like really good on the biblical stuff, but because he's not a philosopher, and maybe he has done it, but what I'm saying is there's a bunch of specialist vocabulary, and it doesn't, in my view, it doesn't actually make things clearer when you learn the vocabulary. But if you don't know the vocabulary, then it's gonna look like you did really bad, regardless of what you say, because you've got to basically it's who can win the arms race of having more philosophical terms that they can pile on the other person that the other person doesn't know.
I do know he has been reading some of his work, because he told me that his work really is like Swinburne-esque, and Sijuwade even says like he pulls heavily from Swinburne. So he's certainly reading the material. And I did give him the 2 videos that Capturing Christianity did, where he had Joshua Sijuwade on, and then both Josh Sijuwade and Rasmussen on, because his argument is, and I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, it's just another one of these dumb, stupid theistic arguments, because I just don't argue that way. But I got like 8 pages into his paper, and I was like, I got to step back for a second. It was not easy stuff to me. That it was pretty deep metaphysics. But that's also probably a result of all of the fanciful terminology that's in it, and you're trying to keep track with all of that.
That's what I mean. It's like, you can go to subreddits that are about harmonizing different Star Trek series together, right? And you'll find posts that are like this, like here's how do we reconcile that in this series this thing happens, and in this and then there's all this specialist terminology that gets introduced and stuff like that. I don't think it gets particularly deeper when people start talking about what grounds the grounding and using symbology and stuff like that to talk about it.
But it does seem to me that it does seem to me that Sijuwade grant. I don't know why I keep just referring to him by his last name. That he grants,
because it's a weird, it's a nice name to say, right?
It is. I actually like it, Sijuwade. But I don't think he used the word primitive. I can't remember, but he used some term for a thing that isn't itself grounded, but can ground other things, and that God would fall into that category. And when I was listening to him say that on the Capturing Christianity, I don't want to say podcast, but on when he was on, I was like, yeah, but couldn't the naturalists just appeal to the natural world with respect to that and say that the natural world, or like the most fundamental,
whatever's most fundamental,
the most fundamental set of parameters grounds, but is not itself grounded,
or physical stuff.
And maybe in his paper, like later on, he addresses that. But like I said, I got about 8 pages in, and I was like, let me take a step back here.
And is that where you're coming from, Nathan?
It's like,
is that where you're coming from in your reasons for believing naturalism? Like, what is your reason there for embracing that view?
I don't know that there's any one reason. I think it's that there's so many reasons that add up that eventually my theorizing about the way the world is just ends. I mean, firstly, there's all sorts of the working assumptions that I just make in my ordinary life, right? So I never engage with people, and stuff just happens that isn't explained by cause and effect. I never turn the hob on to boil my coffee in the morning, and all of a sudden, it doesn't, the water doesn't boil. It just it freezes or something as the stove heats up and stuff like that. So there's all this kind of there's all this phenomena, these appearances, and the theory that the story that I've got about why that's happening is mechanism, basically physical mechanism about physical stuff. Heat is literally identical to the kinetic energy of the molecules in the liquid or gas or whatever. I've got a theory there about what's going on, and it's all natural. It doesn't involve an invocation to any supernatural entities. The point is that basically all of my experiences in life are like this. I don't really have any, aside from being on psychedelics, or maybe when I was really, really young and like thought I saw a hand come through a wall once, but I'm not sure if this is like a dream or a, you know, like maybe I was like 5 years old or something. You know, I don't give that much confidence because of that. So there's that much other stuff that isn't like that I think basically that's the way reality is, and I've got a theory about it. Also, all of the things that people claim to be strong candidates for evidence in favor of supernatural events like NDEs and things like this, or every time I've looked into them, they also have had really good natural explanations for what happened, either to do with like damage to people's temporal lobes, regions of the brain, certain anesthetics being used, and phenomena called anesthesia awareness that we're aware of, that are well documented, or even phenomena to do with like group socialization, crowd psychology, retelling of stories over time, memory corruption and biases. You know, like the satanic panic of the 90s or whenever it was, the kind of like group hysteria, you know, where people are being told these stories in the media, so then they start to believe that this thing is going on, and then they begin to perceive evidence, and because the evidence gets laden with the theory that they've all been kind of implanted with, they're primed to think that it's happening a certain way. So I find, again, that this sort of stuff is going on in these cases that people report to me as candidates for supernatural evidence. And so it just seems to me that the world is natural, right? I don't have good reasons to postulate anything else. My theory of how all these things work is just basically kind of ontological reductionism, right? I think there's like most fundamental stuff that our physics talks about. It kind of builds up and gets combined together. There's this mechanistic story about how we come about. Minds are late and local to the universe, the product of evolution. Minds are realized by the neural activity that takes place in brains, all these. And I mean, that's just my theory of reality. There's not like one piece of evidence that does it. I mean, you could reduce my confidence in that story by producing something that like just really shouldn't happen, right? On that experience, like if Jesus just appeared to me or something. Now I could say, okay, I'm going to question that because that shouldn't be happening on my theory. But it might be that is just so weird and bizarre that, you know, like Jesus says, look, doubting Nathan, touch the holes in my hands, right? And I do. And like, look, it was physical as well. And hallucinations just aren't like that. So actually, I'm going to have to commit something weird I'm going to have to do something to my theory of reality, right? To modify it from what it was before to explain why this sort of, why I think this sort of thing took place. But so in principle, I'm open to all that, but I just don't have anything like that in my theory. And that's the problem for me.
It's cumulative case that would, you know, all of these individual facts alone isn't sufficient to really, I don't want to say conclude, but to arrive, for an individual to arrive at the idea that, you know, naturalism is true. But all of the points taken together seem to corroborate one another, and all seem to converge on a generally at least similar conclusion that the natural world is either A, all that exists, or at the absolute least is all that we have epistemic access to.
And there's the testability of it is an important theoretical virtue as well, right? Because when this kind of theory about the way that reality is, when it makes predictions about something that'll happen, and I'm like, you know, I'm not sure about that. Like I remember finding out about things in physics, like the photoelectric effect or something, and there's like experiments that you can do, and you know, where you give charge to something, and because of your model, right, of what's going on with the atoms and charge and so forth, it's like, well, this piece of metal should move away from this piece of metal if this thing happens to it. And you go, well, that seems kind of weird that would happen. But okay, the theory predicts it, and then you can actually test it and do it. Yeah, and then you test it, you do it, and that does happen, and you go, oh, like, wow, like I wasn't sure, but now I'm like actually even more confident than I was. And I just don't think we get the same sort of thing with these supernatural theories. You know, like you prayed to faith heal my lip a few months ago, and that thing is still there on my lip, right? It's not gone away. But if someone like drains it, you know, if someone drains it with a syringe, then I'm pretty confident that it will completely go away, right? It's like
Nathan,
there's two different hypotheses. Yeah.
You had mentioned something, and it brought an interesting thought in my head. And I am sort of thinking out loud here, but I would say that there was at one time observations that we were making that did like almost fully violate everything we expected about how the world works, and we were still capable of showing that it's natural stuff. They're just features of the natural world. So the idea that, you know, if we have something that just completely violates how we think the world ought to operate, and I shouldn't say ought, but how we think the world does operate, that, you know, I do think that should be considered, and it could potentially point to non-natural phenomena. But at the turn of the, well, not the last century, but the century before, with quantum mechanics and everything, we were making just absolute bonkers observations about reality, and we were still capable of showing that it's just the natural world. It's just sort of the truth is stranger than fiction kind of thing. So I guess that's not necessarily an argument in favor of naturalism, just an interesting observation, I guess.
Well, I understand, like, when people have, you know, your experience of the world is very naturalistic. What's interesting to me, though, is like that you guys are willing to dismiss my experience and this experience of so many other people that say, actually, in fact, we experience a spiritual realm. We experience, you know, beings that are not physical, and we have experiences that are not physical. And so, like, what is the grounds for dismissing, I mean, all of the people like me who have these types of experiences?
I guess I would say that.
So one of the first things.
You go ahead. You'll probably make my same point and do it better.
I just think that
we need to distinguish. Oh, sorry. We need to distinguish between testimonial evidence, right, and the thing that is being described in the testimony. So you reporting these things, right? The evidence for me is someone reports these experiences. The evidence for me isn't these experiences. The same as what's contained in the gospel reports, right? I have reports of a resurrected body, but I don't have a resurrected body. That's not the evidence for me to conditionalize it. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is, so how do we explain that we have these reports? Well, how do I explain that Rebekah reports to me, for example, having certain spiritual experiences, or thinking that people, thinking that she's healed people, for example, through the power of prayer, as opposed to other means, right? Well, there's a big list of cognitive biases and heuristics that people are prone to, psychological problems of reasoning, basically. So I mean, we could go through a few examples that I'm quite confident that you probably would get wrong, and it would show some of these flaws. But so like in the case of the faith healing, for example, I think that there's a confidence thing going on. I think my lip not being healed doesn't reduce your confidence that that the theory that you've got about the world, that faith healing works, is true. I don't think it does anything for it. And I think that there's a lot of cases that are like that, where you'll have faith healed someone and it hasn't done anything. But maybe the one or two cases where something has happened, which would statistically happen anyway, like things go into spontaneous remission and stuff like that. Even, you know, if there was no prayer done at all, it would have happened. And I think that those one or two cases where someone says that, you've focused on those, and those have given you a massive reward signal psychologically. I mean, this is how the human wired. We make predictions about the way the world is going to be. We try and avoid the pain of when we get those negative signals, right, from when the predictions didn't come true. When the predictions do come true, we focus on what happened then in those cases. We try and repeat that behavior. This applies to our theorizing and stuff about the world as well. I also think you're nested within communities where people are going to tell each other stories about the experiences that they've had. And that is going to influence the theory that people have. So if someone who isn't familiar with Christianese sort of comes along and has an experience because of, I don't know, singing hymns or laying on of hands and things like this, right? Just a raw experience doesn't contain any content. They're going to be like, that was kind of weird. And then after the fact, for the coffee and talks after the church service or whatever, people are going to say, oh, have you heard about this theoretical entity, the Holy Spirit? And here's what the Holy Spirit is like. And they're going to go, I did feel kind of good when I was singing. And then they're going to go, and then they're going to begin to connect these things together, right? And I don't think that this requires a Holy Spirit. This is just people being socialized into the practices of certain communities who use certain words in certain ways, right? For an experience, I think you can produce that same experience in a lot of different circumstances without the Holy Spirit. People can reliably induce religious experience with cranial magnets or psychedelics and things like this. Rock music induces like euphoric state in people in the audience. We can reliably induce these things, but the difference is the theory behind it. And you can take people and then there's other problems like cognitive dissonance, for example. So I think that when your predictions don't come true, that this causes you cognitive dissonance, that will cause you a lot of like pain. So you will seek to avoid the fact that you've got like a false belief about these things, right? And try and you'll believe the theory that was false even stronger than you did before. I think there's a host of these biases and heuristics that are at play. They're very well documented, not just in religious circles, by the way, and like people who trade, people who run businesses, like they plague us all in all sorts of interactions in everyday life. But I think they fully account for, why you report having had these spiritual experiences.
And just to kind of play on that, I would say that for me, the biggest thing is that all of these sorts of experiences, from NDEs, near-death experiences, OBEs, out-of-body experiences, deeply religious experiences, we can, as Nathan said, reliably recreate all of these through physical mechanisms. And this isn't to say that people who claim to have these experiences are like lying about this. God, no, I don't think that's true. It's just that what they're claiming they experienced, they genuinely believe that they experienced that, but I would say that wasn't the actual content of that experience. Another thing I would say is, I have to be honest here. At best, I think what we have are spurious or dubious anecdotal testimony in favor of all of these sort of experiences of non-natural or some sort of paranatural things occurring. And there are actually an extensive amount of studies done by governments and third-party institutions to recreate remote viewing, psychic precognition, astral projection, and they've all come up empty. If these things really did exist, I definitely, I do want to quote Aaron Rock, because I think he has a good point. If these things existed, even if we couldn't like explain it, we would expect to see like a Hermione or a Spock or a Gandalf or a Dumbledore or somebody that could just demonstrate them, even if we couldn't explain it. And we don't have that. Why aren't governments and militaries and all these big wig capitalists abusing all of these things to make get power and money? It seems that given naturalism, what we would expect is just kind of spurious, dubious, anecdotal claims about these experiences with nothing really backing it up. So it seems that what we see with regard to claims about these experiences is kind of what we would expect if naturalism were true.
Actually, speaking of astral projection, believe it or not, I've actually have done that, but I recognize I had never actually stepped out of my body. It was just it was almost like a very vivid, lucid dream of where it looked like I was stepping out of my body, and I walked around the apartment that I was living in at the time. It was really a cool, trippy experience, but I recognized I never actually left my body. It was all in the head.
And Nathan, just really quickly, because there's a little thing going on in the chat. Are you a theist or an atheist, or not really either at this point in time?
At this point in time, like I said, I'm leaning towards naturalism and atheism, but I'm definitely really not comfortable with like identifying with the atheist label, because I feel like there's a lot of stigma and stuff. But I mean, that's something that's in my mind, right? It's like, well, if I don't like it and I'm still pushed towards that view, then maybe the evidence is, maybe the evidence and arguments and thought I've put into it is actually quite good. But I'm still thinking about it.
That's understandable.
Oh yeah, certainly.
Yeah.
I need to go. Sorry about it, but it's almost 11 p.m.
Yeah.
So I need to go to sleep.
Thank you so much, Luca.
7 hours from now. So it was a pleasure. It was a good discussion, and I hope to be here soon, and I will. So let's see each other soon, I hope.
Yes.
And have a good time.
Thank you.
Take it easy, Luca.
Thanks
it was
for
good seeing
being
you
here.
again, bud.
Yes, it's always good to see you, Leo. See you.
Take off. Get some rest, bud.
Yeah, I need it. I was checking test during your discussion, so I was listening. I was checking test too. Being a teacher is hard. See you.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
There was one other thing that I did want to share with regards to like near-death experiences, but more specifically out-of-body experiences, if I may.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is a quote from a paper published in, I can't remember the name of the journal. I can open up and I can provide the link to the Sage Pub article, but just to quote from it verbatim. Quote, here the authors marshal evidence from neurology, cognitive neuroscience, and neuroimaging that suggests that OBEs, out-of-body experiences, are related to a failure to integrate multisensory information from one's own body at the temporal parietal junction. It is argued that this multisensory disintegration at the TPJ, the temporal parietal junction, leads to the disruption of several phenomenological and cognitive aspects of self-processing, causing illusory reduplication, illusory self-location, illusory perspective, and illusory agency that are experienced as an out-of-body experience, end quote. And to me, when I read the paper, I was really blown away at how thorough it was and how that data stacked up in favor of this idea that it's really just the brain's normal function. Well, not normal functioning. It's the brain not in any way, or you could say more specifically, parts of the brain just not functioning the way that they're supposed to, that leads to a breakdown in how it receives and organizes and processes information that's going to give you a wildly different experience than what we're normally used to, and that humans, especially those that don't have a really strong understanding of this stuff, like 4,000 years ago, would have certainly believed, and I think back then at least would have been justified in thinking that was an experience of something supernatural or paranatural.
I do have a question regarding that topic for you, Rebekah.
Sure.
Considering that you're of the idea that when a person dies, they're dead until resurrection, how do you view out-of-body experiences?
Well, did I say I believe that, Gur? Because I think I told you when you asked me before that that particular question is hard. I don't have an answer to that. Like I hear, when I've gone through the Bible and everything it has to say about when a person dies, I think you can make a case for soul sleep and then everyone's resurrected at the same time. You can also make a case for to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord, and that in some way you are alive until the resurrection, bodily resurrection. Okay, so I actually don't have a strong answer about that. Like in general, I lean toward to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord, mainly because I don't like the idea of being asleep or I don't like that idea of being asleep in the grave until the resurrection. And since there's verses on both sides, I tend to think that we are with God. With regard to near-death experiences, I don't dismiss them. But I don't like to use them as evidence for the afterlife. So you're never going to hear me saying, oh, well, here's evidence for the afterlife, such and such had this near-death experience. That being said, in general, I lean toward believing people's experiences. I may not always believe their interpretation of the experience. So I think, I'm with you. So but I believe that they've had an experience. I will kind of judge the content of their experience, through my own biblical lens. Right. That being said, my grandma.
Do you think though, Rebekah, if I just quickly comment on that though, when you say you might not trust the content of the experience, are there any natural phenomena that I'm saying are a part of the kind of religious experiences that people like you report that you're committed to being at play here, like retelling of the stories over time, people in communities telling them that certain theoretical entities might, priming them to either expect certain things before it or telling them about things that actually corrupt their memories of what happened after the fact? Do you think that those sorts of things are at play in those NDE reports and things.
Well, I think there's some validity to what you're saying about our capacity for, being deceived in some sense about, our experiences. And so, but like, I was just going to tell, like for NDEs, it's hard to, each experience is so unique that I don't feel comfortable speaking generally about, whether or not someone was influenced in, whatever way. But
it's pretty based.
What's that?
I said that's pretty based. That means that's actually a pretty good take, I think, to have on it. That they're so wildly different that it's just hard to generalize them. I even as a naturalist, I agree with that.
Yeah. That's what I should have said to your question about the religious experiences, right?
The one thing I did want to say just really, really quickly,
yeah,
because I think Rebekah's spot on there, is she says, an NDEs, maybe even OBEs thrown in there as well, isn't something that you're keen on using to like support the idea of an afterlife or even theism broadly. I'm not going to say all or most, but I do think there's a fair amount of theists that do share that appealing to NDEs and out-of-body experiences really is just not the best way to go about, arguing for an afterlife or arguing for theism. Because I've met theists that say that all of that could be entirely physical, and maybe God works through the physical realm and physical processes to create those or something like that. But I've heard theists that can grant that those are physical, and they're just not the best way to go about. If you want to argue in favor of an afterlife, sure, you can use NDEs, but I've heard a lot of them say it's not really the best way to go about arguing that they have better methods.
I can't remember what apologist it was, but I did hear one apologist use out-of-body experiences as evidence for God and the afterlife. And
I know Frank Turek has.
Gary
Habermas,
naturally, someone who's talked to
it may have
just
been.
now.
Oh, hey,
Gary Habermas
yeah.
is Indies.
Welcome, Pinecreek. All right, now the party really started.
Yeah.
I just came on to say Leo is right.
I want to say this, and I do love a good near-death experience story as much as anybody, and so I do typically, enjoy hearing them, but I'm not going to use them as evidence that somebody should believe, this about God. But my grandmother had a near-death experience that was life-changing for her, and so whether it's real to anybody else or not, it was certainly real and life-changing for her. And so, I don't doubt the impact that it had on her.
You could say that about many things.
Sorry. Hey, I just wanted to say real quick, this is just random. I had to share it. In VR, virtual reality, just 2 nights ago, I went into this room that was talking about God and atheism and all that stuff, all that fun stuff that most of us like to talk about. And guess who was in the room? Of all people, Matt Slick. So I talked to him for like 5 minutes, and I was like, okay, I'm done with this. But yeah, anyways. But back to the
so you don't believe in the law of contradiction, the law of non-contradiction.
Yes, he did the whole presupposition.
There was something I wanted to say. I'm going to be honest and share this with you guys. More than once, I've made an attempt on my life, and perhaps I wasn't close enough to death. But I can say that the 2 times that I did go unconscious, I don't remember it if I did. No dreaming, nothing. As I was slipping out of consciousness, I did hear a sound. I'm not going to go into what it was. No, it wasn't something I think was religious or something. It's just not relevant. But I can't say that no dreaming, no experiences. I just woke up. The first time was like an hour and a half later. The second time was like 40 minutes later. Both times with a really sore neck and a banging fucking head.
See, isn't that great evidence against NDAs that most people don't experience anything?
Well, it doesn't count against it. It doesn't. You can't have evidence.
Like if NDAs are some type of evidence for it, then no NDAs should be evidence against it. Yes.
Isn't there a critical assumption? Isn't there a critical assumption that we're in our bodies in the first place? Right.
God, here we go.
Here we go.
Anyway,
We're in the mind of
Danny,
God.
Consciousness is realized by physical realizers.
Yeah. Inspiring philosophy. We're all just like in the mind
No,
of God. He's making
Danny's
all
a-
of this.
I hope
Danny's a
someone runs
property dualist, right?
some kind of yeah.
Still?
I'm basically
still a
substance dualist. I just don't take substance theory. But
Before you go on, I got to apologize to Rebekah for something. I'm sorry that Gary Habermas and I went live while you were streaming. I apologize.
I know. I did. Yeah, that was really frustrating. It's just you're so unpredictable. Actually, I try to go to Nathan's channel before I plan a stream, and I try to make sure I'm not going to be overlapping with Nathan because I know I'm not going to have an audience. And I would do the same thing.
Just give Nathan and I a list of when you're planning to go stream, and then we'll just make sure to stream at the same time.
Oh,
We should just
Rebekah,
create
yeah, Doug does that anyway.
calendar.
Pinecreek, you missed it. You were talking some mad junk
Doug
about
goes to
you
my
earlier.
channel.
Who?
Nah,
Doug goes to
I
my
was
channel the
joking.
same
No,
way.
she wasn't.
I wanted to.
I've
I
noticed
wanted to tell
he
Pinecreek
sees
what I
if I'm
thought.
streaming, and then he goes live if I'm streaming. I've noticed that he's been doing that recently,
He's
and then
been
he
doing
streams
that.
it
You
to
know
his
he has
own
been.
channel. Yeah.
He's been definitely.
Okay,
he does it
Danny.
to Rebekah too, but Pinecreek. I think that there's a frustration here because the way I see Habermas, I've been calling him Dr. H because I still can't pronounce it. Is he's like this lost kitty that's from like a sport, he's a like pampered kitten from some well-off place, and he's become a stray, and that you want to like offer him milk or something, you want to interact with it, and the slightest surprise or scare that you do, the cat runs away, right? Like, and so I think you already knew this. Part of the frustration is that like it happened, right? Like you went out there, you tried to pet the cat, and then you did something like you surprised it only a little bit, and then all hell broke loose. That's how I felt with the. I mean, they don't know these academics, these apologists, right? Don't operate on the same level as like Discord and YouTube.
Normal people.
Yeah, like and.
Before the record, Danny called Habermas a pussy, not me.
I do want to say I did like that when Pinecreek asked him, "Is there anybody that was an atheist, went and got a degree, like I don't know, like New Testament scholarship or something, and then saw the evidence for the resurrection and then was convinced of Christianity?" 2 or 3 times, I think, Habermas either missed the question or just didn't want to engage with it directly. I don't really know which. I thought you were doing. I only watched about 15 minutes of it because then I had to go do something else. But the whole time, I really liked the way you were pressing him, but it was very respectful. And it's like, hey, I'm sorry, but that's not answering my question. This is what I ask, and then it went over his head again, and I was literally like, oh Lord. Okay.
Yeah, there's this like horrible lie.
It's like
out
a lack
there.
of self-awareness almost.
This is so ironic, and I'll show you why. There's this horrible lie out there that being interrupted and interrupting is like bad. Like it can be very
Danny,
frustrating.
let me tell you why you're wrong.
Yeah. So like sometimes you need to interrupt people if you want to make progress. Like you have to, right? And it seems like Habermas wasn't about it. Like he wanted like this continuous stream of conscious. But if he does that, then you just lose out on the whole.
What was the original question?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He's the type of guy who likes to ramble and tell stories and stuff. I think there was something going on, though. I think there were 2 things why you can charitably interpret him missing the questions, though. One of them is Doug streaming to his own stream, I think used his good mic. So the audio in StreamYard might have been his monitor mic. So it might have been
No, I made sure it was the good mic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I think Gary might have been going a little bit deaf because in the question and answer session as well, Canadian Catholic asked a few questions and he was like, what? Like he was like, what's your name?
Deaf
and he was
or
like,
senile?
Doug. Well, I think deaf because he was like Doug, and then he'd be like Josh, and then he'd go, no, Doug, and he'd be like Sam, and it's like Doug.
Is it me or does Habermas look like the kind of guy who's hard of hearing? Like you just look at him and be like, that guy couldn't hear a goddamn thing.
I want to get advice from Rebekah. Rebekah, how would you handle someone who just loves to talk, and you want to try to get like a question and answer period with them, and get many questions as you can, but they just like to talk? What would you do?
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, I guess at some point I might interrupt.
You've interrupted Rob before. She has interrupted Rob before.
You have to.
Yeah, that's and Rob is a good example of that.
That's very understandable.
Yeah, because I absolutely love Rob, but I cannot follow him sometimes because he'll take me here. And so I do have to interrupt. Yeah.
I booted him yesterday.
Let me tell you about.
Yeah, I saw that. That was so brutal.
I gotta be honest. I do like it when he goes on LPP streams and then just gets there and just hammers them the whole time. I do like that.
But Pinecreek, there was one critical, either serious mistake with Habermas was the I'm never gonna get it right. Is the martyrdom, right? I thought that the martyrdom was part of the facts, and I did. After that moment, I looked at all these resources. I could not find any verification that martyrdom was part of the minimal facts. Now, if it was, I think he had a decent response. Right?
What do you mean by martyrdom a part of the? Because I know what the minimal facts are.
Did the disciples or whatever followers of people that claim that they perceived Christ, did they suffer greatly or die for that perceived belief?
Well, hang on. So the way it was framed, frame it in the context though, because Doug was saying, so I've got an explanation of the minimal facts, right? A natural explanation that's on par with yours because it explains the minimal facts. And then Gary goes, well, the thing about that, Doug, is it doesn't tell you why they would go to their deaths for the beliefs, right? And then, that's just a new piece of evidence, right? Maximal facts time now.
Yeah.
And
but to Steelman to Steelman, Gary, if you were listening here, he was saying, well, you're both right. Like, it's not in the list of minimal facts, but on that one point about beliefs, if you look at the footnote, it talks about the martyrdom. And I think that's what he was trying to say. So it's like, okay, minimal facts plus footnotes.
Yeah, I think look, if you can establish that a lot of people were martyred for perceived beliefs, my credence, I've talked to Pinecreek about this, my credence level skyrockets. Like, for instance, there's a difference between Pinecreek being convinced of Christianity and then him dying for it. I wouldn't really care. But if Pinecreek said that I saw Jesus, right, like at the supermarket, and then he dies for that belief, that's going to throw me off the loop, right? That's going to really
here's
mess
a problem,
up my
though,
credence
Danny.
levels.
Here's a problem. Or he's
for that,
gone
right?
crazy.
So you know that the Gospels report that they said they saw it, but were they dying saying that they themselves saw it? Because they might not have said that they themselves saw it. They might have. Some of the apostles.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm saying if you can establish historically,
that they did die.
Right, that they died for a perception is different than belief, right? A perception. Then,
but a perception
I'm
of the risen Jesus. I think, though, there's still good explanations of that. Like, I think cognitive dissonance theory, for example, actually does a lot of work in explaining why someone might actually, and memory corruption over time. Like, there's all these cases, for example, of people with bereavement hallucinations or lesions on the brain as well, where they have, like they hear voices or something, but then they're in communities where over time they tell themselves a story about the details about that they layer in, and they corrupt their own memories, and then now they've got this story about so I don't know, it's the golem of whatever because they're in this community where that's like what the golem does, but that wasn't a part of the perceptual experience, which
and that's why, generally speaking, there's going to be a problem with divine intentional explanations. They're always going to be underdetermined by some possible naturalistic explanation, and so that's why I don't think it's a go from the beginning. I'm just talking about my own psychology, what would cause me, right? I'm not even saying it's justification, right? I'm saying that if Pinecreek and you and Leo all witnessed Jesus, and then y'all were willing to go to your deaths for that, that's just going to cause me to believe you. I don't know whether I'm justified or not. I don't care. Right?
I agree with that to an extent. I think it would raise my I don't think I would say I would believe, but I would certainly be like, okay, there's something here. I think it would certainly raise my credences.
Rebekah, the minimal facts has almost no impact on you, right? Why you're a Christian?
No, I don't know even what minimal facts means. I hear that thrown around a lot, but I really don't pay attention to any of this.
You know what?
Stuff.
You're normal. You represent the average Christian,
a true Christian.
Yeah.
Well, she might be familiar with the I would say almost the original version where Lewis was talking. Either God is what? Jesus was a madman.
The trilemma argument.
That's not really. Yeah, it's not quite the minimal facts though. Like, because the minimal facts is saying just these 5 data points, and the weird way that Gary goes for it, he doesn't doesn't even admit that you really can say like liar or lunatic, because he's saying that natural hypotheses just can't fit these facts. Like when Doug was saying, well, Dale Allison says here's a natural hypothesis that would fit those facts, and he goes, well, Dale might say that, but look, no one thinks that hallucination can explain blah blah this minimal fact or this. So he doesn't actually, I don't think, even concede there are natural explanations.
Yeah, but I think that the way Lewis gets to that is he has to analyze it. I mean, I might agree. Maybe it's not what Lewis was talking about wasn't minimal facts, but it seems like he's saying, look, here are the explanations for whatever happened 2,000 years ago. It's either the guy was a liar, a lunatic, or whatever. But I don't know anything about history, so.
The only thing with respect to like the Bible and the New Testament that I really, or and everything associated with that I really have any competence in is with respect to the historical Jesus. Outside of that, I'm so ignorant, it's not even funny.
Yeah, I really don't. I mean, I hear these arguments that Christian apologists make, and I'm okay with them. I just don't care to make those arguments. It's just.
And I think I know why. Because you have something better. You have the experience of seeing people healed. Isn't that way better than any minimal facts argument?
Well,
please tell me we're not going to do the Sal Cordova argument.
Okay. Look. Yes, I've seen people healed, and that's great. But I've also seen people not healed. Okay. And Nathan just brought this up earlier. And I've seen way more people not healed than people healed. So my belief, okay, look, I love to see people get healed.
Shouldn't be informed, but it's...
I want to see people get healed. But I mean, if I'm weighing factors that affect my faith, I'd put my experience with healing miracles in the negative. Okay. So I really don't believe in God because I've seen miracles. That is not at all my belief in God. My belief in Christ is not on the basis of miracles.
What is it then?
I believe the story. I believe in God because of what
that's just yeah.
I believe in God because of what I see around me. I don't buy the naturalistic explanation. I just don't buy it.
Wait, so like the trees. It's the trees, isn't it?
Exactly. It's the trees.
It's the trees. Okay.
Look at the trees and you'll know.
I mean, you do have S.J. Thomas.
Then look, I read the Bible. I believe it. I believe the story. You don't? Okay, good for you. Go on and do your own thing.
This is good.
Not good enough. We're rational here.
No, this is
we
good.
Want to talk about reasons.
Could it?
Okay.
Because I'm kind of hearing two things. I'm hearing look at the trees, but then I'm hearing you believe the Bible. Those are two separate issues, right?
Yeah, they are.
Okay. So a God could exist, a creator God, and Christianity false, yes?
Yep.
Or looking at the trees could mean God exists, right? But the Bible wouldn't be special revelation from God.
Right.
Like, looking at the trees,
it's two separate things. It's two separate things. So look, I have never truly doubted God's existence, okay, because of the trees and other things. So, I mean, God and whether or not he exists, that's never really been a question for me. Whether or not the Bible is true has been a huge question for me. So
where are you now with that? Like, I know a lot of Christians hate to quantify these things, but I'm a finance guy, so indulge me. If 100% is your confidence, maximal confidence, like close as you can get to certainty, where are you at with a creator God, and where are you at with Christianity?
Well, I would put myself at the core beliefs of Christianity at 100%. So the belief that Jesus is God in the flesh who came, died on the cross, and rose again. I'd say I'm 100 on that. But that doesn't mean I don't have issues in the Bible that I'm still working out. It doesn't all come together as like a total package.
But that makes sense, I think, because she stakes her identity on Christianity. So like no Christianity, Rebekah literally loses herself, right, Rebekah? Like,
yeah, but the thing is, though, Danny, that makes sense on a naturalist story that has nothing to do with the cause of that, with that belief being true. That makes sense on an account where that belief is false, but she's trying to, her identity is attached to it, so she reports being 100% confident. It doesn't make sense from a point of view of trying to provide reasons for why she believes it, because the reasons that she's provided, for example, are like looking at the trees, which doesn't tell us that the Bible's reliable, and doesn't tell us that any of the contents of the Bible are reliable. And there's other contents in the Bible which are, you know, it's just text that's there about whether you're a premillennialist or whatever. You know, these things are just text. Equally, like Jesus says, you know, I am, or whatever, right? I am one with the Father. That is the same standard of evidence. Why is one being doubted and the other not? Like, what reason? What are these reasons that you can provide to rationally say, well, I'm warranted in believing in this one claim that the Bible makes, but not in this other claim with 100% confidence?
Well, I might be partially wrong. Like, it's her identity, but it's also, I think, for Rebekah, there's like the fundamental explanatory.
Danny and Nathan, you know that she can hear you, right?
Yeah. So Rebekah, isn't it also that you also see God as this fundamental, like, explanatory, like God just is ultimate realities, the ultimate explanation, right?
Grounds.
Yes. Okay. You see that? I think that has to do with it too, right? Like, with no God means like there's no reality for you, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
I think to add on to that, I think it relates to that Christians, and not that this is necessarily a bad thing, I'm not saying that, but they look at reality from very much, not necessarily, I would say theists look at reality from very much a top-down perspective. All this order and structure and function is imposed from the top down, so there has to be something sitting up there that's imposing it.
Yeah, and this is why your answer confused me, Rebekah, because I would think you would say, I'm 100% on God and maybe 99% on the core propositions of Christianity. Because you admitted that a God could exist in Christianity is false, but the reverse that can't work, right? Christianity can't be true and a God false.
Well, you asked me what I'm convinced of currently, right? You asked like the level that I'm convinced of currently. Just admitting that, you know, there could be a God in Christianity could not be. That's like just something that I'm like I'm just logically admitting that could be true.
But if that's even a possibility, I think one should be lower than the other.
I think I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
With
what
Pinecreek
is saying, or with what I'm saying?
With what Pinecreek is saying.
Wait, would it be something like, well, you're a contingent thing though, right? But you're like, you could be 100% confident that you exist, even though you're a contingent thing. Is it something like that? Like, yeah, I might not.
Are you asking me? I don't
know. I'm just throwing an idea. What we're trying to do is make sense of this statement that I'm 100% confident. Nonetheless, it's possible that it's otherwise, right? That's what we're trying to make sense of.
Yeah, if your confidence in the truth of something is 100%, I think what Pinecreek is getting at is how could you grant there being some possibility that it's wrong? That wouldn't your certainty at least fall to like maybe like 99%?
All right, guys. You know what? Look, if you want to quibble about it, I'll give Jesus 99%.
Oh, yes. We did it. We did it.
We shaved the percent off, guys. We're making progress.
Satan took the day, right? Like that 1%.
Those are rookie numbers.
Those are rookie numbers. We gotta pump those up.
Keep working on it, guys. Push it. Well, give me those arguments against the resurrection. Come on.
I would have.
What's that, Gert?
I would have expected it to be the same, where you would have.
No, Gert.
Me too.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, me too.
Well, yes, I want to ask Rebekah about
Rebekah and God within Christianity.
Okay.
We can hear only half of what you're saying.
Rebekah, God, and Christianity. I think maybe.
Rebekah, you know that I know Christianity pretty well, right?
Yeah.
You would say Pinecreek knows the story of Jesus.
You know the Bible very well. Mm-hmm.
And you know the story of Jesus.
Yes.
What is your explanation why you buy the story and I don't?
DEVIL.
I don't know.
No guesses?
Well, I mean, from your own testimony, it sounds like you got disillusioned because of the differing denominations and all the arguments, the thing with your sister, calling out to God for your sister and not, having a response. Well, the fact that your sister didn't take medicine and didn't use.
But I could have been.
Resources
I tell people that's not the reason, and they can believe me or not. But we're just looking at the same story, right?
Yeah.
We're looking at the same evidence. There's nothing you know that I don't. Nothing I know that you probably don't. How can it be that two human beings can see the same thing and yet come to different conclusions? What's your hypothesis?
Really quickly, I'm gonna take off. I got a shower and I got over to a buddy's house. But thanks for bringing me back on. Rebecca.
Thanks, Leo. It was fun having you here.
This is why I like coming to this channel. We can all joke with each other. And I wanted to say Rebecca's credence dropped by 1%, and Jesus said, "Okay, I'm punishing Gur." Took out his microphone. Anyway, guys, I'm out of here.
All right,
you guys take
Leo.
it easy.
Okay. Well, people believe a lot of different things, right? I mean, in this group of people, we have a lot of different beliefs about the world, about, politics, about why things are the way they are. So, I mean, why would I expect us to have the same belief?
Yeah. It's a question that even when I was a Christian, I would ask in Sunday school, like, why don't our unbeliever friends believe this stuff? How come we do? And that's what got me on the path of doubting Christianity, because I actually started looking into why is it that they're not convinced.
Yeah.
Back to the Habermas thing. Pinecreek, how do you think you did?
I just rewatched it before. Like, I so badly wanted to come on Rebecca's channel here, but I knew I had the duty of rewatching my stream, and I did better than I thought I did.
I think that I think what Christians, not all Christians, probably not Rebecca, for example, who watch that will see like just a normal guy asking questions, and like one of the like Pokemon card apologetics, like Gary Habermas is like a shiny one, like he's protected, and he's like when he appears on Capturing Christianity, it's pump the views up because he's like a famous apologist, and they're going to see him flustering with these questions when he's the guy who's supposed to have these answers to whatever the skeptics
I don't
say.
think you think that's going to be the perception, because I
think for certain people, not for all, but for
certain
people who are thinking people. Sorry, Rebecca.
For Gary Habermas fans, they're going to view me as a bully. Why don't you just shut up and let him answer?
I think the average Christian will come away thinking that, wow, Pinecreek, Gary, how did he have the patience to deal with him? I think that's what the average Christian is going to come off.
Well, Rebecca, you should watch it. It's only like 25 minutes long, the actual interview, and I'd be very curious to see, because you know me.
Yeah.
Me personally. And so, I'd appreciate your opinion on it, because I try to be as nice.
We'll watch it.
I try to be as nice as I could, and yet at the same time, not let him just talk and talk and talk.
But truly, Pinecreek, if you take my analogy of the stray cat, I don't feel like there's any way to get around it. Even, I mean, like, you could pet the cat. I just feel like it's you.
No, there is a way, but it has to be. It has to be like playing chess. It has to be rules. So basically, there's a moderator who presses a button for 30 seconds, and no matter what Gary is saying, that button's unpressed, and then it's my turn, and we just go back and forth.
That might work. Yeah.
The format really messed it up, I think, for you, because it was kind of weird that you didn't get to kind of come in from the start, and then because the time was so short, it put a lot of constraints on what you were able to ask. And I think also you had to test the water. There was this extra added dimension then of having to test the waters to see what you'd be allowed to even ask without getting, like stomped out and not having the opportunity whatsoever. And so I think that kind of messed it up a little bit.
I wasn't worried about that, but
maybe, and I don't know, this is the way I would do it, Pinecreek, but sometimes, like, if in those constrained conditions, I would just, rather than doing the street epistemology or the Socratic method, it might just be better to give an argument again, like just a straight up, here's my argument. I mean,
you should have said the RHBS. When he was saying, well, what's your explanation? You should have gone James Fodor's RHBS, because the problem with what he wanted you to sort of like say all these different things, and then it's going to go, well, here's like, that's complicated or whatever. And if it's just one word, right, like God is one word, then resurrection is one
the thing
word.
is, I chose Dale Ellison because I know he knows him, and so that's why I did it that way.
Oh, hey, I have to get going, but thanks for having me, Rebecca. It's been a pleasure listening and chiming in here and there, but Mrs. Mania
Yeah.
is just pulling up, so I can't be doing
Okay,
this.
great. Have a good day. Thanks
Bye,
for
Gur.
being here, Gur.
Give her a kiss for me.
You have a good one. I will, just for you.
All right. On another topic, Doug, I was so impressed with the answers that you gave me to your questions. It gave me great hope for you.
Really?
The questions I sent you yesterday. Let me tell you guys, can I share your answers?
Sure. Don't. Yeah, there's nothing that you can't share in there if you're just bringing up the email.
Yeah.
Like
So-
you did delete the pictures I sent, right? I'm kidding. No,
No, let me
pictures were
pull
sent.
those up right now. Okay. No.
I just like making Christians feel awkward once in a while.
So I was thinking about Doug's flaming napkin, his test for God. If God sets his, napkin ablaze, then, he would believe.
And a question about that for Doug, right? Do you have a glass of water and a napkin with you there right now?
Who, me or her?
Yeah, no, you, Doug. Do you?
Actually, no, I don't.
Because you always seem to have a glass of water and a
Yeah.
napkin, and I'm just
right
wondering,
now-
what the setup
Right now
is.
it's empty.
Sorry, Rebecca. Sorry.
Yeah. So I had some questions and I sent them to Doug by email, and he was kind enough to reply. So my first question was, if God set your napkin ablaze, would you really worship him? Or would you be angry that God used his power to set a napkin on fire rather than using it to feed starving children or heal kids of cancer? Would that one miracle really be enough to cancel out all the disappointments of the things God hasn't done? And you actually surprised me. You said you would believe, that your worldview would change. And you said that is step one. The next step would be to figure out which version of Christianity is true. And then I would decide to worship or not. Yes, there would still be a problem of evil and why God didn't intervene in the most egregious cases, but I'd probably chalk it up to morally sufficient reasons like many Christians do. I'd probably become a Pete Enns type of Christian. Look him up if you don't know him. I haven't looked him up yet, but it actually surprised me that you said you would believe and that you would find a way to explain away all the times God hadn't acted.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I would probably say morally sufficient reasons for like why children are dying in Africa and so forth. But you can't. It would be very hard for me to deny seeing what I think is impossible happen. But the difference that I would say is between me and most Christians is my standards are like, I view the average Christian standards of miracles down here and I'm up here. And the water-soaked napkin is a incredibly simple yet way more amazing miracle than most of the miracle stories I hear from Christians.
Do you ever run this argument where like you can ask a Christian, do you think it's good for people to believe that God exists? They're going to say yes. Very few are going to say it depends. But if they say yes, then you're going to say, well, you know, God knows what would convince me in terms of belief. This would convince me. So it seems like if God wanted me to believe, he would light this napkin on fire. If he doesn't light it on fire, that means he didn't, because of his infallibility. He can't, right? It's not like he wanted to and there's a failure. If he doesn't light the napkin on fire, then that means he wants me to not believe. And then that contradicts the statement that it's good for people to believe.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I would not say just because God doesn't light it up means he doesn't exist.
Oh, what I'm saying is that if he doesn't light it up, that means given his infallibility, that means he wants you to not believe for whatever reason.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. If that's the reason why, what would cause me to believe, if he doesn't do it, he doesn't want me to believe.
Yeah,
that would be like the Calvinist Christian perspective.
But there's the gaslight Doug answer though as well.
Wait, why would that just go ahead? Sorry.
The gaslight Doug response is to say, well, you say that would cause you to believe, but God knows better than you that wouldn't cause you to believe in actuality, and so you're wrong about your own beliefs, Doug.
Yeah, but they sound crazy if they say that, right? I mean, it seems like we know that kind of stuff, but maybe you're right. Maybe that would be the best way out. But the point is that if he doesn't light the napkin on fire, and if God's infallible, he just doesn't want you to believe. As simple as that. And whether you're Calvinist or not, I want to know why you think it's just a Calvinist problem. I think it's any kind of Christian problem. If that thinks that believes in infallibility.
Because I think non-Calvinists would say that God wants everyone to believe. Whereas
but that's precisely, yeah.
But a Calvinist would say, no, God has created some people for destruction.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, so that means that...
So I would be one of those guys.
So that means to the first question, though, when you ask them, Jesus, is it good for people to believe in God? They would have to. The Calvinists are going to have to answer, not always.
Depends. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, what should my answer to that be, Danny?
You think God's fallible, right?
Well, yeah.
You don't think he knows the future and stuff.
And that's you're like a flaming heretic. Remember, Rebecca?
I thought you said hairy tick.
I felt guilty as I was saying it because I really don't look at Rebecca as a heretic. I don't. Oh, and I wanted to explain. There's like Praise I Am and all that group, Smokey and all that. They're just crapping all over Rebecca now. It's really annoying.
Really?
Oh. Yeah, but I don't take anything they say seriously, right?
Yeah, that's. I mean,
Smokey's just like, who is that guy? Someone went on his stream the other day and had like an argument with him. Oh, it's the Brute Facts podcast guy who was like,
yeah,
you're not a real, yeah, and he's like, he's a really like sweet guy, and he got pushed over the edge. But Smokey's one of those people where I think he has like a genuine personality disorder that makes him be toxic with people. Like he can't help himself but be like if you listen to what he does with people, they'll come in and they'll be like, I love you, no, I hate you, no, I love you, no, it's like, like you're just watching fucked up like engagement of people, like abusive relationship take place at 10 times speed or something.
It's very entertaining. But SJ just said, I definitely don't think God is fallible, which means that how does SJ respond to this? If God wants that none should perish, if people perish, that's out of conformity with that desire, that's just failure because it's non-success. So I just don't see, I think you're going to have to bite the bullet and say that God can fail. There are times where he wants things and he does not succeed.
Yeah.
SJ,
you
Danny,
don't always get what you want.
Danny has, we did a video on this not too long ago. And so, yeah, I think when I'm saying God's infallible, I don't think that should be a huge insult. When I'm saying God is fallible in that sense, I don't see why that should be a big deal.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. But
yeah, that is fine. Yeah.
Look what SJ just said, though. It doesn't matter, right? SJ just said it's per God permitting people to have free will. Okay, but the point is that look, when God wants you not to perish, is he successful? Yes or no? If it's no, he's not successful. That's just what I mean by failure. If you say yes, that means I'm going. Universalism is true. Okay. That's the true dichotomy for me.
Yeah. Which is a common argument that in a way Satan's is more powerful than Jesus. Because if most perish, Satan's winning.
Well, I didn't say most perish.
No, you didn't. I'm
not from your for SJ.
But your scriptures kind of hint towards that.
Really? How so?
Wide is the gate. Wide is the road to destruction, narrows the gate to life.
Yeah, that is like one verse I would say that would contribute to that way of thinking, but there's many more that kind of go in the opposite direction. What's that?
But we'll put that verse under the rug for now.
Hey, I'm okay with there being some disharmony in scripture. So like it's not a problem for me to have to work out those things. And I've been wrestling with those types of difficulties and things for many years. So I don't.
But yet you believe the story.
Yeah, but Rebecca's attitude is like, I'm telling you, most of these Christians don't have that attitude. They're in their minds writhing, like in pain. It's just like, if
even look at SJ's response there. Everyone isn't saved, but with the full stop. And it's like, I just know from the amount of times that I've seen SJ respond to these sorts of things when people like disagree with her theology, for example, that it's like pressed a button. She's kind of like triggered in a way. And it's because these things are so important. So when Christians begin questioning these things, it's like, no, there just isn't room for disagreement on this sort of thing. Like that's how it is.
Right.
We have certainty. It's true.
In SJ's mind, it's like, I can't, infallible. I'm not giving it up, no matter what, not giving it up. Right. Whereas you're saying, Oh, okay, fine. So what? Right?
Maybe
like,
it is this way. Maybe it
Yeah.
not. It's not that clear. No, it is clear. We have the truth. And then because that's the big difference between atheism and Christianity. You know, they're all my beliefs, your beliefs, but we have the truth. Yeah.
By the way, SJ, we don't want to talk about you like this without giving you the invitation to come in. So you are really welcome
let's
to come
continue
in
to talk
and,
about
and
her
share
without
your
her
thoughts.
here.
No, let's not.
Because you've done that to me.
Well, she is in the chat.
She has great hair.
She does have really good hair. It's like Cleopatra hair.
You're a anti-baldist. No, anti-white. Yeah.
Okay, so she says, I just believe what the Bible says. That's where we differ, I guess. I believe what the Bible says too.
Yeah, exactly. I hate it when people say that. It's like,
but I don't know if she's arguing with me or you guys. I'm not sure.
No, it's a disagreement with you, because this is the same thing that G-Man who disagrees with SJ on things, this is what he'll say when they disagree. You can't just say, I just believe what the Bible says, if you're self-aware, because if you're self-aware, then you understand that
David Bentley Hart
interpret differently.
Yeah, I know
Bentley Hart
SJ
understands the Bible better than SJ, and he's a universalist. So just saying.
And I know SJ is not a Calvinist. I mean, what if a Calvinist just told her, "Oh, well, I just believe in the Bible, SJ. Whatever,
It's
like,
settled then, right?"
Yeah, I mean, like, she's not going to accept that response. Why does she think we're going to accept that? I'm sorry, I'm going hard on SJ.
No, but I'll just say I appreciate SJ, and so SJ, I think we probably have a lot more agreement than it might seem by this conversation. So,
can I do an experiment with you, Rebekah? Because of what happened with Habermas.
Yeah, do it. Let's go.
You haven't seen what
I'm ready for an experiment.
I want Danny and
Nathan
to make their predictions in their head. What's going to happen here?
Okay.
And you haven't seen the conversation with Habermas, but if you and I went for a walk in the woods and we stumbled upon a book and we opened it up to a random page, and on the random page it says that a guy named Myron flew across the Grand Canyon, unaided, just ran and flew. I don't want to know why you would believe it or not. I'm just asking though, simple question: would you believe it if that's all you knew?
No.
Oh, that's so good. I mean, you answered that with no buts. I asked the same question to Habermas just a couple hours ago. He couldn't do what you just did.
But yeah, Rebekah, why don't
he did say no, but he had to add like 2-3 paragraphs to it.
Well, he said, if you're, he went off and told you like a story about something, and then at the end of that, he said, "Now, if you're trying to tell me that your friend Myron, is that what his name is? I've not heard of this Myron before. I can't hear anyway. Like all that bloviation that wasn't needed anyway. If you're trying to tell me that Myron is like Jesus, well, they're just not analogous." That was the thing he said to the first piece of evidence, and I was listening, and I was like screaming. Well, you're screaming in the chat because I'm thinking, yeah, the point is that we layer in the evidence, and Myron becomes more and more analogous. The point is that after we've added in the creed,
I'll do just one more. So we flipped the page, Rebekah. Don't know anything about this book other than Myron flying across the Grand Canyon. We flipped the page and it says Myron flew in front of 500. In front of 12 of his good friends, and finally to the author of this letter. Do you believe it now?
No.
Yeah. See, Habermas could not do what you did. And I predicted you would answer that way. Because you are less defensive than one of the great apologists of our time.
A shiny card.
A shiny Pokemon, yeah. Because Habermas knows where this is going, right? And he feels the need to defend Christianity so much that just to suggest we can start using these thought experiments is just terrible. You can't do that.
I feel like I'm on my way to the friend zone. Am I getting there?
Well, okay. Best friends.
The weird thing, Pinecreek, you even explained to him what you were doing. Like each page we're going to add. You explained that to him. I kind of just realized that you explained that to him.
Not only did I explain it to him, but I said, I don't want to hear why. I just want to hear, do you believe it or not? I even said that. And he felt the need. And then as soon as this is the mistake I made. I heard him say the word but. And I said, no buts. Do you believe it or not? You said no, let's move on. And it's like, no.
He didn't have ears to hear. It was casting pearls before swine.
So, thought experiments fall on hard ground. Some fall on luscious ground.
Okay, let me get back to my answers that Doug gave to my flaming napkin questions.
Oh yeah, you asked 3. What was number 2?
Number 2 is, if God did answer your humble request for the napkin to light on fire, would it be enough to cancel your offense about the drowning babies? If God is immoral for drowning babies and you wouldn't worship a being who did that, what difference could a flaming napkin possibly make? So you said, I would probably reject that part of the Bible like many Christians do.
Yeah, easy.
So that leaves me, that I was happy with that answer, but it kind of left me with, then why not be like Randall Rouser? Why not just,
because I don't buy the story.
Because the napkin hasn't lit on fire.
Yeah, the napkin hasn't lit on fire.
Yeah, that too. But you gotta, Randall Rouser is quite a bit different than the average Christian, right? Like,
well, I don't know. Look, I hear of Randall Rouser. I've seen his face. I know he wrote a book. I intend to read his book at some point. I hear you talk about him more than I know.
Most of the Old Testament. Like he knows who Jesus is, and the Jesus he knows would never drown babies. The Jesus he knows would never command the killing of women and children, the Canaanites. So he knows that because he knows Jesus. He has a personal relationship with Jesus. S.J. Thompson knows Jesus too. She has a personal relationship with Jesus, and Jesus would drown babies because Jesus is the creator of the universe. He's a God being, and he has the right to take life. So here we got 2 people who know Jesus so incredibly well with diametrically opposed views on what Jesus would do. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, you know, this seems to be a huge problem for you. It's not a problem for me at all. And that's because
should be, though.
I don't think it is. Because, you know, there's like, just, you can know a person without knowing everything about the person, right? So
Rebekah,
you don't have to know him.
So this is the kind of evidence that you have, though. So imagine I say to you, I know Doug really well. He would shoot up a school, right? And Danny says, I know Doug really well. He would never shoot up a school. Do you think that me and Danny both know Doug? Do you form the belief that me and Danny both know Doug really well, or that at least one of us doesn't know Doug really well?
Actually, you should put in the past tense. Doug did shoot up a school. I know Doug didn't shoot up a school.
Yeah. Well, one of you might be wrong about that fact about Doug, but it doesn't mean that you both didn't know Doug.
Okay, that's
right?
a good point.
Sometimes.
Well, how many things can you be wrong on before you say Nathan never knew Doug?
That's a very deep question, though.
And I love that question because that's the point of my book, trying to help Christians understand that just because Muslims don't have the same information about Jesus that I do, it does not mean that they don't know God. I think you can be wrong about quite a lot of things and still have a relationship with God. And so, yeah.
Well, if the question's so hard, I think you could even like, how do we rule out the possibility that you know, like in terms of if I have this concept of God and it just doesn't match just the referent what's there, right? I think how flawed can my concept be? It could be. I mean, where are you going to draw the line with God? I mean, it could be like that. I know the laws of physics really well, and you're okay. Well, that's not a perfect description of God, but it's good enough. Like it's referring to God. Like you know, it's just so like. It's just crazy. Like it gets even crazier with the other religions. So yeah, that's
what I think. So I think there's different bits of evidence though that we can bring into this, right? So, for example, it's like what's expected that we've got to kind of compare hypotheses, right? And this is where it becomes a bit silly philosophical. But it's like what's expected on the hypothesis that, for example, people are imagining a relationship with Jesus, but there is no Jesus. And what's expected on the hypothesis that there is a Jesus. So even if there is a Jesus, I agree you'd experience like some disagreement. But I think on the hypothesis that there is a Jesus, you would expect that what people think Jesus is like is actually going to be it's going to just be random based on their personality, right? It's not going to correlate with what their personality is like. But on the hypothesis that it is people just making it up, well,
can I dumb it down,
Jesus.
Nathan?
Yes. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, please, because I'm getting lost. Go.
I'm going to dumb it down. What
Simplify
Nathan's
it.
saying is this: you have two people. They both claim to have a personal relationship with Jesus, but one of them we know is wrong. Okay. Now, here's the question, Rebekah. How would you know which one's wrong?
Well, I don't know if I would assume that I know who's wrong, and I don't even know if I would assume that.
Let's say you've been tasked with the job of trying to figure out who actually has a personal relationship with Jesus and who doesn't.
Right.
How would you figure that out?
I would probably look at their life and what their life looks like, because I believe there's a product of knowing Jesus, and the number one product of, like byproduct, I'd say, of knowing Jesus is love for other people.
Okay,
so
let's say I presented you an atheist,
who
loves people more than 99% of all Christians.
Yep.
Do they know Jesus?
I would say yes.
She's consistent on that, actually.
Yeah.
And in fact, I've told atheists that before, that I think they know Jesus better than they think they do, because their love for others is.
I see what you're saying, but here's the problem. It's like you saying, because Doug does X, Y, and Z, he knows Rebekah from Finland. I mean, he has a personal relationship with Rebekah from Finland. And I'm going, who? I don't know Rebekah from Finland.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, one of the things I was going with, so if I was Doug was asking me that question, I'd say, well, the person who's making it up, right? We'd expect their made up version of Jesus to be a lot more like them, right? Than we would for the person who's not making it up. We'd expect Jesus to just be kind of random. And it's like, well, when we look at people and what they say Jesus is like, it seems that people who are, for example, more friendly and cuddly have a more friendly and cuddly picture of Jesus. People who are more, younger and more aggressive males, for example, tend to have a more aggressive version of Jesus, who's all about beating people up when he comes back and stuff like that. And I think that those sorts of things actually constitute evidence in favor of their Jesus is made up Jesus, right? Rather than their Jesus is. Like
These sorts of questions are actually the first stage of my doubts of Christianity, because I didn't apply this not just to other people, but to myself. How do I know that I know God, right? I mean, could I be deceived? Could I be I had to get rid of the what is the criteria for knowing God, and I really didn't know where to look for that.
Yeah, and honestly, it's kind of interesting when I look back, because I'm going to make I don't want to dress everything up in philosophical mumbo jumbo, right? But it's like a coherentist point that when I think about my experiences at the time I was a Christian, there was a really nice feeling, like a percept. But that feeling doesn't come along with content, right? The feeling doesn't mean a proposition. The feeling is just a feeling. And my interpretation of the content of that feeling is like a theory-laden thing. So the nice feeling that I had, that reality all made sense, or that going to church was a part of this cosmic story that God wants me to participate in, that I was experiencing God in certain circumstances. I mean, that was the feeling, but I interpreted it in the way I did based off of a theory in the story that I was telling myself. And now it's more than possible for me to be yeah, I had that experience, but there's just a different story, right, about what was causing those feelings and experiences. But there's no way for me really to tell with a being, an entity like Jesus, the Logos or the Holy Spirit or whatever, that I'm interacting with that as opposed to some natural process. Because none of my experiences were, Christians like to say it's self-authenticating, but I'm just not sure what that means, because experiences don't come with propositional content. Even the experience that I'm existing, right, that isn't the proposition that I'm existing. That's a theory about what's going on there. The percept itself is just a raw percept. And I know you've probably got something to say about that, Danny.
How compassionate of a person would you say, Rebekah, you are compared to other humans? Let's say you got.
Oh, come on! You're asking me to.
No.
You're asking me to judge humans. This is not a good idea.
You've met humans who don't care about other humans, right? I have. They just they find it very easy just to look at even a starving kid and say, they had it coming. Really bad people. And then you got the people who spend like so many hours of their day doing nothing but caring for the poor, the homeless, whatever, and giving to charity, all these. So we got the scale. I put you pretty high up. I really
Thank
do.
you.
I think you're maybe not the top, but you're pretty high up. And what Nathan is saying is that's how you view Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And if I had this scale and there's a person that's say maybe not at the bottom, but close to the bottom, who's very much, they had it coming. If you don't work, you don't eat, that sort of thing. They're probably going to be a Calvinist. That's how they view Jesus. And it's what Nathan is saying is, isn't it interesting that it really looks like we create this God in our image instead of the other way around? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, this is why I just can't buy into this like infallible God, because that if he's infallible, he just wants all of this. He wants everyone to have vastly different conceptions of himself. Like imagine like the Pinecreek, shooting up the school. Seems like Pinecreek would not want someone.
I hope nobody just came in.
It was yesterday, guys. It's all in the past. Jesus forgave him.
But it seems like he wouldn't want someone to think that, right? And if God's infallible, then that means that everything is exactly how he wants if he has those omni properties, including our conceptions of him. And if you drop the infallibility, then it just seems like there's just a lot of failure going on. God couldn't control the situation.
Oh, and here's the kicker, Rebekah. If you were to become an atheist, I predict you would not drop from that scale.
She thinks she would, though. She thinks she would.
Yeah, I know, but I think she'd be wrong.
Yeah,
I think she'd be wrong too.
No, but you don't understand. It's not because I think I would care about people less. It's because I would change. I would have to make my worldview, like my actions match my worldview. Okay. So
you
if I really,
healing, right? But
what's that?
You do less faith healing and stuff, but like, what's to stop you going to a soup kitchen at the weekend, or like going around buying a load of bread? I mean, like, if it genuinely happened and like we had a conversation, I'd probably want to talk to you off air to be like, well, what were the good things that you did, and can we try and like figure out how you can integrate that into your life, but without the God belief, right? I think there would be. I think there's healthy ways and potentially even healthier ways of doing it, because you wouldn't have to. I mean, I was about to say something, but like you wouldn't have to have the nonsense bit of like prayer for their disease to go away before you give them the positive bit of social interaction that they desperately need in the bad situation they're in or whatever.
Yeah. I don't know if I should respond to this. Say hello to Hashir. Okay, let me do that. Hi, Hashir.
Or abandon your belief in God.
glad you're here. I don't know if I want to go down that road because I don't want to make you guys mad at me. And so
wait, what?
Let me
what road?
What's that? The answering Nathan's question. I mean, why could like maybe we could find ways of me helping people and blah blah blah. Okay. You want to go there? I'll go there. But let me put Jamie Russell's comment up here, because he said that's why we have a standard, the Bible, like in response to what you guys were saying about Jesus and everything, us forming Jesus. And so, okay, look, yes, we can take the Bible and we can kind of read into it like the Calvinists do, or we could read it like I do and, be more compassionate or something like that. But, there is a person of Jesus in the scripture, and some things you really can't change about him. Like, and even I think Danny would admit this. He still says, I like Jesus. And I always thought if I could meet anyone, I would want to meet Jesus. And so is that Danny just wanting to meet himself? Or is there a real person that's like, that we can discern things about apart from Danny, whether or not he's, a real or not?
I've
but
got something similar to what Doug's got, but it's a simpler example, I think, of what he was gonna illustrate with his study Bible, right? So I've got a standard here, and here's my standard. It's this sentence. There were times better than this, but this was the best. Now, what does that mean? Because I know exactly what it means, right? But what does that sentence mean? That's the standard.
I don't know how to answer that. I really don't know.
Because I wanted to respond to Jamie, so if you want to, because you're responding to Jamie, right? You're responding to Jamie.
Yeah, I'm responding to Jamie. Yeah, the point that I'm raising is that, you know, like, texts aren't self-interpreting, right? This much is obvious from Pinecreek Study Bible, filled with, you know, well, which translation did you go with, Doug? And which commentary? Is it a conservative commentary? Is it a liberal commentary? Is it a Pentecostal commentary? Is it an Orthodox commentary? Texts do not interpret themselves. We build models, like Craig says, we build models off of the text, and then.
But I think there's something. Who's we? Because it seems like an atheist could use the Bible as a standard, right?
Well,
yeah.
Well, it depends what you mean by.
I mean, like,
yeah, you can.
Yeah, I might say I'm persuaded by Jesus's moral teachings. I don't care about the God stuff. Okay, I'm going to follow that as a standard.
I got this Bible 1986, Rebecca, and I opened it up for the first time in 15 years or 20 years.
Wow!
And I just opened it up to the Book of James, and I have on the top. This is for those people who thought I never was a true Christian. To-do list: ask for wisdom, slow to speak, quick to listen, rid myself of moral filth, don't show favoritism.
What was the moral filth?
Resist the devil, I wrote. Do not swear, I wrote. And look at my notes.
Do you remember the moral filth, Pinecreek? What was the moral filth you had to rid yourself of?
Look at the notes I took in James. Wow, this is interesting.
Do you miss it? Because I miss that stuff. I miss getting into the Bible that way.
I agree. It was nice sometimes. It's nice to have a Bible study again. Yeah.
There were better times, but that was the best.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just my like academic side, but like Bible study was like where I felt like, you know, like, oh yeah, this is like a puzzle, you know, I'm supposed to sound smart and stuff like that. But
yeah, there are times like that too. But I mean, that's philosophy has replaced that for you, and I mean, people do that in philosophy as well, like the de dicto and de re distinction. Like,
actually, what I just did, Rebecca, is going to actually cause pain and suffering to Christians.
Why?
Because they're going to see that I was the type of guy who would make notes in his Bible and have goals and all these things.
Bing says hi.
Hi.
Bing, come here. No, she's so shy. So, you know, Rebecca, I don't know. How do you turn this thing off? How do you like make
it's the
virtual
Chinese
background? None.
It's
okay.
the Chinese government.
Now you can see all my dirty. Bing, show yourself on camera. Okay, so
hi, Bing.
Bing talked to Rebecca. Apparently, Bing is a Christian, a professing one, right?
She is.
But, yeah. So
what have you done, Danny?
I didn't know until like a couple of days ago. Okay. Wait, Bing, are you a Christian? Yeah. Yeah. She says yes.
Pinecreek theorem is.
Let me question her. She.
Okay, here.
Don't let Pinecreek lose.
I'm not going to push back. I'm not going to push back. I'm not going to push back.
It'd be fun. Okay. No.
She
can hear you now.
Wait, let me tell this though.
Okay. Sit down.
Because you know, Danny was like, "No, you're not. You know, you're not." And she said, "No, you're the one who needs help, Danny. You're the one who needs."
No, okay. I think she's a fake. Okay, I think she's a flag waving phony, but she won't listen to me, Pinecreek. So you can ask her. Okay.
No, what's her first name?
Danny,
what's her first name?
I'm muting your mic.
I'll be nice.
Okay.
What's your name again?
Bing.
Bing.
Mm-hmm.
Bing, can you blink twice if you're under the force of Danny there? Are you freely in that house right now?
You're being forced to be with me.
Are you under duress? Do you believe that Jesus Christ rose from the dead for your sins bodily?
Do you think Jesus came back to life?
Yes.
Okay. Do you accept him as your Lord and Savior? Take up your cross and follow him?
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Rebecca, but there's the truth.
I believe the story, but
that was part of the story.
Is it Jordan Peterson, Christian?
Wait, so you don't believe he died for your sins? Didn't you get back? You don't have. She says she doesn't have sin.
You don't have sin?
You don't do anything wrong before, according to God.
No.
Everything.
Have you ever told a lie? Have you ever told a lie?
Have you ever told a lie?
Yes.
Okay.
So you're a liar. Have you ever looked with lust?
Oh, she already paid back. Oh, She's no longer. I think she's getting the idea that
I see.
you're getting way too deep, babe.
Your sins have been washed clean, is what you're saying.
Sins have been washed clean, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's like there's a puppet on Danny's knee. Is there a button behind on your back that you're pushing around?
Okay, so you want to continue, Pinecreek?
I got to go pick up my son,
Okay.
but it was nice to meet you, Bing.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me on, Rebecca.
Yeah, my pleasure. See you guys.
Wait, we should end it with the hymn, though. I feel like you can get the violins.
No, I don't want to do that.
With the hymn?
I'm gonna go eat with Bing. Okay? I'm gonna
Yeah, good idea. Let's do it.
Makes me
Okay, bye, Danny. Okay, me and Nathan can end it with a hymn. Okay, start it. What?
I feel like a bit awkward now. What hymn to do is the question.
What is your favorite hymn?
I kind of liked A Mighty Fortress by Martin Luther.
I love that one. Let's do it.
I don't know, because it's kind of late though. It's 11 p.m. and we're in a small flat and V's asleep. I feel like I can only sing it kind of booming, right? And it might wake people up. That would be a big problem.
So should we take a rain check on that?
We should probably take a rain check on that. Maybe I can play it for you. I could play it for you on the piano behind us. There we.
Yeah, let's do it.
On the organ.
We can.
I'll have it. Hang on one sec.
I can sing it.
Oh, it's not. It's not plugged in, Rebecca. It's not going to work.
Okay.
Yeah,
we can save it for another time.
Yeah.
Or I can sing it, and you can direct me or something.
See. I'll change the plug. Hang on. Let's see.
All right. Yeah, and I'll pull up the lyrics just in case I don't remember them. I think I do remember them. But I hope he plays in the right key.
It's been a while.
Okay. Nice.
I don't even know if I can remember.
Hi, Hashir. Can you hear us?
That's why you need to practice as well. I can't remember how to play now.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we can save it for another time then.
Yeah, we'll
have
save it
to
for
work
another.
on it. Okay.
Hello.
Hashir. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. I have a question to Nathan.
Sure.
Yes.
So you are not a theist, but you don't describe yourself as an atheist as well, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much right.
So what do you think? Do you believe that there is a standard for morality?
Sometimes.
Objective or subjective?
Sometimes objective.
But how can it be sometimes? And objective means for every time, right?
No, I sometimes believe there's an objective standard.
Okay.
Sometimes don't believe there's. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't mean it's sometimes objective. I mean my belief is that there is. My belief is sometimes that there is an objective.
Okay. Yeah. I actually wanted to ask this to Pinecreek about what he because there are a lot of problems with when you subscribe to the theory of subjective morality. I feel like it, but my mic wasn't working back then, so.
Yeah, I don't know that there are those problems. I was thinking about this the other day actually, that that like someone so a moral anti-realist, for example, right? Someone in meta ethics, someone could be a moral anti-realist, and then you could ask them, but isn't it wrong to torture babies for fun? And they can go, well, yeah, right. And then you can go, well, as an anti-realist, how can you say, you can't say that it's wrong for someone else to do it? And then they go, yeah, I can, because that's, the way that I cash out what morality is just either through I say it's this linguistic activity we just participate in or something like that. And in my linguistic community, we do say that that sort of thing is wrong, right? So I think a subjectivist can actually be perfectly consistent and discourage people from engaging in the kind of practices that they consider to be immoral. And also, when they play the philosophy language game, say, I think that anti-realism is true. So I think you've got to be careful in drawing out, exactly precisely how that undercuts their ability to say that it's wrong for someone else, because the way that they cash out their discourse, right, isn't that people are just disagreeing over some objective referent or something. But
Okay, so
I think
regarding
it might.
that,
Go ahead.
Yep. So you subscribe with anti-realist?
I don't
okay.
subscribe to anti-realism. I don't know. Like I say, it's one of those issues where I'm starting to think it might just be like a really confused, like the philosophy language game itself. But in terms of like I said, sometimes I'm a realist of some form or another. Sometimes I'm not. It just depends on the day that you catch me on and ask me the question, really.
So you're not agnostic, right?
I wouldn't really say I'm not like agnostic in the sense that I either have like 50-50 credence or that I'm withholding judgment or something. I mean, maybe I am in a way withholding judgment, but it just depends. I would say it depends on the day you ask me on. Like some days I'm going to be like, yeah, I'm really convinced that some form of moral realism is true. And other days I'm going to be like, I'm just not that confident that actually moral realist stories do make that much sense. This seems to be just a kind of like socialized practice that we engage in, right? Morality discourse.
No, okay. And Rebekah is a Christian, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And welcome, Lance. Lance says he's like a shark, and he comes wherever moral realism is mentioned. So get ready. But I actually do feel like I need to step away because I haven't eaten all day, and now my kids are coming home from school. But I don't want to shy away from this because Lance has a good opportunity here. So is it okay if I just step away for a moment, guys?
Yeah, that's fine. Rebekah, I might be gone by the time you come back. So thank you because it's 11 p.m. for me, but I'll be around for like 5 or 10 more minutes. So thank you for having me on.
Okay. Yeah, cool. Thank you for being on. Lance, do you want to talk with Hashir?
If I can get the internet
working.
He just freeze.
Cutting out a bit. Maybe if you turn your video off, Lance, try with your video off, see if the audio stabilizes. Oh,
I'm doing okay. But
try video off, Lance. Try video off. Oh, he's just gone altogether.
All right.
Yeah, pretty much.
How come you're asking, Hashir? What's your interest in this question?
My interest is simply, I believe that like, would you say that atheists have a standard of morality to stand on? If they, I don't know how to put it in words, but English is not my first language, so.
I would say that so I think in the question you have to be careful about what you're asking, because atheists don't believe like what the only thing, if we're in a philosophical context talking about atheism, right, the only thing that atheists have in common is that they don't believe that God exists. It's sort of like saying, do Americans believe, right? And it's like, well, the only thing that Americans have in common is that they're American, but some of them like chocolate milk, some of them don't. So can atheists be moral realists, right? Yes. Yep. Right, they can. Okay. And there's a ton of different ways of cashing that out, from non-natural theories, like more classical forms of Platonism, which are basically, in my view, Platonism is going to be basically on par with theism as a theory and its spookiness and so forth. Like,
can you tell me about Platonism?
Yeah, what I mean by, so you've got to make a distinction between like big P Platonism or little P Platonism, right? big P Platonism, what people mean by that is the specific views of Plato as we try and exegete them. And then what people mean by little P Platonism is just a view about kind of like particulars and universals. So particulars being like instances of things, universals being the sort of like terms that we use to talk about these categories that particulars seem to have in common. So for example, circle, right? That circleness is a universal, but any independent individual circle exemplifies the universal, right? And what I'm something that I want to note as I'm teaching you these terms is that I'm socializing you into how to use these words, right, in the discourse and stuff by saying, so what one would say that a particular exemplifies the universal, right? There's a legitimate utterance that you can make if you want to play this game. So the view of the Platonist then is just going to be that in our moral discourse, right, something like good is just this like universal, and it is truly predicated of certain, or you could be an Aristotelian, you could say it kind of inheres in certain states of affairs that they're good or something. But typically conceived universals are not natural entities. So universals for Platonists are not like like this, whatever the hell it's called. It's not a sex toy. It's a grippy, it's a hand grippy thing. This is, this is a particular circle, right? But it participates in circleness, and circleness itself doesn't exist physically or spatially. It's kind of like God in that sense. Actually, there are theistic Platonists who would say that circleness is actually a kind of idea in God's mind, right? And certain theists will say this about the good as well, right? God is the good, it's identical with God, or it's an idea in his mind or something like that. And so the Platonist is just not making this identity between the universal and God. They're just saying that the identity just is this universal, right? But it isn't cashed out by being grounded in this like metaphysical entity. It's just this necessary thing, like a number or something. Those are generally people have a good time. There's also other moral realist theories that so there's natural moral realist theories like Peter Railton's, which James Fodor is a fan of, and he talked to Lance well actually they talk more about reasons in that discussion, but he's talked to Rebekah with me about moral realism, and he cashes it out just in terms of natural facts, right? So he says that there are natural facts about the way that the world is, and those facts objectively do just constitute reasons external to us for us to act in a certain way. So they're motivating, right? They're normative as well. They, we ought to do the good things that those facts are comprised of. And so it's moral realist, right? Because those facts are true, they're objective, they're mind-independent states of affairs that exist. It's cognitivist because it's either true or false, they're truth-apt, right? If I say it is good for Rebekah to do X now, or it's bad for Rebekah to do X now, I'm denoting, right, a set of these facts that either are or are not the case in the world. They're actually either true or false. So basically, like someone can take this position, it's a moral realist position, it's an atheistic position, it doesn't tell you anything about God, it doesn't require God. And those are the two main options I'm going to go with, but there's plenty of ways that people can cash out atheism and moral realism, basically.
Okay. So when someone describes himself as an atheist, so it necessarily means one thing in common, that they know there is no God, right?
It depends on the context. In a philosophical context of like talking about God's existence, it means that they don't believe in God. But in a political context, right, it could mean a number of things. It could just mean that they're not taking what religions tell us about morality or something into account. As a politician who's forming legislation, something, it might just mean like it might just mean they're not taking God into consideration, right, or God's desires or anything like that. Or it might mean like they're using methodological naturalism or something, a lack of belief in God in different contexts. But I think in the philosophical context, it means that we're, God, a view of reality in which God doesn't exist, and that's it. There could be Platonic abstracta, there could be no Platonic abstracta, and like natural facts. There could be subjectivism, could be true as well. Something else.
So you don't take the tag of atheism, but of an atheist, but do you say about yourself that you're sure there is no God, or something that brought this universe into being? What do you think about
no, I'm not sure. I'm definitely not sure.
Okay.
I just don't think that like hypothesis is a good one that warrants like my
Mhm.
belief above maybe. I think honestly, if I had £100 to bet on the hypothesis that God did it versus the hypothesis that it was that it just is the case, right? Like this four dimensional sort of like.
When you say it just is the case versus God did it, what do you mean by that? This
So,
just
it depends on what
happens
the
at
question is. Yeah, it depends on what the question is. If we're talking about a Kalam type, let's talk about a Kalam type argument first.
Kalam,
right?
yeah,
So,
yeah.
so a Kalam type argument, which is arguing from beginning to exist and causes. So there's
Mhm.
going to be two competing models of what's going on there, right? One of those
You're
models,
right.
the theist model, is going to be that the first point in the universe begins to exist, and there's an entity
Mhm.
called God which brings it into existence.
Mm,
There's
right.
going to be a second kind of model that the second kind of model is the non-theistic hypothesis, and it's going to say that the universe didn't begin to exist, right? Because beginning to exist is something that
Mhm.
happens between an earlier than time and a later than time, and there's this event where something comes into being, right? So for the first,
Right.
space-time is a four-dimensional manifold, like a block, and so to the, there isn't an earlier than the first point, so the first point just doesn't begin to exist. So just completely rejects that the universe begins to exist. And I think I would probably actually bet £100 on that if I had £100 to divide. And then
on what? Can you repeat that that the universe didn't begin to exist?
Yeah, so the universe, so beginning to exist, right, is this, what beginning to exist means is that you've got an earlier than time, right, and a later than time. At the earlier
Yeah.
than time, the thing doesn't exist, and at T0, something doesn't exist, and at T1, then the thing does exist, and that's when it can truly be said it begins to exist, because it didn't exist and then
Right.
it began, right, to exist. Whereas on the view that on the picture that I'm painting, the earliest point in space-time, right, there isn't an earlier than that earliest point, because time is, time just is in that four-dimensional block. So
Okay. So
to say
so you're saying
it doesn't
that
begin to exist because there isn't an earlier than for it to begin from, right? So it doesn't make any sense.
So I get that point. So you're basically saying that what theists claim that universe began to exist, you're saying
Is
that is the
conceptually
point
incoherent.
that even time began to exist.
Yeah, I'm saying it's conceptually incoherent. I'm saying that time is a proper. I'm saying that even on the theistic view, in my opinion, right, the way that time should be construed of is as the fourth dimension of causal reality of space-time, right, and it doesn't make sense for there to be change outside of time. There can't be change. Is something that only takes place within time, and so
Why can't that be?
why can well, that's just what change is, right? That
Like
I mean,
what are you saying, that something that is outside of time cannot change what is going within the
yeah,
flow of time?
things only change within time. Things outside of time don't change, right? And
Right.
things within time begin to exist, right? We say that something began to exist. Well, that can only truly be said of something that's within time, where there's this earlier than and later than relation. But for the first point, there isn't an earlier than. There isn't any change to take place for it to begin. So it's just a misconceived. It's conceptually misconceived to think that first point began to exist. You're imagining it as like a medium-sized object, like a piece of origami that someone folds and that begins to exist. But when it's everything that we're thinking of, you can't. There's nothing that's within. There's no like time that's within for it to begin in. Or if someone postulated that, I'd say that that's just not necessary, right? I still don't need that, and so I'd still bet my £100 on it not beginning to exist, and yeah.
Okay, so.
But then there's the second question. So that's about causation. But the second question is about explanation, right? So what? So that first point. Well, most of the points in that four-dimensional manifold seem to be contingent. So that is to say that they could have been otherwise than they were. And so if we're being consistent, I mean, is there some principled reason why you'd say that first point isn't contingent, but all the others are contingent? Potentially not. So then you're going to ask, well, if contingent things require an explanation, right, it's only necessary things that don't require an explanation. So if it's contingent, well, then it must require some kind of explanation. So what explains it? Well, how would I place my bets in that case? I think the theistic hypothesis would probably get about £1 from me. And I'm just not sure. But I think there's going to be some similar conceptual confusion would actually get £99 from me, I think, in terms of where I place my bets on that one. I mean, there is a response I could give in terms of just saying like the whole set or whatever is like necessary, right? But I mean, that's, I think, just playing the game and a bit of a cop out. Like, I don't genuinely believe that to be the case. For me, I just don't know that there is an explanation.
Right.
And I don't see why that's a problem, but yeah.
Okay. So, I'm assuming that one of the reasons you don't subscribe with any religion is that you have investigated into them and don't find them to be very coherent, right?
That is one reason, yeah. That the internal inconsistency of theologies are not what I would expect from a divine author. Yeah, like the differences that we observe. Yeah.
So, can you tell me something about your background? Are you from a religious background?
I wasn't really born. I mean, the country I'm born in is broadly Christian, and in primary school, you know, we sing hymns and stuff in assembly. But I wasn't raised in like a Christian home or anything. Yeah.
Okay. So, have you investigated into Christianity, for example?
Yeah, quite significantly.
And other religions as well. Like, what do you think is the criteria? Is there, according to your criteria, for a religion to be true, that it is not something that it doesn't claim to be?
It depends what. I don't think that there's like a strict. I think the only criteria for me to believe that it was true was that I believed that its core claims, whatever those are, right, and you're going to have to establish that. But whatever its core claims are, that I'm above 50% confident that they're true, right, would probably be something like what it would take for me to believe in a religion. Like, that's the standard. But how it could achieve convincing me, I'm not sure I can constrain that, because there's all sorts of things that could constitute evidence for me. Like, personal experience would be one form of evidence. You know, testimony of people who participate in the religion could be a form of evidence. Scripture, what do you call them? Relics and things like that could constitute evidence. Historical reports from not from within the religion, but, you know, just from historians and things, historical events, those could constitute evidence. Arguments, right, a priori arguments, right, those could constitute evidence. So I can't say like here's what it would look like, but I can say it would bring me to believe in it, right?
Yeah, right. So what was I going to say? So have you investigated into Islam?
Not as much as a lot of people, but I've investigated into it enough for it to kind of be for it to be what I would consider a dead option, right? In terms, like, I don't consider it to be a live option for me,
right?
And I mean, I could talk about some of those reasons, but it was like 2 years ago, for example. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So basically, if you're talking about religions and the criteria, let's say if there is a God, and if there is a book present on it, or if there is a true revelation from him, so I would assume that the first criteria to judge that revelation is that it claims to be from God. And I mean, if you just take the New Testament, it is by authors that say that they received it from.
That assumption. I honestly don't know that I share that assumption. I don't know why the assumption that God's way of that I expect.
No. I wasn't finished. I'm saying that you have to investigate. The first thing that you would look at if you want to investigate that, if that scripture claims to be from God, then we can analyze if it's saying if it's
but I'm saying I don't share that assumption,
or if it's false.
Yeah, but I'm saying I'm not sure that I share the assumption that a God who wanted to communicate with us would communicate with us in a way where he'd say, and by the way, this is from me, right? I don't know.
Okay. Why do you think that?
Well, because what is what is the hypothesis, right? The hypothesis is that there's an omni being, right? Omnibenevolent, omnipotent, omnipresent, perhaps.
Oh, okay.
So this is the hypothesis, and then we're gonna what we're gonna say is, okay, suppose it wants to communicate with us. How would it want to communicate with us? Well, I have no idea. I mean, maybe it would be like the film Arrival, right? And it would want to communicate with us by drawing weird symbols in the clouds. Maybe it would want to communicate with us by writing a book. But if I'm gonna stipulate that God would communicate with us through a text that in which he says, "I am God," well, then I'm gonna attribute to the divine entity some psychology that I just don't know should be built into the theory, right? Like, why would I start
narcissism? You would say something like that, right?
No, I wouldn't. Why would I think that God is a narcissist? Like, I'm just not going to stop
if you
building
like,
up
you're saying that you would attribute some kind of psychology to him. So I'm assuming that.
No, I'm saying we have to attribute psychology to him if we're going to discern what his desires would be to do something so specific as that. Because there's no other stipulations in the hypothesis. In the bare hypothesis, God could pretty much do anything, right? He could just create like some world that's like weird, mad fractal patterns, and he just enjoys it.
He could do anything he wants, and he could create a world like that. But what matters is what he did at the end of the day.
What he did. So yeah, but if you say that, then you're just assuming the conclusion, right? Then you're assuming that it is what he did, which is the very thing that we're trying to establish by assessing the evidence in this way. Okay. And so what you can't do is you can't just appeal to, yeah, but he did do that, because then that's begging the question. And who did the murder, right? Well, Johnny did it. So Johnny did do it. So that's why Johnny did it, right?
And when you attribute saying, like, God, this thing, and it's his will, blah blah blah, and you're basically atheists would say, and you accept that? Why? Basically, so
can you just repeat that?
And even if there's 100 different,
what?
It's just basically if you attribute it, is it just me that just froze?
I think you're breaking up a bit, Chris. Yeah.
What's to Nathan? I haven't made a case for God or anything, but I was just asking if you have a criteria for something to be. Do you believe in objective truth?
Do I believe in objective truth? Yes, I do.
Okay. So something can either be like, we know that two contradictory things both cannot be true, right? So if something,
in most cases, yeah.
Can you tell me of a case where
like this sentence is false, right? Like maybe that's a glut.
Okay. So for example, what am I saying? What was I saying?
So I believe in objective truth, and then I'm guessing that you were going to say, so like there has to be a standard or something. But I don't know. Maybe you weren't going to go down that route.
No. I was going to say that if there is a claim, it can either be true or it can be false, right?
Yeah, right. Well, in general,
right.
Yeah.
So the way that works is, like if there is a claim in the Bible or anywhere, so you would first check if there is a claim, right? If there is a claim, it doesn't matter. But
I don't think I would use this as a heuristic, no, because there's that many claims that people have made about the way reality is that I can't employ the heuristic of check every claim that everyone has ever made in reality ever and assess if I think it's true or not. That I can't operate on that basis. It's like a brute force algorithm that would just consume all my time and I'd never get anything useful done.
So let me just say something from an Islamic point of view. So do you believe there has been a person, a religious figure, a major religious figure, who has claimed that he has come for all of humanity, for the whole of humanity?
I think there are religious figures. I think that it's a common theme of religious figures that they say that sort of thing. Yeah.
No, you have to tell me one then.
Joseph Smith.
Did he talk about coming for all of humanity?
Yeah.
He did.
That example.
Okay, right.
Basically, at least for Joseph Smith, is that we can quantify and establish it.
Okay.
And stuff like that.
Okay. So is there? Would you say there is another example about that?
The people who ran the Heaven's Gate cult. I forget the guy's name.
So,
but he claimed he came for all of humanity as well.
Oh, okay. So if you think about
Hubbard,
that,
the Scientology guy.
Okay. So let's just think about that. So in which centuries do you think Joseph Smith was? In the 17th century, I guess. 18,
something like that. Yeah.
17. Yeah. So have you investigated his claim?
Not in magnificent detail, but enough to.
Okay, so so I'm supposing you have a theological presets that you know some like let me think about it. So you already know what is right, what is true about something. Like if a person is making a claim and you know, right?
No, I don't know what's true about something that I haven't thought about before. I have to sort of think about it to form a judgment.
Okay.
What's next on the apologetics list? It feels very much like.
Wait, let's not go to another thing. I think we need to shut it down for today, guys. We've been going for like 5.5 hours.
Yeah. It's actually 5 a.m. where I'm living, so
wow.
I just woke up and your live just recommended in my recommended, so I just
good. Well, come on again and talk. I'd love to talk to you too. Yeah. So and
when will be the next one?
Well, yep. All right. We'll
I'd
see
really
you
like
guys.
to talk to Nathan.
Sorry,
about this
Rebekah.
more.
I know you want to. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I know you want. I'd say Hashir. It sounds like it's your first rodeo a little bit.
Definitely.
The way you're asking these questions.
Definitely.
I would say, I've got a video where I talked to the EF Dewar guys. And maybe watch that and see if their question, presumably you're kind of mimicking kind of like stock Muslim apologetics questions, right? And see if those were very good questions that they asked me and led me to the truth, and then maybe see if it's going to be worth your time to continue.
Okay. The conception, the thing with me is why I have a reason to believe what I believe. Like, if you let's just think about this concept, like from a normal human perspective. Like, do you know about the first gene concept?
What perspective do you occupy?
Like from just
are you not a normal human?
Normally, I am.
Well, what other perspective is there that you think from? Rebekah said this earlier. Rebekah said from our. I will. Sorry, Rebekah. In a second.
Go ahead.
But you did something you said earlier was like. In our human thinking, right? We can't understand, and that's immediately what I think when people say things like this. I'm like, where else?
What
are you
other thinking
from?
is there?
Yeah, what other thinking are you doing? I mean, there could in principle be other thinking.
I mean, I'm not including myself in that human thinking.
No, I know.
I'm saying there's other thinking, God's thinking.
No, I agree. But you've misunderstood my point. When people say this, right? I'm saying it's not this good. It's not a good response. Because at least from our point of view, we're trapped in human thinking. So it's like, okay, for all we know, there could be these different kinds of thinking and reasons that are inaccessible to us. But unfortunately, we still have to make do with our human thinking and human reasons, because those are the ones that we've got. We can't just take off our human minds and just go, I'm just going to step into God reasoning for a minute. I've got this really hard problem to work out. So I'm just going to become omnipotent and use non-human reasoning. And now I'm going to come back and just do human reasoning and, forget where I put my car keys were.
Well, you know what? That's a good point, Nathan. And so I should probably avoid phrases like that. Yeah. Okay. Well,
right.
did you want to say
definitely join in next? It was for. It is my
Yeah.
first time coming on.
Yeah, come back.
These non-human reasons are not going to convince me with my human reasoning to accept.
Nathan,
to accept human
I'll try to bring something better the next time.
No problem.
Definitely.
Yeah, thanks for talking. Thanks, Rebekah.
All right.
thank
Bye,
you.
everybody. Thanks.